Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. We're all about bringing high-quality web novel audiobooks to life, and most of our content is completely free to enjoy. Just a quick note, web novels and web novel audiobooks aren't the same thing. Simply reading a novel out loud doesn't always make for a great listening experience. That's why I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and careful editing for every chapter to make sure the narration flows naturally and immerses you in the story, just like reading it yourself. These audiobooks are not just direct copies of the original novels. I've adapted them for a smoother, more engaging experience. And to be fully transparent, these adaptations are made for commercial purposes, so some chapters are paid content. But don't worry, this process is fully copyright compliant. I do all of this because I truly love web novels and audiobooks. I'm a huge fan, and this story is one of my personal favorites. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King, in Hueco Mundo with Shindu template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Most of our content there is free, and it's the best place to follow and support our work. The default audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast for you, just let me know, I'm happy to adjust it. Got a favorite web novel you'd love to hear as an audiobook? Drop a suggestion. I'm always open to new ideas. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and behind-the-scenes content. Thanks so much for your continued support and happy listening. Chapter 1 Friday, December 7th, 2040 De Milior Manor, Samran City, Netheria. In a room dimly lit in soft violet light, a young man lay on the bed, haunted by a nightmare. His body was shivering uncontrollably, and soon tears started pouring out of his closed eyes. No. A dry scream escaped his lips as he shot up, sitting on the bed, panting heavily after successfully escaping from the nightmare. Master. He did not know when someone, clad in a black outfit, wearing a Jian sword on her back, appeared in front of him. But the moment he heard her call, his mind went blank, and his trembling eyes looked at her face before a new wave of hot tears flooded out of them. Yinying was taken aback when she saw her young master look at her with those tear-stricken red eyes. She had never seen him cry before, and she had raised him under her protection for over 12 years now. Keith was not a boy who cried. And she had a bad premonition in her heart. Master, what happened? She let go of the protocol and took the liberty to approach him, placing her hand on his shoulder. The moment she touched him, his body jerked, but soon he calmed down and managed to regain his bearings. I am fine, Yinying. He lightly spoke. What time is it? 4:33 a.m. Keith nodded to her words and took a deep breath. Go back to your position. Yining obediently nodded her head and took her leave. She had already scanned his body with her aura, and made sure that everything was okay. After the door of his room was closed again, Keith finally turned to look at the young girl of just over the age of 16, who was naked, and asleep on the other side of the bed. The white quilt was only covering her lower body, and all of her back, which half of her bubbly ass were bare for him to feast his eyes on. Inadvertently, he glanced at the bedsheet where a red flower had bloomed after he robbed her of her innocence. There were dried tear stains, and even in the deep sleep, there was a frown marring her beautiful face, which made Keith grit his teeth. The rage was building up in his heart, and at the same time, there was pain. However, there was no guilt for what he had done to her. She was someone who he had wanted, and even if she had betrayed him in the dream that he had just had, he was not regretting what he did. Soon his focus turned to something else and a solemn look marred his ridiculously handsome face. There were two sets of memories in his mind right now, belonging to two different lives, and one of them was spent in a parallel world that was similar to his own world. In that world, he was born to a rich family, loving parents, and lived his life without restrictions. He remembered clearly that he was in the hospital bed last night, reading an urban Chinese fantasy book belonging to his favorite author. It was just another book among many that the author had written in the universe he had created. It was just another cliché novel about a protagonist that pretended to be a pig to eat the tiger and eliminated all the villains that stood in his path, gaining the favor of various beautiful women, ending up with everything that one could ask for. However, the moment he started reading it, he was possessed by something, and couldn't stop himself from reading it. The speed at which he read the story was terrifyingly fast, and somewhere in the middle of it, memories of his first life started pouring into his mind again. He learned that he was one of the villains in that story, and his fate, together with everyone that had stood by his side, was tragic, to say the least. He had not only lost the woman he was after, the woman he loved, but lost everything else as well. And the de Milior family of the same Rin city, which had a history of over 200 years, died with him. In his hate-filled rage, he managed to finish reading the book, and when he read the happy ending of the protagonist and his harem, his mind went numb. Soon he succumbed to the fever that had aggravated due to his madness, making him another victim of the novel coronavirus that was haunting the entire world. And now, Keith was back in his original world, at the age of 18, in his first semester at the same Ren University. There were more than 3 years left before he would encounter the man responsible for his downfall. Just the thought of him boiled his blood, and he clenched his fists so hard that his bones ached, and his nails pierced his soft palms. I will end you, and take everything away from you that you are proud of. There's no way that I will allow you to win this time. He vowed to himself in his heart. Ding. The Fate plundering system has successfully merged with the host. A starting package has been sent to the system inventory. Please open it, a voice sounded out in his mind, and Keith's eyes widened in shock. Fear engulfed his mind, and he frantically looked all around the room, ignoring the blue panel that was lit up in his mind. Is this a dream? He worriedly asked himself, and unwillingness gripped his heart. Host may think of it the way he wants. But it is host's reality, and everything is as real as it has ever been, the voice in his mind sounded again, and Keith calmed down a lot after he heard those words. However, there was a frown marring his face now. If this is my reality, why is there a system now? Where were you in my first life? He gritted his teeth and angrily asked. Why is host so sure that he has lived another life? The voice of the system mysteriously asked. Those memories in your mind could just be from a dream. Keith was taken aback by those words, and when he contemplated on it, he soon lost himself to his thoughts. But I know what will happen tomorrow. I remember it all so vividly. He confusedly spoke after a while. Yes, the host knows what should be happening tomorrow. But with the presence of the fate plundering system, your future has already started changing, the voice mysteriously spoke. You were never meant to wake up at 4:30 a.m. in this morning. He understood what the voice was trying to convey to him. He does know what is going to happen in the future, but with him now possessing the knowledge, the future related to him is bound to change. Keith took a deep breath and looked at the blue panel in his mind. Fate plundering system, level 1, host, Keith Argus de Milior, age, 18, status, heir of the de Milior family. Young Master de Milior. Cultivation rank, ordinary mortal strength, 4, 10 is the limit for ordinary humans, speed and reflexes, 6 constitution, 5 charm, 99, cannot rise. 100 is the limit for every living being, fate, 666, no limit. Note, the host can increase his fate by plundering it from the children of destiny. More fate increases your luck, personal net worth, 1.7 billion near family net worth, 66.4 billion near system wallet, 0 skill set, chess, advanced, driving, master, swimming, advanced, cooking, intermediate, stock trading, intermediate, diplomacy, advanced, business art, expert, painting, intermediate, calligraphy, intermediate, drawing, advanced, piano, advanced, violin, advanced, singing, intermediate, football, intermediate, programming, intermediate, equestrian, intermediate. Note, only the skills that have intermediate and above level are listed in the skill set. How does the system work? He asked after he went through all the information. He not only has the skills from this life but also from the one he had spent in the parallel world called Earth. Even if that life was just a dream, somehow, he had acquired those skills. And he was happy about it. The system is there to serve and assist the host against the children of destiny. Missions will be eventually issued, and there will be corresponding rewards for completing those missions. From the experience you gain by completing the missions, the system can be upgraded, and each upgrade will unlock a new feature. There might be penalties that would be implemented if you fail a mission, and the common penalty will be the loss of experience points that you have accumulated. Keith was displeased that there were going to be penalties in case he fails a mission. He was not a person who liked his life being controlled by others, and he felt that the system will be controlling his life by issuing missions that he does not wish to complete. The host can rest assured that every mission issued will only be to serve and assist the host. The system cannot control your choices. He was still a little dissatisfied, but he felt better after hearing the words. Host is requested to open the starting package. The system will soon fall into hibernation mode for 3 years. What? He was baffled at hearing those words and ended up voicing out his surprise. Thankfully, the girl by his side was fast asleep. The host gained the knowledge of the future, which is far beyond the jurisdiction of the current level of the system. Additionally, the starting package also contains things that are also far beyond the jurisdiction of the system. Therefore, the system will fall into a hibernation mode as a consequence. Oh! He nodded his head and then focused on the system inventory in his mind. Soon, he found a golden chest there and then commanded it to open. Ding! You have acquired 2 skill upgrade cards, silver, ding! You have acquired 500 million near, ding! You have acquired the Aura Soul Potion, ding! You have acquired the skill, medicine, advanced, ding! You have acquired a cultivation manual, the Devil Sutra, divine. Waves of information crashed onto his mind and soon started assimilating in it. He was beyond shocked by all the information the medicine skill gave him, and his mind went blank with the power of the Devil Sutra cultivation art. He was shaking in fear as he realized that the world was far beyond his reach right now. There were things that were better kept a secret from the people or else they would just die from the shock of all of it. Would the host like to upgrade any of the existing skills by using the skill upgrade cards? A silver skill upgrade card will allow you to upgrade any existing skill by 2 stages. However, it cannot upgrade any skill beyond the expert level. What are the levels for the skills? Skill levels are elementary, intermediate, advanced, expert, master, grandmaster, king, saint, and god. Keith thought for a while and decided to use the cards right away to accommodate his future plans. Upgrade the stock trading skill and the medicine skill to the expert level. The system is complying with the host's instructions. Ding! The skill, stock trading, has been upgraded to the expert level. Ding! The skill, medicine, has been upgraded to expert level. Another wave of information hit him, and soon he realized that he was a lot more clear about everything he knew about stocks and medicine. Host is suggested to take out the Aura Soul Potion from the inventory and consume it right away. The system will fall into hibernation mode in a minute, and the system inventory won't be accessible. Also, would the host like to keep the 500 million near in the system wallet, or would you like to transfer it to your bank account? Rest assured that the source of the money will be adjusted and there will be no legal repercussions against the host. Transfer the money. He commanded and focused on the small vial that contained a sparking purple potion inside it. And as soon as he willed it to appear in his hand, it disappeared from the system. 500 million near have successfully been transferred to your bank account. Keith glanced at his smartphone that was resting on the side table, and saw a message pop up in his inbox. However, he did not bother checking it as he had no doubts about the system. His focus returned to the vial he was holding in his hand, and after taking a deep breath, he opened the lid and gulped it all down in one go. The system is falling into hibernation mode now. Take care, host. Chapter 2. When Nana woke up late in the morning, a sweet ache crept into her bones, and as she tried to sit up, a jolt of pain from her lower body shook her nerves. It was then that she recollected the memories of the last night, and seeing the unfamiliar and lavish room, her heart started aching. Tears pooled up in her eyes when she saw the mark of her innocence blooming on the bedsheet, and her frail body started shaking in guilt, anger, helplessness, and pain. It took her all her effort to get up from the bed and enter the washroom, staggering and stumbling as she could not walk properly. And after she took a warm bath, rinsing the dried blood and fluids from her body, she stayed looking at herself in the mirror in shame. She had seen the true face of the Prince of Samarin yesterday. All the fantasy she once held in her heart, and the admiration she once held in her eyes for him, was gone now, replaced by loathing and pain because of conflicting feelings towards him. Nana just wanted to get out of this place as soon as possible. She wanted to run away from the devil that had taken advantage of her misery. But she could not do so. There was not a check but a note placed on the side table by the bed, asking her to freshen up and wait in the room. And wait she did. Her heart thumped hard when the door of the room opened, and for a moment, she failed to comprehend what was happening when she saw the devilishly handsome boy sweetly smile at her and enter with a trolley of breakfast. He was tall, just over 6 feet, had a lithe figure, and she had seen last night that he was quite fit. His deep brown eyes complemented his black hair, and his flawless fair skin even made her envy him a little at times. God had taken extra care to sculpt his handsome face, and it was just perfection. "Good morning," he cheerfully called out, and that was all it took to wash away all the complaints and hatred she held in her heart for him as a result of last night. Her adolescent heart started beating again in an expectation, and her naive mind pushed away all her fears in a corner. "Had a good rest?" he inquired as he took his seat on the couch, by her side, and started placing the breakfast on the table for her. "Mm." She lowered her head and timidly nodded, with a rosy blush burning on her cheeks. Keith smirked in his heart when he saw her behave like a naive girl. He had to admit that she was a flawless beauty, possessing the charm of over 90 points, and even if her charm mostly came from her personality rather than her physical features, it was not to say that she did not possess a breathtaking face that haunted the minds of all the boys in her high school and the university. Her pinned straight long black hair was beautiful too, and her fair skin, which was white as snow, made even some boys envy her. She was average in height, still developing, but she already possessed the right curves on her slim body. And her hazel eyes were beautiful enough to get drunk on. "Have the soup first," he said, and then proceeded to fill the spoon with it and draw it near her lips. "Ah!" She was taken aback by his action, and her heart palpitated in sweetness when she looked at his gentle smile. "Drink," he said again, and she obediently opened her cherry mouth, allowing him to feed her. The warmth of the soup calmed down her nerves a lot as it flowed down her throat into her stomach, and she was surprised at how delicious it was. "It's delicious," she honestly called out, trying her best to control the intensity of her blush. "Well, I made it myself." He proudly smiled at her. "Really?" She failed to contain her surprise. "No. I don't mean to doubt. It's okay." He shook his head. "I don't expect people to believe that Keith Demilior is good at cooking." He chuckled and offered her the bowl. Nana embarrassedly lowered her head and took the bowl from his hands, proceeding to drink the soup in peace. "Don't be reserved and eat whatever you want," he said when he found her nervously looking at all the food on the table. It was not an exaggeration to say that she had never before seen such a sumptuous breakfast in her life. She was nervous and had her reservations, but she did not dare to refuse and ate to the fill of her belly. Her appetite surprised her, but recalling how intense the last night was, a beautiful blush bloomed on her cheeks and she nibbled her lower lip, not allowing her giggles to escape her belly. She had forgotten all the bruises on her body that were the evidence of how rough he had been with her, and she had even forgotten the pain that was lingering in her swollen lower body. He had not shown a speck of care for her last night, and the silly girl did not even question his current behavior. Keith, of course, was aware of her thoughts. He knew from his memories that this silly girl was madly in love with him even to the end. And even if she betrayed him, it was because she wanted to protect her child, which was his illegitimate legacy that she had tried to hide from him. He realized that she would have never taken those steps had he shown her affection and made her feel secure. And he was not going to commit the same mistakes again. Yes, he knew that he would never really love her, but he liked her, and that was enough for him to keep her in his possession for all her life. Nana was quite troubled with the silence that followed after she finished her breakfast. She glanced several times at her side and found Keith busy with his cell phone. And she dared not disturb him. As time passed, slowly, insecurities came flooding in her mind. She had given him her pure body, and she was scared that he would not take any responsibility for it. She knew that she had not really given herself to him on her will, but had actually sold herself to him for money. It made her feel cheap, and as the negative thoughts kept running in her mind, her eyes soon turned misty. "I have transferred $1 million in your bank account." Keith knew what was bothering her, and his words ruthlessly slammed on her heart. What? The pang of pain suffocated her, but the sum he had just mentioned surprised her. "Wasn't it 100,000? I changed my mind." He smiled at her. "It won't be a one-time thing." His words brushed away some fears from her naive mind, but she still had her conscience and couldn't help but argue for her pride. "I won't sell myself again. I can't have you as my official girlfriend, but I want you in my life." He looked at her in the eyes and cut her off, shattering all her fantasies and at the same time, making her heart beat in expectation. 1,000,000 naira is your monthly allowance as my little mistress, as well as your salary for your job as my personal assistant and secretary. He picked up a file from the bottom of the trolley and handed it to her. Here's your job contract. I expect you to sign it now. Job contract? Her hands trembled as she read the contract. But I am still in high school. You are an adult now. Every 16-year-old can start working in our society, and you can study too at the same time. The hours of the first year are flexible, so you can think of it as a part-time job. Once your first semester of the university is over, you will no longer attend the classes and apply for autonomous study, working full-time for me. He revealed to her things that he had planned for her. Don't worry about the procedure, it will be taken care of. Here. He handed her a contact card. This is Aunt May's contact. She will be serving me as a personal secretary as well and will be your mentor. She will call you in the evening and pick you up for your lessons. This. Nana nervously lowered her head. It was not really the job or the money that bothered her. Her naive heart was worried about something entirely different. I like you, Nana. He sank back on the couch and resolutely spoke. Her frail body trembled when she heard his confession, and she bit her lower lip to contain the silly smile that threatened to break out on her face. Even if I would never officially marry you, and even if I cannot recognize you as my official girlfriend, I don't plan to throw you out of my life. You will be my secret little lover and girlfriend, and I will be responsible for you. His words were arrogant, presumptuous, but she still felt cherished after hearing them. She remembered the first time she had confessed to him, and he had simply smiled at her and not replied. But today, he had admitted that he liked her too. Nana was not a dumb girl. She knew that she belonged to the bottom of the hierarchical pyramid of their society, whereas he was at the top. A poor girl like her could never be accepted as a lady of the noble family of de Milior, and at best she could only be his mistress. And that was the position he had offered her. She did not debate for long and picked up the pen, signing the contract of the job as his personal assistant. And with the money in her account now, she could finally get the treatment for her mother and pay off their debts. The thought of her mother made her anxious, and she immediately stood up to go to the hospital and see her. I have to go see my mother. Your mother is not at the hospital. Keith lightly smiled at her, making her feel more anxious. Where is she? She nervously asked. Chapter 3 Hold my arm and lean on me, Keith spoke to her when he pulled her out of the car. Nana nervously lowered her head because they were surrounded by so many people right now. The luxurious Royal Silver Pagani Shade, which was a limited edition with only 7 cars in the entire world, was the center of attention. There were already people who had recognized the car and its origins, and the guards of the Imperial Shopping Center were rushing towards the car to receive him. Young Master de Milior. The security head himself greeted him with a bright smile. Welcome to the Imperial Shopping Center. Please allow us to escort you inside. He politely spoke. Keith nodded to him, handing the keys of the car to one of the guards, and gently smiled at the girl that was hugging his arm. Let's go. He spoke to her. There were people taking pictures of them and whispering, but Keith simply ignored them. He had grown used to being the focus of the public, but he was not really fond of it. Wow. He is young master of the de Milior family. My God. He is so handsome. And ridiculously rich. Some girls gushed over him with stars in their eyes. And even some middle-aged women couldn't help but feel aroused at the sight of him. Who's the girl on his arm? She is behaving very intimately with him. Must be some rich lady. She's beautiful. Shouldn't be so. Which young lady would wear a school uniform on Friday? Is young Master de Milior picking up a school flower? Or is he into cosplaying? They look so perfect together. As soon as such whispers reached Nana's ears, she lowered her head in embarrassment but did not dare to let go of Keith's arm. She was quite thankful that he had allowed her to hold him, otherwise, her funny walk would have ignited the crowd's imagination to a whole new level. Even if he had said that he would not recognize her as his official girlfriend, he had not shied away from being with her in front of people. But that was understandable. All young masters were known to be accompanied by beautiful ladies, and other than sating their curiosity, nobody really cared about the relationship with those girls. Keith was a known playboy, but no one dared to call him out on it to his face or behind his back. Hundreds of thousands of girls would willingly wait upon him, if given the opportunity, just to have him accompany them for an hour. Such was the deadly charm of the famous Prince of Samran. If he did not have the right to become a playboy, who did? Imperial Shopping Center was a high-end shopping center in the Samran city. It was the place where only the rich could shop, as all the brands present here were the world's most luxurious brands. And as soon as they entered the premises, the guards left them on their own, and only a steward followed them to assist in their shopping and carry their stuff. Isn't everything here too expensive? Nana nervously whispered the question, making sure that the steward following them did not hear her. It is. But does it matter? He chuckled at her words. I don't want you to spend money on me any more than you have already done. I will buy stuff with the money you have given me as an allowance. She knew that there was no way out of this now, so she could only compromise with the situation. Your choice. Keith nodded to her words, much to her delight, and she finally felt at ease. However, as soon as he dragged her into the Valentino store, Nana was dumbstruck, not at the beauty of the dresses, but at the prices. Everything was far too expensive than what she had in mind. Even the cheapest dress in the store cost 3,000 nir. It had to be noted that the Neris was one of the strongest currencies in the world. And the median average income of a household in the country of Netheria was less than 40,000 Neris. Therefore, 3,000 nir for just a dress seemed outrageous to her. The assistants in the store were quite curious about the beautiful girl that accompanied the young Master de Milior. They had been working in the store for years, but they had never before seen him bring a lady with him other than his mother and bodyguard in their store. And the way he was selecting dresses for the young girl made it obvious that they had quite an intimate relationship. We have already bought enough dresses. Nana worriedly spoke when Keith dragged her to the Zara clothing store. Those were all formal dresses, let's buy some casual ones here. He evilly chuckled. The little girl no longer felt sweet in her heart. Keith had selected 10 of the finest Valentino dresses for her, and each dress cost over 6,000 nir. Like she had said, she paid for it with the money given to her as her monthly allowance, and in just 20 minutes, she had spent more money on dresses than she had ever spent in her 16 years of life. The Prince of Samran did not stop even after making her spend nearly 40,000 nir in the Zara store. He took her to Louis Vuitton to buy her accessories and shoes, and then took her to Chanel to get her some fragrances. Keith, please. She pleaded with him when she saw that they were headed towards the Cartier outlet. She knew that it was one of the most luxurious watch brands for women, and she knew that the watch Keith would pick inside that store would not cost less than 100,000 nir. She had already spent 250,000 naras she had received in the morning, and her heart was unwilling to waste more money. Keith smiled when he saw her behave that way. He knew she was not a girl that chased after the money. She was very simplistic in nature, but he had to torture her this way as it was necessary for her to adopt this lifestyle. As his future personal assistant, she would have to adopt a lavish persona so that she could accompany him in gatherings and other events. She had to overwhelm people when dealing with them, and a superior lavish style was a key component in dealing with rich people. Don't worry, the watch will be my gift to you. He teased her. Please, Keith. She pleaded again to get out of this money-draining shopping center. You need a watch, Nana. Don't argue. He sternly looked at her, and she trembled under his gaze, fearing that she had upset him. Okay. She lowered her head and nodded lightly, obediently allowing herself to be dragged inside the store. The staff was very polite to Keith, and they were quite enthusiastic when he asked to be shown the most beautiful watches for his little girlfriend. All the unease in her heart washed away when she heard him call her his girlfriend, and a crimson blush adorned her face. Her silly smile made the women in the store envy her, making their hearts sour, but there was nothing they could do or say about her. They knew that they could not compare to her in beauty, and they knew that they had no chance to hold Keith's arm the way she did. And this is Big Noi Irelangi Luna, white gold, diamond crested with a ring of natural blue diamonds. The manager himself introduced the watch after he had keenly observed the intimate relationship between the two of them. Had he not found Keith too interested in his companion, he wouldn't have brought out this masterpiece. The moment Nana saw it, her eyes sparkled in appreciation. The watch was utterly beautiful, all thanks to those gorgeous blue diamonds. She was a girl after all, and all beautiful things attracted her. This is a limited edition, and one of the 25 watches that are in existence. You are in luck as this watch was going to be transported to another city tomorrow. The manager happily informed them. Since there are only 25 of these in existence, and this is the number 9, the price is set at 2.3 million naras. The moment Nana heard the price of the watch, cold shivers ran up her spine. Her mind started sounding the alarms, and just as she feared, Keith's indifferent words sounded out in her ears. Pack it up. I will take it, and that Balan blue, white gold 42 millimeters. He pointed at another watch of a different style, which was also made out of white gold and was diamond crested, with a price of nearly 300,000 naras. Excellent choice, young Master de Milior. The manager couldn't suppress his smile when he thought about the commission he would be earning on the business he had just done. And I want a name printed on their backs, Cassandra Frostline font. The name is Nana. Of course, young Master de Milior. The manager took the two watches inside the workshop that was in the back room, and returned after 15 minutes with both the watches after Nana's name has been laser engraved on the back of them. Keith took the Balan blue and placed the watch on Nana's left wrist. It suits you. He nodded in satisfaction but did not really ask if she liked it or not. The total bill is. The manager packed the Big Noi Irelangi and handed over the package to Keith. Swipe it. Keith did not even glance at the bill and handed the manager his back card, cutting him off, and making everyone who had been watching them sigh at the unfairness of life. Chapter 4. Nana was quite nervous when they arrived at the Soviena Health Clinic to check up on her mother, who had her kidney transplant earlier in the morning. When Keith told her that her mother was no longer at the hospital, she was quite anxious, but when she learned that he had already arranged for her to be transferred to the Soviena Health Clinic, which was one of the most renowned private hospitals in the country, no words could express the gratitude in her heart. She had smiled her silly smile and shed tears, and he had to hug her to help her regain her composure. And whilst they shopped at the shopping center, her mother had successfully gone through the operation, and was now resting in one of the best wards the clinic had to offer. Now, she was dressed like a proper rich girl, wearing the lightest of the makeup, looking breathtakingly gorgeous. She did not dare to let go of Keith's hand as they entered the clinic. The eyes of the staff and visiting people were on the pair, and everyone just sighed in their hearts at how perfect they looked with each other. She was a poor girl, who had never before focused on her appearance much, and just a simple change of outfit brought out all of her radiant beauty, making her appear as if she was a totally different person. She was already beautiful enough to make people envy and admire her, but things were now much more serious than before. Mr. de Milior, a pretty nurse, who oozed elegance and gentleness, approached them and greeted him. "My name is Megan, and I will be your guide." Keith smiled at her, which made her fair cheeks burn and blush, and she inadvertently lowered her gaze as her heart started racing in a strange beat. My God! He's the most handsome boy I have seen in my life. Her inner girl squealed in her mind. Nana did not miss the change in the nurse's behavior when Keith smiled at her, and she subconsciously tightened her grip on his hand. "Where's Dr. Ethan?" he politely asked. "He's currently in charge of an operation theater." She was well trained, and despite her nervousness under his gaze, she did not show a clumsy side of her. "He apologized for not being able to receive you, and promised to invite you for tea in his office as soon as he gets free." "I prefer coffee." Keith lightly chuckled and shook his head. "We would like to know if Miss Dolores Smith is awake now." "She woke up half an hour ago, and right now a nurse is with her in the room, giving her company," Megan answered him. "You can see her. Lead the way." He nodded to her, and then the two of them followed the pretty nurse to the 5th floor, where only the most extraordinary of the people could stay in a ward. On the way, Nana was quite surprised to find that all the nurses in the clinic were pretty girls. There seemed to be a criterion for beauty for the nurse's job here. And what surprised her, even more, was that most of them were very young. And strangely, the scrubs they wore varied in colors. Keith knew what was going on in her mind when her curious eyes looked at all the nurses, and as soon as they arrived on the 5th floor, he informed her of a few details. The nurses in the clinic, wearing scrubs of the shades of blue, are medical students, of junior and final year, who work part-time here to gain experience and get familiar with the environment. The rest of the nurses are all well-educated, possessing diplomas in nursing, and their scrubs are in order of seniority. The senior-most nurses wear white scrubs, and the reason why we haven't seen them around is that they are all busy in the private wards. And the new nurses all wear the pink scrubs. Oh. She finally understood the reason and then looked at the dark blue scrub that Megan was wearing. "I am a final-year student at the School of Medical Sciences at the Samren University," the nurse told her. Wow. Nana was taken aback by the revelation because the criteria of the SMS Samren University were quite high. Only the students with the most remarkable academic achievements could get into that school. "How are the studies going?" "The final year is mostly about practical work, the tougher years are over. Now I'm just looking forward to finishing the school with the best grades so that I can get a house job at this clinic." She politely smiled at her. "I wish you the best of luck." Nana could feel that getting a house job at this clinic meant a lot to Megan. And seeing how polite the girl was, she couldn't help but hope that she would make it. "Thank you." Megan smiled at her and nodded her head. "We are here, Mr. de Milior." She led them to the door of Ward 101 where Nana's mother was staying. "Please wait a moment, I need to consult the nurse inside before calling you in." "Go on." Keith nodded to her and watched her enter the ward. "She's beautiful," Nana commented as soon as the door was closed. "And she's smart." She did not know why she was saying all this, but she wanted to know what Keith thought of Megan. "Yes, she's quite pretty. But my standard of beauty is much higher than others, so don't worry, I have no thoughts about her." He teasingly smirked at her. "And no. That's not what I meant." She embarrassedly lowered her head. Her heart felt quite sweet at his words. He had no thoughts about Megan, but he had thoughts about her. Doesn't that mean that he thinks I am more beautiful than her? There was no girl in the world who did not like such a compliment from the person she admired. It meant a lot more when the girl they were compared to was beautiful. After waiting for a minute, Megan opened the door of the ward and invited them inside. There was a frail woman lying in the bed, and her dim eyes immediately brightened when they landed on her daughter who was rushing to her. "Mama." Nana arrived at the side of the bed and anxiously looked at her mother's frail face. "Are you okay?" she worriedly asked, even though she knew that the operation had been a success. "I am fine." The middle-aged woman, who looked over a decade older than her real age, affectionately smiled at her daughter when she saw the care reflecting in her eyes. There were a lot of questions on her mind since the morning. Nobody had really told her what was happening, and when she regained consciousness after the operation, her heart had been restless. Dolores had seen the world and knew that nothing was ever free. She was worried that her daughter had made some decision that she would regret later in life, and she had a pretty clear idea as to what she might have done. However, after seeing that there was no pain inside her innocent daughter's clear eyes, her heart calmed down a lot. But that did not mean that her worries were gone. "You look beautiful." She meaningfully looked at the outfit of her daughter. Even if she did not know the price of those clothes and accessories, she could feel that they were very expensive. Nana blushed when she heard her mother's words and timidly glanced at Keith, who was going through the medical file of her mother and talking to the nurse that was in charge of this ward. Dolores did not miss it and turned to look in the direction of the boy, who had a charm and presence that enthralled and suffocated people at the same time. A son blessed by the heavens. It was her first impression. Keith sensed her eyes on him and closed the file, handing it back to the nurse. "Hello, Auntie." He gently smiled at her after he approached the bed. "My name is Keith, and I am Nana's boyfriend." As soon as she heard that he was her daughter's boyfriend, the rest of the worries lingering in her mind washed away. "My daughter found a really handsome boyfriend." She brightly smiled at him. Nana was burning in a crimson blush after hearing Keith's introduction to her mother and her reply. "Mama." She complained, but Dolores' smile only got brighter. "Thank you for what you have done for us," she gratefully said. "No worries, Auntie." He nodded to her with a smile. "And don't worry about Nana. I will take care of her, so just focus on your recovery for the next couple of weeks." His words only made her feel more grateful, and the three of them chatted for a while before Dolores fell asleep. "I have some work to do, so I will take my leave. Stay with Auntie, and Aunt May will pick you up in the evening for your lessons." Keith patted Nana's head and gently spoke. Nana felt sad that he had to go, but she did not complain, and obediently nodded her head. "Take care." She smiled at him. "You too." He raised her chin before sipping a light kiss from her lips. "I will see you tonight," he evilly whispered in her ear, and Nana's naive heart thumped hard against her chest in anticipation. Chapter 5. Is the vicinity clear? "Yes, Master." Yingying's voice sounded out from the cell phone. "No one is trailing you. Stand on guard," he said and ended the call. Right now, he was dressed in a simple white shirt, blue jeans, and a gray sweater, sitting inside a BMW that he had earlier switched with Yingying before coming to this community. He started the car and slowly drove towards a house at the end of the street. It was a simple two-story house, which was quite big for the family of three that resided inside it. After parking the car right in front of the house, he checked the time, and as soon as the watch hit 4:45 p.m., he got out and stood leaning against the vehicle, waiting for someone. He didn't have to wait long before he saw an enchantingly beautiful girl come out of the house with a bright smile. She was around 14 years old, tall for her age, and naturally possessed a charm and grace that captivated the minds of people. Even if she was young, her beauty could suffocate the heart of any beautiful girl with envy. She was just like him, a girl possessing a ridiculously high charm. And her most striking feature was her pair of deep blue eyes that formed a compelling contrast with her black hair. And right now, those beautiful orbs were sparkling in excitement. It was quite funny that she was wearing a similar outfit as him, a white shirt, blue jeans, a gray sweater, and high boots. "Brother." She happily called out to him before she started running towards him, and lunged right into his awaiting arms. "I missed you." "I missed you too." He chuckled happily and spun around with her, making her giggle. "Ready to go?" "Yup." She enthusiastically nodded her head and ran to the passenger side as soon as he put her down. "How was your week, Kiara?" he asked her after starting the car and driving towards their destination. "Boring." She pouted and folded her arms on her chest. "Just another week with dozens of assignments. You are in your final year of middle school, so there are bound to be so many assignments." He flicked her nose playfully. "And I hope you have not been slacking in your studies," he sternly spoke. "Humphrey." She pouted again and turned her face to the other side. He laughed at her antics and did not pursue the matter anymore. It might not look like it from the way she behaved around him, but she was the ace of her batch. Her academic results were always perfect. Keith drove the car out of the city, towards a suburban area, and half an hour later, they arrived at the Kennedy Equestrian Club. It was the month of December, and with evening approaching, most of the club members were already departing the premises when they entered it. Keith was wearing shades in order to keep the people away, and thankfully, No one recognized him as the girl by his side attracted all their attention. A steward was already waiting for them with their horses, and Kiara happily ran towards her favorite horse present in the club. "Hello, Jin." She gently stroked its head and ran her soft fingers through its thick black hair. It was quite obvious from how the horse leaned into her touch that he liked her a lot. And as soon as she climbed onto it, the beautiful red horse started prancing before galloping away with her on a cross-country run. Keith had to quickly climb onto his horse and chase after them because he was worried about the mischievous little girl. She was an adept equestrian, but he still couldn't feel at ease to let her be on her own. By the time the two of them returned back to the club from their cross-country run, the sky had turned dark, and the temperature had dramatically dropped along with it. "It's so cold." Seeing Kiara tremble all over, he smirked at her. "You should have worn an extra sweater. Are you not cold?" She curiously asked when she found him totally at ease, only wearing a light sweater. It was quite strange, as just last week, he had been trembling all over despite wearing a trench coat. "I am stronger than you," he proudly said and took off his sweater, helping Kiara wear it. "This cold is nothing." "Really?" She had a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Yes." He nodded his head but soon cried out in surprise when she put her cold hands on his neck. Kiara laughed loudly at his reaction and immediately ran ahead of him, fearing that he would retaliate against her. "Just you what, little vixen." He called after her but did not chase her. Instead, he slowed down his pace and leisurely walked towards the parking lot. What he had said was true. The cold did not really bother him, and he had just now pretended to be taken by surprise when Kiara had pulled the prank on him. The Aura Soul potion he had consumed in the morning was miraculous. It had just taken an hour for his constitution to change, and now that he possessed a complete Aura Soul, he could sense and manipulate the aura within his body. The aura now augmented his physical capabilities as well as his senses. He was no longer an ordinary mortal as he had already become an Emperor, stepping onto the path of cultivation. "Can't get in the car?" He smirked when he saw Kiara waiting in the cold, standing by the side of the car. He had deliberately made her wait for a few minutes in this cold weather. "What took you so long?" she complained. "It's such a pleasant weather. I felt like going for a stroll." "Brother, have you gone crazy?" She seriously looked him in the eyes and asked. "Maybe, but we know for sure that you are the crazy one. And the weak one too." He pulled his tongue at her, and she pouted at him in return, not refuting his words. "Let me drive." She stopped him from sitting inside the car. "Pretty, please," and begged him when he was about to refuse her request. "All right." He sighed and let her sit on the driving seat. "But if you get pulled over, you will be on your own," he warned her. "Nope. I know that brother will save me." She giggled happily and fastened her seat belt. Keith sighed at her words, but there was a fond smile on his face. She was right. He could never leave her in trouble. Even though it had only been a couple of months since he had taught her how to drive, Kiara seemed to possess a natural talent in driving just like him. She drove to their favorite seafood restaurant without any incidents, and then the two of them chatted happily as they had their dinner. "Kiara, I have something to tell you." Keith had waited for her to finish her dinner before bringing up the subject he wanted to talk to her about. "Yes." She seemed to have sensed the seriousness in his voice and looked him right in the eyes. "I have applied for autonomous study for the next 6 semesters. He felt guilty when he saw her eyes dim at his words. The little girl had been working her best to make sure she got into the same Rin High School, which was part of the same Rin University, just so she could see him every day at the campus. But now her dream was broken. "Why?" she asked lightly but failed to hide the sadness in her voice. "I am starting my own business from Monday, and it will require my utmost attention." "But you don't lack money," she complained. "Why do you have the sudden urge to start a business?" Keith smiled at her words. She was, after all, still very young, not aware of how cruel the world out there was. "Why? Don't you want to see your brother make a name for himself?" he teasingly asked. "Do you need to make a name for yourself?" She narrowed her eyes at him. Well, she was right. He was already too famous. "Trust me." He did not bother arguing with her. "Yes." She grudgingly spoke and lowered her head. "We will soon be able to see each other more often. Maybe not every day, but you will be able to visit me whenever you miss me too much," he lightly said. His words elated her and brushed away the depressing thoughts. "Really?" "Yes." He nodded his head and brightly smiled at her. "But be ready, you are about to enter an entirely new world, young Lady Kiara." "What do you mean?" she curiously asked. "I will pick you up on Sunday. And you will know the answer." Chapter 6 In the Demillior Manor, inside a meeting room, currently, 4 figures were sitting discussing the plans for the future. On the table, several files were scattered, and right in the middle of it was the map of Samarin City and its immediate surroundings. "Young master, Are you sure you want to buy this land? An old woman asked when she heard what Keith proposed. This land is currently owned by a failing real estate company. It is away from the city and cannot even be considered a suburban place. There's no value in this land. We need it. Keith simply said and looked her in the eyes. And I want this all done by Monday. Very well. She did not say anything more and nodded her head. Sebastian. Yes, young master. A tall, muscular man in his late 20s awaited his orders. Keith picked up a marker and under the curious eyes of the three people, he drew borders around the land that was a few miles away from the city of Samran. Once Aunt May secures the land from that real estate company, you two will work together to buy us all of this land. If you have to offer a price higher than the market price, do it. If you must use force, do it. I want all of this land. He seriously said, and all of them looked at him in shock. Young master. Aunt May did not know what to say and inadvertently looked again at the area he had marked on the map. The area marked was approximately 155 km squared. A land that would cost nearly 1 billion Neris. The real problem was that there was no commercial value in that land. It was a wild grassland that bordered the hills of the Shovakian mountain range, which had been left untouched for over a century. Yes, it was a beautiful place, with the potential of tourism, but the investment they would have to make on this land in the future would be enormous and even the de Milior family would be hard-pressed to bear that cost. Don't worry, Aunt May. Keith smiled at her. Just get this land as soon as possible. It needs to be under our new company before 27th of January. What's going to happen on that day? The old man who had been silent all this time finally couldn't contain his curiosity. A news will come out that will change the future of the Samran city. He mysteriously said but did not give them any more information. Are you sure you want to do this? The old man didn't seem worried but still asked. Yes, Uncle Caesar. Keith affirmatively nodded his head. Seeing that he was determined, they did not say anything. Keith's personal net worth was 2.2 billion Neris right now. 1.6 billion of it were liquid assets. He had received 1 billion Neris when he has turned 16. And that money was always meant for him to start his own business and prove his worth. The 500 million he received from the system was a massive bonus to aid his current plans. And after acquiring these two lands, he would still be left with over 700 million Neris of liquid assets. With the knowledge of the future, there was no way he would fail in his business. It was simply a cheat, and he was going to exploit it to the best of his ability. The land he was outrageously going to buy for 1 billion Neris was going to increase in value by 10 times at the end of February. And the profit he would make out of it in the future was going to be even higher than that, but that profit could not simply be calculated in terms of monetary value. As for the other piece of land, it was a gold mine too. He did not care that he was stealing the fortune of that falling company. Had things progressed without his interference, that falling company would have become a hotshot in the coming months due to sheer luck, but now they had no future. I will get to work right away. Sebastian got up from his seat and bowed to Keith before leaving the meeting room. Aunt May took her leave too after collecting the relevant files of her work. Theirs was a lot of work on her hands, and the next few weeks were going to be tough on her. But as a subject of the de Milior family, she would never complain about it. What are your instructions, young master? Caesar asked as soon as his little wife and son left the room. He was the head butler of the de Milior estate, and his family had been serving the de Milior family for centuries. And Caesar was not just the head butler of the estate, but also the head of the shadow guards that protected the de Milior family. He possessed immense power in his hands and controlled the information network of the de Milior family. Additionally, he was a cultivator of great power, and he was the one who had trained Yinying to become Keith's shadow. Keith stood up from the table and walked over to the couch. The old man followed him, and sat adjacent to him, waiting for his instructions. And Yinying attentively stood behind her master just like she always did. Silent, but ready. Fix an appointment with Chairman Angalini on Sunday afternoon. I will be paying a visit to him to ask about his health. Keith looked the old man in the eyes and said. Caesar frowned when he heard those words. He had a pretty good idea what Keith wanted to do, but it was a dangerous game that the heir of de Milior family wanted to play. A couple of decades ago, no de Milior nor Angalini needed an appointment to visit each other's estate, but now there was a blood feud between the two families. Even if they were not at war, Keith's decision to visit the old man Angalini was going to shake many unturned stones. Additionally, get in contact with Damian Angalini. Inform him about the existence of Kiara, and once he understands the situation, have him contact me. It was not going to be an easy task to get in contact with Damian Angalini, but Caesar did not voice the problem. He was a capable man and had a way to get it done. Young master, your father wanted to keep her existence a secret. The old man reminded him of the promise he had made to his father. My father was wrong. And his decisions led to all that is wrong with our two families. Keith narrowed his eyes at the old man. The promise was to protect my little sister. And I will protect her. He resolutely said. He had already seen what would happen in the future if he kept her existence a secret just like his father wished for. He did not want to go through all that pain again. And he could not afford to lose Kiara at any cost. Very well. Caesar saw the conviction in Keith's eyes that even sent chills up his spine. He had never before seen that look in his young master's eyes, and he understood at that moment that his young master was a changed man now. Keep an eye out on all these people. He sent a list to Caesar's cell phone, and when the old man went through it, his brows were furrowed deep. In that list were the names of some of the most important people in the Demillior Consortium. And their names were either marked as corrupt or as moles implanted in their business by their enemies. He was familiar with some of the names and his information network was already on to them, but there were more names on that list than he would have thought. And if those names really turned out to be as it was listed here, the Demillior family was going to suffer a lot in the future. There's no need to take action after you have confirmed all of this. Just gather the evidence for now, and when the time is right, I will give you the go to deal with them. We must not let the enemy know that they have lost the game. Caesar wanted to ask where he got the information from but decisively kept quiet. His job was to serve his master, not to learn about his secrets. It will be done, young master. Keith. A melodious voice called out and the door of the meeting room opened. Caesar stood up from his place and bowed to the lady that entered the room. The lady was none other than the current chairman of the Demillior Consortium, wife of the late Michael Demillior, and Keith's mother. She had all the trademark Demillior features. Those high cheekbones, deep brown eyes, and those haunting black hair. And even if she was 40 years old, she looked no older than a lady in her mid-20s. It was as if she was frozen in time, and Keith had always remembered her looking just as beautiful. Of course, he also knew the reason why she looked the way she did. She was not an ordinary mortal but a cultivator. And she was quite strong. Mom. Keith smiled at her and stood from his seat, allowing his mother to hug him in her arms, and plant a kiss on his forehead. How was your day? She excitedly asked. It was quite an eventful day. I heard that you registered a new company in the morning. Is my son finally willing to take on some responsibilities? She raised her brow and then glanced at all the files and the map that was placed on the meeting table. Pardon me, young master, madam. Caesar decisively walked over the table and collected all the files, closing them and wrapping up the map. His actions made Vanessa frown. She was an intelligent lady and could see that it was done to hide Keith's business plans from her. How was your day, mother? Keith brought her attention back to him, and Vanessa was all smiling once again. Just another day at work, she said, and then pulled him to sit by her side on the couch. You tell your mother why you did not come to her. There was no need to register a new company, I would have just transferred one of the companies to you. I want to do something myself. As soon as his mother heard his words, there was a frown on her face. Keith, everything we have is yours. If you won't use it and take care of it, who will? The sudden drop of her smile and a sudden shift in the mood made his heart uncomfortable. Who said that I won't be using our family resources? He lightly laughed. I will make use of every advantage I have. Don't worry. It is just that the plans I have do not align with the current development plans of our business. And most of the industries I want to hit and enter are those that our Demillior Consortium is not engaged in right now. When I have grown in those industries, of course, I will add everything I have built to our family's consortium. Of course, he was wise enough to not say that he did not like working under others. If he had joined the family business, he would have been under her control, and that was not good for his plans. Your mother will support you in everything you do. Just don't overwork yourself, she advised. Our ancestors did not work hard so that our youngsters could not enjoy their youth. She playfully ruffled his hair and planted a kiss on his cheek. The warmth on his cheek melted his heart, and he inwardly sighed. He knew that for her, he was her everything. But he also knew that this side of her was only for him. To the world, she was a poisonous woman who could not be trifled with, and even the old bones in the same Rin City feared her wrath. I was informed that you went out with the girl you bedded last night. Vanessa smiled at him. You seemed quite intimate with her. And she's quite beautiful. Just a lover, mother. Keith cut her off, knowing well what she wanted to know. Nana is a flower in my collection. I like her but I am not in love with her. His words relieved the tension in her heart, and she sweetly smiled at him. I am glad to hear that. Always remember that it is your responsibility to not let down our family's name. You can have whoever you want, but always keep the distinction between your lovers and your wives. I understand, mother. He nodded to her. Chapter 7. The chat with his mother continued for a couple of hours. They talked about lots of different stuff, but mostly it was Vanessa guiding him on business and giving him some information about the current affairs of the city. Even if he knew everything already, He let her tell him, as he did not want to deprive her of the time she wanted to spend with her son. After she finally decided to go to bed, Keith spent another hour working on his plans and gathering some information about the world. He had already determined that all of the author's stories in his memories were real, and the more he researched on world affairs, the more solemn he became. There would not just be one enemy appearing against him in the future. And some of those protagonists in his memories possessed godlike powers. However, what troubled him the most was the presence of other possible systems. It was not going to be easy to fight against them. But the good thing was that all the stories in his mind were in chronological order, and currently, none of the protagonists he knew about had appeared on the surface. The next 3 years were going to be relatively quiet, and it was the best time for him to get stronger and become more powerful. He was a man who desired to reign over everything, so his goals were not just to deal with those children of destiny. His ultimate goal was to stand on top of everything in existence, get his hands on everything he desired, and he was determined to realize it. When Keith arrived in his room right before midnight, he was quite surprised to find Nana still up and waiting for him, sitting on the bed in her pajamas. "Keith." She immediately got up from the bed and rushed to him, arriving in his embrace. "How were your lessons with Aunt May?" He smiled at her and asked. The question made Nana embarrassedly lower her head. "She's tough. And I made lots of mistakes. She's strict, yes. But she knows her job better than anyone." He chuckled at her words and understood that Aunt May must have reprimanded her a lot on her mistakes. "She gave me so much homework to do." Nana pouted and pointed at all the books and files on the study table in the room. "I just finished some and here I thought that you were waiting for me." He smirked at her, which made her blush hard and bury her face in his chest. "I was." She whispered sweetly. "Good." He lifted her face up, took a sip of her lips, and inwardly chuckled when her heart thumped so hard that he felt it. Her lips quivered under his kiss, and she tried to respond with her immature skill, failing miserably and losing herself in the bliss. Nana did not know how Keith did it, but within a couple of minutes, she was naked as the day she came into this world and was lying under him on the bed. "Take off my shirt," Keith commanded her, and her hands subconsciously reached for the buttons on his shirt. He enjoyed watching her fumble with the buttons, and kept harassing her with his hands, that clawed and stroked her soft flesh, making her body tremble under his touch. There were still some fading marks from last night, and as he traced them, she felt an aching pleasure that made her quiver even more. By the time she managed to take off his shirt, her love juices were leaking out of her depths. Keith sat upon his knees and opened her thin legs wide, and the sight of her pretty but swollen lower lips lit up the fire in his loins. He had been rough with her last night, and the pain was still lingering in her lower body. Her eyes contained some fear too, but the love in her heart far surpassed it. And she wanted him to do as he pleased with her. "You are beautiful, Nana." He looked her in the eyes and said, before reaching forward and tracing her lower lips with the tip of his finger. The simple touch made the girl whimper in a cute voice, and she closed her mouth with her hand in embarrassment. He did not waste time with the foreplay as he could feel that she was wet enough. Taking off his belt, he freed his member from the confines of his pants and rubbed the glands against her swollen lips. Of course, he could have helped her with his medicine skills, making it easy on her, but there was no fun in that for him. "I am going to enter you now, silly girl." He leaned on her and looked her right in the eyes. "Lock your arms around my neck." His voice was commanding, and Nana did as asked, preparing herself for his assault. "Kiss me." Her eyes shied away briefly, but she did not dare to defy him and clumsily raised her head to capture his lips. The moment she kissed him, he ruthlessly plunged his length inside of her, filling her depths to the brim, making her cry out in pain and writhe under his weight. Her insides were still not used to his length, and unfortunately for her, he was well endowed. Even though he did not move and stayed still inside of her, she felt the burning pain she had experienced last night. "Kiss me," he commanded again, ignoring her discomfort. "It hurts," she complained, but looking in his stern eyes, she felt fearful and raised her head again to kiss him. Keith smirked as she clumsily tried to kiss him. He was not responding to her, and after a while, she grew agitated and intensified her approach. She lightly nibbled on his lower lip, before locking their lips again, and this time, she used her tongue to make him respond to her. As her attention diverted from the pain, her insides let out more love juices, and relaxed a little, expanding and allowing more of him to enter her. Keith was a patient man when he wanted to be. He controlled his urges long enough for her body to accept him, and then he finally started moving inside of her. He kept a slow pace for a while, letting the pleasure suppress the pain she was feeling, and as soon as Nana failed to control her pleasurable moans, he let the animal inside of him out. He locked both of her hands on top of her head and pressed her more under the weight of his hard thrusts. Her supple breasts squeezed against his hard chest, and he buried his face in her neck, listening closely to the voices that leaked from her mouth. The grunts and moans resounded in the room for a good hour and a half. and Nana bathed in the pleasure she had never before experienced in her life. It was mind-numbing, and after the first round, she had found herself burning in a desire that made her body ache. And so, she was the one who initiated their second round, which led to a third and a fourth before she finally succumbed to the tiredness. There were now fresh bruises on her beautiful fair body, and even he had not come out unscathed from today's battle. There were scratches on his back, and some bite marks on his shoulders, evidence of how passionate their lovemaking was. She might have been an innocent girl, but once she lost herself to her desires, she was more passionate than the best of the whores. It was one of the reasons why he liked her. She was a treasure in bed that one could never get enough of. Keith was proud and impressed by the change in his constitution as well. Even after going through 4 intense rounds, he had more than enough energy inside of him to go on for some more rounds. He was a little dissatisfied in his heart when Nana could no longer keep up with him, but he controlled his lust and allowed her to fall asleep. It was just her second time, and her physique was still untrained. He knew that she would only get stronger in the bed as time progresses, which would only make his life more pleasurable. She was worth the patience. The two of them nestled in each other's embrace, and soon the warmth of her body lulled him to sleep too. And this night, there were no nightmares that haunted him. Chapter 8. Take care. He lightly kissed her before taking his leave, and the poor girl was burning in a scarlet blush at his action. Nana could feel the gleam in her mother's eyes as they bore into her back, but she did not dare to turn around and look at her, and so, she tried to busy herself with the readings Aunt May had assigned to her before they left the manor. She knew that Keith deliberately kissed her in front of her mother to tease her, and even if it was embarrassing, she felt really sweet in her heart. Young lady, you have a lot to explain. Dolores had not noticed it yesterday, but now that her mind was much more clear, the strange walk of her innocent daughter did not miss her eyes. As a woman, she was well aware of what it meant, and as a mother, she was a little worried that these two lovebirds were going a little too fast. Oh no. The blood drained from her face when she heard her mother words, and she knew that she was in a lot of trouble. On the other side, Keith was calmly walking through the corridor of the 5th floor of the Soviena Health Clinic, on his way to the lift, when he inadvertently glanced at the last room and stopped in his tracks. He had not taken this route when he had arrived here this morning, and now, by sheer coincidence, he had come across this event. Good morning, young Master de Milior. The two guards that were stationed outside the room politely spoke to him. It had to be noted that personal guards were not allowed on his floor unless the person in the ward had a very special identity. And Keith knew very well that these two did not belong to the clinic. Is Patriarch Lin well? He was not surprised that the two guards recognized him. It is the mistress that is resting inside. The older guard politely replied to him. Mistress? Keith frowned as soon as he heard that, and then his mind suddenly brightened as he recalled some information. The mistress in question was none other than the wife of Lin Haoshan, the current chairman of the Lin Group of Industries, and the mother of Lin Kinayou, the girl that led to his downfall in that nightmare. As for why he was surprised to hear the words was because Madame Lin had passed away silently years before the start of the main events, and now that he recalled, she was not going to live past this summer. It was the summer that changed Lin Kinayou forever. Lin family was one of the 6 major families in the city of Seline, and they were the newest addition to that list. Though they could not compare with the likes of the de Milior and Angalini family in terms of power and fame, they were just as wealthy. Lin Kinayou was Keith's classmate since the high school, and she was a girl possessing a devastating beauty, comparable to that of his mother. And in the future, she was going to become one of the most successful businesswomen in the country. She had a vision for the business that only a few possessed, and under her rule, the Lin Group of Industries would become strong enough in the future to dethrone the de Milior family. But of course, she would only manage to do that with the help of her husband, Yi Tian, the child of destiny and Keith's enemy. As Keith thought of her, her beautiful face appeared in his mind, and he had to take a deep breath to calm down the rage that came knocking on his nerves, flooding him with the memories of his failure to obtain her and his downfall. Of course, this time, Keith was not going to lose. This time, it was not a dream, and the heroine was bound to fall into the hands of the villain. He would never repeat the same mistakes he made in his dream. If Madame Lin is awake, I would like to see her and wish her good health. The guards were surprised at his sudden request, and it put them in a really awkward position. Had it been someone else, the guards would have simply complied with their orders and turned the person away, but the one who had made the request was the Prince of Seline, the heir de Milior. They could not do it even if they had their orders. We will ask Madame if it is convenient. The older guard managed to gather himself first and respectfully said. Please do. The guard then knocked on the door once and waited for the nurse in charge to come out. Yes. A middle-aged nurse in a white scrub opened the door and asked. Her eyes flickered in surprise when she saw Keith standing outside the room, and after the guard informed her of Keith's request, she respectfully nodded to the de Milior heir and went inside to ask for Madame Lin's permission. Keith knew that there was no way his request would be refused. He was the heir de Milior, and as long as Madame Lin was awake, she would invite him inside. And it was not just because of his status as the heir of de Milior, but also because Madame Lin could be counted as his mother's friend. The two of them had been classmates in university. And even if it had been years since he last saw her, he knew that Madame Lin would gladly welcome him. "Young Master de Milior, please come inside." The nurse returned and politely opened the door for him. Keith couldn't help but admire the beauty of the woman that was half lying on the bed. She looked frail, haggard, so weak that she could not sit properly without help, but even then she held herself with a grace that was enviable. Her exquisite features did diminish over the course of time, but even now, she was beautiful in his opinion. It was no surprise that she gave birth to a daughter who was breathtakingly beautiful. "Good morning, Miss Seline." Seline's eyes shined in gleam when she saw him. His handsomeness, coupled with the demeanor he carried himself with, was an irresistible charm for the opposite sex. Even if she was his mother's age, seeing his brilliant smile made her frail heart skip a beat. "Good morning, Keith," she gently said, and her voice still carried the melodious tone he remembered from the last time he saw her. "It's been years, and my, look at you. I did hear that you are the heartthrob of the city, and now that I see you, I feel like it was still an understatement. Thank you." Keith was not someone who pretended to be humble. He knew how to accept a compliment with grace without being a hypocrite. "And if Miss Seline would believe my words, I must say that your beauty is timeless. I can't help but admire it. Not just a heartthrob, but a heartthrob with a silver tongue? Little Keith, I wonder how many women you have corrupted so far with your charm." She teasingly shot back at him. "More than I can count." After his swift reply, both of them smiled at each other. And then their smile brightened at the same time. The two of them found that they quite liked each other's personalities. It was so easy to get along with each other. "Come sit, little Keith. Your aunt hasn't had a good chat in a while." "Excuse me." Keith accepted her offer and calmly took the seat by the side of the bed. "May I ask what ails you, Aunt Seline?" Since she had addressed herself as his aunt, he did not shy away from addressing her as such. "It's the fate that ails me. Who knows what it wants from me?" She giggled and laughed off the pain inside her heart just like that. But Keith knew what she meant. No one knew what ailment she suffered from. No one except for him. Seline had started growing weaker and weaker ever since she gave birth to her daughter. The Lin family spent a fortune on helping her get better, but even to this day, no doctor could successfully diagnose her. But at the rate her health was deteriorating, she only had a few months of life left in her. Her illness was never seen or recorded in any medical book, but since Keith possessed the knowledge of the future, knew about the secret physique of Lin Kinayou and possessed medical knowledge that was not limited to the ability of an ordinary mortal, he knew what was the cause of her deteriorating health. "May I?" He pointed at her medical file that was resting on the side table and asked. Seline lightly nodded to him, not really caring about it. Both the ladies thought that Keith was only going to check the comments of the doctor, but to their surprise and dismay, he kept reading through her medical file for 10 minutes. And the frown that marred his face told them that he possessed some medical knowledge and understood everything that was inside the file. "Little Keith," Seline couldn't help her curiosity when Keith finally put down the file. "Do you study medicine?" She knew that he was in her daughter's class, pursuing a degree in business and finance, but given his family background, it was quite possible that he was studying other fields at home. "I do. But I cannot be counted as a medical student." Seline nodded to his in understanding, thinking that he should only be possessing some book knowledge, but his next words made his eyes widen in disbelief. "I am already a doctor of medicine." "What?" She couldn't help but exclaim. He was only 18 years old. How could he be a doctor? For a moment she thought that he was joking with her, but seeing the confident smile on his face, she found herself believing in his words. "Can you excuse us for some time?" Keith suddenly turned to look at the nurse and asked. "This?" The nurse awkwardly looked at him and turned to look at Seline. Seline was quite curious what Keith had to say, and so she nodded to the nurse to go outside. Once the two of them were alone in the private ward, Keith stood up from his seat and came to stand by her side. "May I?" He pointed at her left wrist and asked. She did not know why she felt compelled to do as he requested, and nodded, allowing him to grab her wrist and check for her pulse. His technique was similar to that of the Chinese medicine doctors, and she could see that he was well versed in what he was doing. Seline sweetly smiled at him when she saw his brows furrow, and only grow deeper as he sensed her pulse. She knew that there was no cure for the disease she suffered from. How could there be a cure for a disease that no one even knew of? "Don't distress yourself. It is fine if you can't figure out what the cause is. I think I know what your ailment is, Aunt Seline." Chapter 9. When the shock finally wore over, Seline narrowed her eyes and kept staring at him. But the polite smile on Keith's face did not falter and his eyes stayed clear of any deceit. "Little Keith. Don't give me hope." She sighed and looked away, still finding it hard to believe that he knew what her ailment was. How about my aunt lets me perform a quick procedure on her, and we will see if I am right or wrong. He smiled and said. Her mood was already depressed now, and it did not really matter to her if he failed. There was a glimmer of hope in her heart, and no matter how bleak it was, she wanted to bet on it. Acupuncture and moxibustion? No. Keith lightly chuckled at her words. Though I am well versed in Chinese medicine, it won't be of much help in this matter. He politely pulled off the comforter and then helped her sit up, with her back facing him. Her body was really frail, so he had to be extra careful when helping her move, and just staying in that sitting position for 5 seconds had shortened her breath. It will be fine in a while. Please preserve. He gently whispered and then started tracing her back with his forefinger whilst supporting her with his other hand. At first, Seline felt nothing but the numb ache that had been there for many years, but soon after, a ticklish feeling bathed her nerves. It was a strange touch of cold and hot at the same time, and it was so soothing that she lost herself to the sensation, entering a trance-like state. Keith was sweating profusely as he performed the node tracing, a healing method that involved the use of aura to stimulate the nodes or acupuncture points, guiding the aura in specific patterns around the body, to improve the vitality of the patient. He was already at the peak of the Foundation Profound Realm, having achieved the competition of all 3 stages of Foundation Profound Realm, aura circulation, body refinement, and the formation of aura soul, all thanks to the miraculous aura soul potion. However, it was just merely the peak of Foundation Realm. If he did not have the medical knowledge that he had received after upgrading the skill to expert level, he would have not been able to use aura to perform this specific procedure, as it required a very precise manipulation of aura which no Foundation Profound Realm cultivator could possess. Normally, cultivators could only manipulate aura out of their bodies once they reached the nascent Profound Realm, but exquisite medicine skills did allow a few exceptions. Finally, when he had managed to stabilize the flow of blood in Celine's body and vitalized it a little, he traced his forefinger to her heart and started tracing the area on her back in a swirling motion. His body started feeling weak not long after, but he knew that it was nothing dangerous. He was using his vitality to eliminate the poison inside her body. A good rest would fill up his aura reserves later, returning his vitality, and it was also a good opportunity to test his medicine skills and push himself to the limits. How could he miss on that? Yes, Seline was not suffering from a disease, but she was actually poisoned by a special poison. And the one who had poisoned her was her own daughter when she came into this world. Half an hour later, Keith knew that he had reached his limits and stopped. As soon as the aura stopped soothing her heart, Seline came out of her trance-like state and heard Keith panting heavily behind her. She turned around and found his handsome face and shirt drenched in sweat. Their faces were really close to each other, and her cheeks started warming up because of how charming he was, but she was not some silly girl and did not lose her focus. "Little Keith, are you okay?" she worriedly asked. "I am fine, Aunt Seline," Keith replied while panting. "Just give me a few minutes, and don't call the nurse inside." "Okay." She readily nodded her head, believing in his words. She watched him stagger back to the chair, and plop on it before closing his eyes. When she saw his breathing calm down after a few minutes, she finally felt relieved, and then her focus turned to the state of her body, and with every passing second, her mouth opened a little more in disbelief. She waved her arms in the air like a silly girl, and she could feel every single part of her body. The aching pain that had numbed her senses was no longer present, and when she looked at herself in the mirror that was on the wall, her heart thumped hard in shock. Her skin, which had lost its luster, was once again rosy, and even the sunkenness around her eyes had diminished. Additionally, her posture was straighter and much more graceful. It was just like she had aged nearly a decade. And it was only then that she realized that she was sitting without any support. The realization soon flooded her heart with excitement. When Keith opened his eyes again, he found Seline on her feet, walking gingerly. It had been a very long time since she had walked without support, and her muscle memory needed some time to familiarize herself with this feeling once more. "Be careful." Keith stood up and offered his hand to her, which she gladly accepted, allowing him to escort her as she walked around the spacious ward. "Little Keith, I don't know how to thank you." Tears spilled out of her eyes when finally got the hang of walking. And driven by her emotions, she went forward and hugged him, burying her face in his chest. He was still sweaty, but she did not care. Instead, her curiosity was aroused by how pleasant his smell was. It was not like the odor of sweat that people usually had. Strangely, it felt like a soft scent, and she could not help but inhale it in her lungs. When she finally separated from him, she found Keith wearing a gentle smile. There was no hint of mischievousness in his eyes, and she felt relieved that he had not discovered her liking to his smell. It would have been so embarrassing. "Little Keith, if you have any request, your aunt promises you to fulfill it." She spoke from the bottom of her heart. Your auntie won't feel easy if you ask for nothing in return. She sternly said the last words when she saw him start shaking his head. Aunt does not need to fret over it. I did not help you because I wanted something in return. He smiled at her with clear eyes. What kind of a villain would he be if he was not good at lying? It had always been his forte. And Aunt needs to calm down a little. You are not fully cured yet. As soon as she heard those words, a worry sparked in her mind, but within a few seconds, she managed to gather herself, waiting for him to say that he can fully cure her. Right now, I have suppressed the ailment and eliminated a fraction of it. But to completely get rid of it, I need to do it progressively over a long period of time. I can do it in a year, but there might be some side effects that your body would suffer from, so I have an 18-month plan. I will perform this procedure on you once every month. And you have to be very careful to not stress yourself in that duration. Only keep to light exercises and try to always stay in a peaceful mood. Eat healthy, preferably lighter food. Also, Keith had a light smile on his face at this point. Please do not indulge in any intense sexual activity for the duration of the treatment. Even if she knew that he was saying it as her doctor, she couldn't help but blush at his words. However, she did not shy away from his eyes and nodded her head. I will listen to you. Keith gratefully nodded back to her and then took a deep breath. I know it is now inevitable, but I would like not to be harassed by people coming after me for my medical skills. So try to keep it a secret to only your close family members. Seeing that Seline understandably nodded to him, he smiled at her again. I can tell you that there is possibly no other doctor in the world that can help you with it, so I would like it if you would not approach other people for the treatment. It is also a matter of my dignity as a doctor. She giggled when she heard his last words, but nodded her head again, agreeing to his request. Even if he had not said it, she would have not approached any other doctor. She already had seen the best of the specialists the world had to offer, and they had all even failed in diagnosing her successfully, let alone treating her. Your medicine skills are fierce, little Keith. She passionately spoke. I dare say that you are the best doctor in the world. Of course. Keith narcissistically nodded his head, which prompted Seline to burst out in giggles. By the way, little Keith, what am I suffering from? She curiously asked. I would rather not tell you. He apologetically told her. But rest assured that it was a natural phenomenon and that I can cure it. I can say it with a guarantee that there is no other woman in the world that suffers from this ailment. Oh. So it is a disease that only women suffer from. She picked up on that information and playfully smiled. However, she did not pester him about it. She was about to invite him to sit down with her to chat about his life, but at that moment, the door of the ward opened, and someone came in calling out for her anxiously. Mama. Chapter 10. Seeing Lin Kinayou enter the ward, Keith could not help but feel his heart thump hard against his chest. Her tall slender figure with gorgeous curves was a temptation that ignited a fire in the loins of men, and it was not just her figure that was top-notch, her face was perfect too. She had inherited her Italian mother's features, and had a distinct touch of her Chinese inheritance as well, forming a face that once seen was hard to forget. If he could see her charm value, Keith was certain that it was 94 or 95. And any value 92 and above fell into the category of perfection. Just to look at her had once again roused his desire to conquer her. He had debated if wanted her in his life or not after he had woken up from that nightmare. She was worth it? But he knew that some part of his heart was hell-bent on possessing her. And he was a man who wanted to get everything he desired. Right now, Lin Kinayou was frozen in shock as she watched her mother standing, looking at her with a bright smile. It was not just her that was in shock, the nurse in charge had come inside as well, and she was frozen too, in shock that far surpassed that of Lin Kinayou. As Celine's nurse, she knew very well that it was impossible for Seline to stand up on her own, and she was dazed as she looked at how lustrous and radiant her skin was. But soon her eyes turned to look at Keith, and worship dawned in them. Seline enjoyed the shocked look on their faces, and could not contain her giggles after a while. Mama. When she watched her mother giggle, her eyes became hot, and tears started pouring out of them. She stepped forward, trembling slightly, and when Seline opened her arms for her, she could not restrain herself and lunged at her, wrapping her arms protectively around her. Mama, you. Seeing her daughter cry in happiness in her arms, Seline started crying too. Mama is fine now. And Mama will stay with you for a long time. She gently spoke to her baby girl, and her words made Kinayou start bawling in happiness. Keith was dumbstruck at seeing the cold and elegant Lin Kinayou in his memories cry like a baby girl. But he soon recovered, remembering that Kinayou had only become stone cold after her mother's demise. And he couldn't help but sigh at the love they displayed for each other. It brightened up his mood too. Even if he had only helped Seline out of his selfishness, he still felt that he had done something good. And it satisfied his vanity. Andy, I will take my leave now. he softly spoke after the mother and daughter duo finally separated from each other's embrace. No. And Seline resolutely denied his request. Stay with your aunt for some time. I really want to chat with you. Also, you still have not asked me for anything. I already told you that won't do, she sternly said. Keith sighed helplessly and nodded, which made Seline smile brightly. However, Kinayou was flustered now. And she hurriedly turned around to wipe her face off the tears and saliva, hiding her face from him that was completely red in embarrassment. In her happiness and excitement, she had not paid attention to Keith's presence here, and she had shown a side of her to him and the nurse that even her father had never seen. Keith, what are you doing here? She turned around and asked, a little sternly even if she did not intend to. It was a defensive mechanism to cope with her embarrassment. Instead of answering her question, Keith smirked at her, as if telling her that he saw it all, and Kinayou couldn't help but have her face once more burn in embarrassment. You look really beautiful today, Miss Lin. His words flustered her, and she quickly shied her eyes away from him. Now that was something he had never expected, and it made him frown, but he did not show it on his face. From her reaction, it was clear that she was not immune to his charm, but in his memories, he remembered her always behaving like his charm was useless on her. But it wasn't long before he reached a conclusion about it. Even if the two of them had been classmates for years, at this point in time, Keith had not started pursuing her. And he remembered that in the dream, he started giving her subtle hints from the coming Monday. And the reason why he started pursuing her was because of a bet. Yes, Keith had started pursuing Kinayou after he lost a bet with his friends in an event that he was meant to attend this morning. I thought you guys were going to some underground fighting event. What are you doing at the clinic? Sure enough, as soon as Kinayou asked that question, there was a chill in Keith's heart. And he understood everything. Where did you hear about it? He still had a gentle smile on his face and asked. It isn't a secret. Almost half of the class knows about it. She frowned at him and spoke. Well, I did have such a plan, but I decided to not attend the event. As for why I am here, my personal assistant's mother had an operation yesterday, and I came to drop her off here so she could be with her. He answered her truthfully, and sure enough, she did not miss the information. Your personal assistant? Kinayou curiously asked. I registered a new company yesterday, and we will be starting our operations from Monday. There was no reason to hide this information. Seeing the surprise on her face, Keith laughed in his heart. He knew that Kinayou too had plans to apply for autonomous learning and start her company at the end of the ongoing semester. So of course, his words piqued her interest as they now had something common between them. No one knew what Seline was thinking right now, but as she watched Keith and Kinayou chatting with each other, she had a strange gleam in her eyes. Madam Lin, how are you? A voice interrupted their conversation, and Kinayou hurriedly looked at the nurse and then at her mother. I am fine now. Seline politely nodded to the nurse. And I would like to have a checkup. She knew that even if she did not ask for it, the doctors at the clinic would later insist on it. Yes, Madam Lin. The nurse obediently nodded to her and rushed out of the room to call on a doctor. But before she left, she briefly glanced at Keith with eyes full of worship. Mama, how are you suddenly? Kinayou felt wrong asking this question, so she did not finish it, but both Seline and Keith knew what she wanted to ask. It turns out that little Keith is a genius doctor, who happens to know how to treat my strange sickness, Seline informed her and enjoyed the look of disbelief on her daughter's face. The young lady Lin looked at Keith, and when she saw him lightly nod in acceptance, she was left dumbstruck. Part of her really wanted to brush off her mother's words as absurd, another part of her thought that they were joking with her, and a part of her really believed that it was the case. It did not take long before she was sure that what her mother said was true. After all, what other reason could there be for her current state? But the question remained that how Keith could be a doctor? He was only 18 years old. However, her mother gave her no chance to question Keith about it and pulled both their hands to drag them on the bed with her. Little Keith, do you know that Kinayou is planning on starting her own business too? Seline happily informed him. Really? Keith showed a look of surprise and turned to face Kinayou, who nodded to him. That's great. These years are vital years of our lives, and spending them in the university would hinder our growth. When we have the option of autonomous learning, why not avail it and already start working on our future? Kinayou totally agreed with his train of thought and nodded her head appreciatively. The two of them did not belong to the class of people who pursued a degree to get a job. That certificate of graduation had no real value to them. It was just a minor achievement for them, so why spend the entirety of 4 vital years of their life on getting it? What kind of business do you plan to start? Kinayou curiously asked. For now, real estate. But I will be entering other industries too in the future. Keith briefly told her. What about you? Fashion and cosmetics, Kinayou replied with a hint of pride because both the industries were ones that her family's group was currently not engaged in. That's ambitious. But I know you will succeed. He confidently smiled at her. Kinayou did not know why she suddenly felt warm after hearing his words. Seeing that he had confidence in her, when her own father did not show it, her favorability of Keith rose sharply. How do you have so much confidence in me? She curiously asked. I have an eye for people. And I can feel that you are blessed with a sense of business that only a few possess. He smiled at her. Don't ask me how that works, as it is just instinctive. His words only piqued her interest some more, as even she did not possess such confidence in herself. But overall, she really liked having someone believe in her. It was a strange feeling to have someone other than your family believing in you, and it boosted her confidence a lot. And now that she looked at Keith, her impression of him was totally different from before. To her, he did not look like a spoiled vieux riche who liked wasting his life, living at large, and picking up flowers as the rumors said. Chapter 11. The three of them chatted for a while, before a group of doctors, headed by Director Ethan, arrived in the ward. The shocked expressions they wore when they saw the state of Seline were quite funny. Kinayou was still worried about her mother's health, but Keith and Seline really enjoyed the disbelief and agitation that the doctors were drowning in as they conducted the tests on her. After the results of the tests came out, and Seline was proven to be in good health, the doctors turned to look at Keith with a heated gaze. Even Ethan, the director of Soviana Health Clinic, who was also a proud member of the Royal Medical Academy, looked like he was ready to kneel in front of him. However, Keith had already decided on how he wanted to approach this matter. And he did not give anyone time to approach him and start trying to please him. If you are curious about my medical skills, I can tell you that they are not conventional modern or ancient, Western or Eastern skills. My medical skills come as an inheritance, and I cannot divulge its secrets to the world. So do not bother asking me to teach my techniques to you. His blunt words poured cold water over their excitement, and they looked like lost puppies. If it was someone else, they would have still pestered him, but the person in front of them was the heir of the de Melior family. They did not have the guts to upset him at any cost. But they still looked a little unconvinced. Keith knew that making all these brilliant doctors sad would not be beneficial to him in the future, and it was an opportunity for him to make them subjects who would always respond to his call as loyal dogs. And he was already smirking in his heart. Ethan knew better than the rest that such medical inheritances existed in the world. And it was not something that ordinary mortals like them could afford to deal with. He was about to request the doctors to leave the ward when Keith spoke the next words that left him and the rest of the doctors brimming with excitement. However, I can see how much you all are dedicated to the medical studies, and since my skills are not just restricted to a single field or times, you can consult me if a dire need arises. I will gladly help you. But please, remember to only consult me if it is a dire situation. No offense to you and this noble profession, but I cannot dedicate my life to its cause. I have a lot more responsibilities on my shoulders. He seriously said. Also, please do not divulge my identity as a doctor to the outside world without my permission. We understand, young Master de Melior. Ethan readily nodded his head, and the rest of the doctors promised to listen to his words. Kinayou stood on the side looking at everything in a daze. She could not fathom how all these renowned doctors of the world looked at Keith as if he was the king of medicine. It was not because she doubted his ability, but because she did not have the understanding of medicine that these doctors possessed. They understood that what Keith pulled off by saving Seline was nothing short of a miracle. But what really intrigued Kinayou was Keith himself. He was the same age as her, had been her classmate for years, and she was aware of his academic ability that was on par with her if not better. She always regarded him as a future rival, but now she felt a little inferior to him. And when Kinayou realized that she was yet to thank him for saving her mother, she felt ashamed of her neglectfulness and her heart grew very uncomfortable. Keith. You don't know what it means to me. And words cannot really express my gratitude, but thank you. Thank you for saving my mother. She stepped forward and sincerely said to him as soon as the doctors, with the exception of Ethan, left the ward. It's okay, Miss Lin. Keith politely smiled at her and nodded his head. I am happy with your thanks, so, rest assured. He said and then proceeded to inform her about the 18-month treatment plan he had come up with. He told her how Seline should spend the duration of it, and asked her to keep a check on the diet of her mother. He also recommended a few light exercises that she could help her mother with. Heir de Melior, I would like to invite you to my office for coffee if you have time on your hands. Ethan politely said when Keith was done talking to Kinayou. I have some work to attend to in the afternoon, so I must take my leave now. Keith politely smiled at him. I will visit your office on the day Miss Smith is discharged from the clinic. I will take your word for it, Heir de Melior. Ethan smiled at him. And rest assured that Miss Smith will be looked after with responsibility. Keith nodded to him and then turned to look at Seline to say goodbye. Little Keith, aren't you forgetting something? Seline sternly looked him in the eyes, reminding him that he was yet to make a request to her. Keith sighed helplessly, but it was all a pretense. He already had something in mind that he wanted. Then I will be impolite, Auntie. There is indeed something that you can help me with. He looked at her and smiled. What is it? I want your robin's nest. Seline looked at him in surprise, but then a bright smile bloomed on her face. I will send you the deeds and the keys to that villa by this evening. It's yours now. She accepted his demand. But I must say that you are very greedy. You want your aunt's favorite villa. She smirked at him. Well, I can't help but want it when I look at it. It is a beautiful house. He smiled back at her, not in the least embarrassed by the demand he had made. Seline was not dissatisfied at losing her favorite house to Keith. Instead, she was actually happy in her heart that he wanted it. In her mind, she was already giggling at the thoughts that she entertained. And there was a playful smile on her face after she glanced at her daughter. Kinayou stayed silent on the side, but her heart was really agitated. Robin's Nest was not just her mother's favorite house, but it was also very special to her. She was born there. When she was younger, she had always dreamed of one day bringing her child into this world in the same house that she was born in. She wanted to spend her life in that house with the man she would choose for herself. It was meant to be her nest in the future. Of course, Keith knew all about it. It was the reason why he asked for it. Now, whenever Kinayou will think of Robin's Nest, his face will come up in her mind. And slowly, he will creep into her dreams and become the face of the man she always wanted to spend her life with in that house. Thank you for listening to my selfish demand, Aunt Seline. I will take my leave now. Be safe. He politely said to Seline and nodded to Kinayou before taking his leave. Oh. Little Kinayou, Keith stole your dream house. Seline teased her daughter when the door behind Keith closed. What will you do now? Mama. Kinayou complained and lowered her head in embarrassment. She did not think her mother knew about it, but now she felt even more dissatisfied because her mother gave the house away even after knowing that it was her dream house. Is that house worth more to you than your mother's life? Seline suddenly turned serious and asked. Her question made Kinayou panic and the little girl's mind sobered up from all the dissatisfaction. No, Mama. Kinayou stepped forward and hugged her mother tightly. How can it matter to me more than you? I know. Seline giggled and comforted her daughter by stroking her back. And it is not like you cannot visit that house anymore. Keith is your classmate, and you have known him for years. You two will make really good friends. She did not say anything more, and as Kinayou thought over her mother's words, she could not help but nod her head. After that, Seline made Kinayou tell her more about Keith. And the two ladies chatted happily. Outside the Soviena Health Clinic, inside a limited edition Bentley EXP 100 GT, Keith was looking at the picture of him and his friends. There was a cold glint in his eyes as he stared at each of their faces. He already knew the ones that were superficial friends, who were only there for benefit, but after learning from Kinayou that most of the class knew about their plan for today, he decided to keep an eye on those two that fell with him in the future. I was meant to be pitted from the start. He mockingly chuckled and shook his head. He was meant to lose a bet today, and he was going to accept the dare to make Lin Kinayou fall in love with him. But, unbeknownst to him, Kinayou was going to be made aware of the bet. And that would have led to her having a bad impression of him, which would eventually make it impossible for her to trust him. Had he not known the future, he would have not taken a different approach with Nana. He would have not brought her mother to this clinic. He would have not come here today, but instead would have attended the event as planned, and he would have fallen into the trap that was the beginning of his downfall. As he thought over it, he could not help but laugh mockingly. Chapter 12. Although he excused himself from the clinic saying that he had something to deal with, the truth was that Keith was too tired after performing the node-tracing healing technique on Seline. It had nearly consumed all of his aura reserves, and he was in a dire need to sleep. Keith went to bed as soon as he arrived in his manor, and woke up 6 hours later at dusk. The sleep did the work, and he finally felt vitalized again. He asked for his supper to be sent to his study and got on to the work that he had on his mind. Tonight, he had to finish a very important matter that could not be delayed any longer. With the knowledge of the future, knowing the storylines of various protagonists from the stories he read in his dream, he wanted to form timelines of major events that will be taking place over the course of the next 3 years. Since the first story that the author wrote was his own, and every other story started only after its end, the work he would have to do to recall every minor detail of the past events in those stories was not going to be easy. There was simply not too much information on the past events that did not involve the protagonists and the heroines, and they were not Keith's goals for now. He had realized that the future around him was changing its course, and so he did not want to mess things up by dealing with the protagonists and the heroines ahead of time. The fate plundering system did not explain to him in detail how it worked because it had to urgently go into hibernation mode, but its name was a dead giveaway. And Keith had a pretty good idea of how it functioned. I have to plunder the fate from the protagonists, but I must not rush into it. The storyline needs to be preserved as much as possible in order to keep things under my control. He pondered over the matter and made his decision. His instincts were telling him that he shall not deal with the protagonists ahead of time. Who knows what backlash he might face, and as the favored children of destiny, they were bound to have some sort of heavenly luck. So, there was a high chance of him failing, and it could prove counterproductive. What if because of his actions the protagonists ended up becoming stronger ahead of time? It was a risk that he simply could not take. Also, it would be more fun if I let those protagonists grow and then deprive them of everything that should have been theirs from right under their noses. He smirked and got to work. Even if he could not deal with the protagonists, the heroines, and to an extension with the important supporting characters, it did not mean that he could not change the stories of the miscellaneous characters, and avail from the miscellaneous events that had little to no impact on the lives of the protagonists before the start of their stories. Keith worked till dawn, and by the time he finished, he had formed 2 different timelines. One was about miscellaneous events that were going to take place over the course of the next 3 years, which would prove immensely profitable for his business, and the other was a timeline of some characters that he had picked after much thought. He knew that the enemies he would be facing in the future were not going to be alone. Some of those protagonists were going to have very powerful subordinates and organizations under their commands. And so, he decided to find himself a group of powerful subordinates as well. The ones he picked were either minor characters in the stories or were only mentioned at some point in time. Of course, the list was not long and only contained a few people after he had carefully picked which ones he wanted, but each and every one of them possessed immense potential. And he was going to approach his first target the next weekend. Young Master, Caesar is asking for permission to enter. He has some news for you. Yin informed him. The girl had been standing at the door the entire night he had been working, protecting him silently as his shadow. When he raised his head and looked at her expressionless face and clear eyes, he could not help but gently smile at her. Even if it was just a dream, he was quite angry with himself that he had not appreciated her more. He was the sole reason for her existence, and he had never paid much attention to her. Let him enter. He nodded to her and then started wrapping things up. He saved the timeline of business opportunities on his laptop but got rid of the timeline of his potential subordinates after making sure that he had memorized all the details. Young Master. Caesar politely bowed to him, and after Keith nodded, he took his seat on the table. I have contacted Damian Angalini and informed him about Kiara and what you plan to do. He is rushing over from Orchid City with his wife and son, and will arrive at Samarin International Airport at 10 a.m. That's good. Keith nodded to him. He was not surprised by the anxiousness of Damian. He knew what he would do as soon as he learned about Kiara. Your appointment with Chairman Angalini is set at 3 p.m. in the afternoon, Caesar informed him. You are allowed to only bring 2 bodyguards with you. There was a little worry in his voice as he said that. Don't worry about it, Uncle Caesar. I will be fine. He smiled at him. I will take Victor and Yin with me. As you wish, young master. I will inform Victor. He accepted his master's decision. Damian wants to meet you and Kiara before you head to the Angalini estate. Is that so? He smirked. Tell him that I will meet him, but he will only get to meet Kiara after my meeting with his grandfather. Caesar nodded in compliance, was about to ask for leave when Keith spoke again. I will be going to Bastille City on Thursday. Yin and Victor will go with me. Make the arrangements for a 4-day stay, and it should be somewhere in the Eastern District within a 15-minute drive from the Belle Harbor. Caesar frowned when he heard that, and was quite curious why his young master wanted to go to a minor city like Bastille and wanted to stay near a place that was one of the smuggling hubs of the country. However, he did not ask any questions. It will be arranged, young master. Thank you, Uncle Caesar. He looked at him and politely said. He knew better than ever that having a loyal subordinate like Caesar was the greatest of the blessings. It's my duty, young master. Caesar respectfully bowed to him, and then took his leave. Come here, Yin. He smiled at his shadow and watched her gracefully walk up to him. Yes, master. Give me a massage, my shoulders are a little stiff. Yin obediently came to stand behind him and then used her slender hands to knead his shoulder muscles. Her technique was sublime, and Keith could not help but close his eyes to enjoy the feeling. Yin. Yes, master. Are you in love with me? The sudden question froze Yin, but within a few seconds, she collected herself and continued with the massage. Yin's duty is to protect her master. She has no right to be in love with him. She answered in a monotonous voice. Keith raised his hand, and Yin stopped massaging his shoulders. Is that so? He turned his chair around and looked her right in her beautiful light brown eyes. Seeing her eyes quiver, he smiled and stood up, towering over her. She was 8 years older than him, but her stature was rather small. With a height of 5 feet 2 inches, she was an entire foot shorter than him, and so she had to raise her head to look at him from up close. Keith gently caressed her fair cheek and stroked her cheekbone with his thumb. She was well trained and hid her emotions to the best of her ability, but as soon as leaned in and sipped a kiss from her soft and thin pink lips, she trembled slightly. He evilly smiled at finally getting a reaction out of her, and separated from her after taking another sip of her lips. "You have my permission to be in love with me," he assertively said, and turned around to walk out of the study, leaving her frozen in her place with his words echoing in her mind. Yining watched his leaving back, and soon a rosy blush crept on her cheeks. But as his shadow, she did not dwell much in her thoughts and swiftly followed after him. His taste and warmth still lingered on her lips, and her heart that had always kept her affection for him a secret, now finally free of those shackles, was beating in sweet rhythms. Chapter 13. Where are we going, brother? Kiara was quite curious about why Keith was dressed in a suit and had asked her to wear a dress as well. What was even more strange was that there was a driver in the car. He had never before brought a driver with him when he visited her, but today, he came in a limited edition Bentley EXP 100 GT, with a tall and muscular man driving it. And his pretty bodyguard was with him in the car too, but Kiara was acquainted with her, so her presence was not strange. "We are going to visit the Angalini estate to see Chairman Angalini." Keith lightly smiled at her. "Angalini estate?" It only took her a second to answer her own question. "You mean the Angalini family?" Her eyes widened in disbelief when she recalled the names of the 6 major families in the same Rin city. Angalini family had been quiet in recent years, but they were still immensely powerful and wealthy. Their roots date back to over 2 centuries in the same Rin city, and the power they held in their hands was not worse than that of the de Milior family. And currently, they were the 4th wealthiest family in the city. "Yes." Keith nodded his head. "But why are we going there?" She frowned and asked. "Your mother was the daughter of the Angalini family." He looked at her in her beautiful blue eyes and said. His words caused her body to tense up, and she frantically looked at him. "I know that you are adopted." He gently smiled at her. "And I know that you have long figured out that I am your brother." How?" She lowered her head and asked. "Well, it was a guess, but you just confirmed it." He teasingly chuckled. His words made Kiara feel cold, and all the depression she was feeling was soon washed away by her brimming rage. Her beautiful blue eyes dangerously narrowed at him, knowing that he was messing with her. It was not a guess. He had always known it. And what made her angrier was the fact that Keith did not have anything to say to her about their relationship. She had always been curious as to why Keith had always been there in her life. And her parents, who were actually her adopted parents, had never had any complaints about her meeting him and going out with him. Over the years, she had realized that she looked nothing like her parents. It was quite obvious since her beauty could not have been inherited from either of them. There were no features that she shared with them, but she never voiced her questions, not really minding that she was adopted. They had raised her with care and affection, and she did not have a reason to blame them for anything. Her curiosity about her birth parents had always been there, and one day, she had finally concluded that she was possibly Keith's little sister. They shared a lot of similar features, such as their hands and feet, high cheekbones, pitch black hair, and the shape of the ears. And that was not all, they even had similar tastes in food and shared similar interests. And since Keith was her brother, it meant that Michael de Milior was most likely her father. Being smart for her age, she had long concluded that she was an illegitimate child. "Why are you taking me to the Angalini family?" Kiara seriously asked. "Shouldn't you take me to the de Milior estate since I'm your younger sister?" Keith stared in her eyes for a while, not saying anything, and then leaned on her to plant a kiss on her forehead. "If I bring you to the de Milior estate, my mother will kill you," he said, and smiled when he saw her body tremble at his words. "And it is for the best that you take your mother's family name." "Why?" Kiara lowered her head and asked. Keith knew exactly what her question was directed at. She wanted to know why he planned on disturbing her life and killing all her hopes. "Because." He leaned near her ear and whispered the answer, which froze her mind, but after a few seconds, her misty eyes looked at him in hope. "Really?" "Yes, Kiara." He affectionately smiled at her and planted another kiss on her forehead. As soon as he confirmed it for her, she tightly hugged his arm and rested her head on his shoulder. She closed her eyes and wore a smile on her lips that reflected the happiness that she was basking in. Half an hour later, the Bentley entered through the gate of Angalini estate, and Kiara was in awe of the castle that was similar to the famous Chateau de Chambord but looked even more majestic and fortified. It was a dreamlike home, and she kept staring at it all the way. "Welcome to the Angalini Manor, young Master de Milior." An old man in his 50s, with tall and muscular stature, wearing a black tailcoat, politely bowed to him as he stepped out of the car. Keith stared at the man as he straightened his back and looked right into his cold eyes. He was the head butler of the Angalini family and the man who had killed his maternal grandfather. "Good afternoon, Saul." He lightly smiled. "Is Chairman Angalini awake?" "Yes," Saul nodded to him with a smile. "The chairman is waiting for you in his study. Please come with me." "After you." Keith grabbed Kiara's hand and pulled her inside the Angalini manor, following Saul. Victor and Yining were tensed when they found the shadow guards of the Angalini family stationed inside the manor. They were not just there for security. Their presence was meant to intimidate them. Even if they knew that the chances of anything going wrong were very low, they did not dare to drop their guard and stayed vigilant. Saul was surprised to see that Keith showed no trace of worry in his expressions, and the slight smile on his face had not ceased at all. He inadvertently looked at the girl that Keith brought with him, who was looking around the place curiously, and his heart trembled when he found the resemblance to a beautiful lady he had watched grow up under his care. However, he kept the questions in his heart and did not speak with Keith. If his guess was right, the truth will come out eventually. "Master, Erdemilior is here." Saul knocked on the door of the study and spoke. "Let him enter." An aged but heavy voice called out, and Kiara tensed up at the indifference that the voice reflected. Saul opened the door for Keith to enter, and after nodding to his bodyguards, he pulled Kiara inside the study with him. Yining and Victor pensively stood at the door together with Saul, not saying anything. Inside the study, there was an old and frail man in his early 90s, sitting at the desk, looking at some files. Even if he was very old and weak, his regal presence was profound as ever. This old man was Darius Angalini, master of the Angalini family, and the chairman of the Angalini group of industries. When Keith entered the study, Darius did not even raise his head to look at him, and it showed his stand towards the Demilior family. However, Keith did not mind it and calmly walked over to the desk with Kiara. "Good afternoon, Great Father," he greeted with a smile. The old man's hand stopped when he heard how Keith addressed him, and finally, he raised his head and looked him in the eyes, closing the file and placing it on the table. Demilior and Angalini families were closely knitted to each other with blood ties. Both of Keith's maternal and paternal grandmothers were Angalini, and Chairman Angalini's daughters, which made him the old man's great-grandson. It was the first time that the two of them were meeting each other, and they kept sizing each other up for a while. Darius' eyes finally smiled a little after he was impressed with Keith's demeanor, and nodded to him, gesturing him to take the seat. "Sit, Kiara," Keith called out to the girl by his side when he found her looking intently at the old man. His words brought the attention of the old man to the little girl, and just a look at her in her blue eyes was enough for him to understand her identity. And then his aged gray eyes, which had once been blue, looked severely at Keith for an explanation. "I hope you have an explanation, Erdemilior," the old man gravely said. "She is the main reason why I have come here today, Great Father." Keith did not beat around the bush sharing any pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Speak." Darius gave him permission to state his purpose for coming here. The return of Angalini and Demilior alliance through marriage. Keith looked Darius in the eyes and said, "Kiara Angalini, daughter of Damian Angalini, will wed Keith Argus Demilior, son of Michael and Vanessa Demilior, and become the future lady of the Demilior family." Darius frowned at his words and sank back in his chair, looking at Keith intently. "She's not Damian's daughter." When the old man finally spoke after a few minutes, a smile crept on Keith's lips. He did not show it, but he had been quite tense, and now, the tension was relieved because Darius did not seem to reject his intentions. "She is Uncle Damian's daughter," he meaningfully said and turned silent. "Does your mother know that you have come here today?" Darius spoke again after a while and the frown on his face disappeared. Now, his aged eyes were playful. "She's not the master of the Demilior family, nor is she the heir of the Demilior family," Keith lightly said and kept eye contact. "Is that so?" the old man playfully asked before his expressions turned cold and his eyes bore right into the young man. "Your father's actions brought a lot of shame to my family, Erdemilior. And the blood was shed and remembered. Your son's actions brought more shame to your family, destroyed the relations between our families, destroyed your family, and blood was shed and remembered in my family too." A chilling silence followed after his reply, and Kiara, who was not aware of what they had just talked about, found her hands and feet turning cold in her anxiety. She had never before heard Keith speak so coldly, and her heart was now palpitating in fear. Chapter 14. You could have kept her a secret from us if you just wanted to marry her. But you speak of an alliance, why Erdemilior? Darius tapped his finger in the armrest and asked. It was not that Darius did not know the reasons, but he wanted to listen to them from Keith's mouth. He wanted to see if Keith was honest about his motives or not, and more than that, he wanted to understand the confidence reflected in the boy's eyes. Your health is deteriorating, Great Father. Keith lightly smiled. I am sure your doctors have informed you that you only have a little more than a year of life left in you." The old man did not say anything in reply and just kept looking at him, waiting for him to finish everything he had to say. "The Falcon family already has plans for the Angalini," Keith gravely said as he remembered clearly what would happen after the passing of Darius Angalini. "And Falcon are not alone, they have allied with another major family, the Grayson, and a few minor families to devour the wealth of Angalini. Your business is already infested with moles, just waiting for the right time. And as soon as you die, it will be the end of your business empire. And you know who they are?" The old man lightly smiled and asked. Of course, he was not surprised that the enemies had plans for his family. The enemies have always been there, and Angalini family, in their 267 years of history since their arrival in Samran City, have always stood tall. "I have a list of the key culprits." Keith smiled at him confidently. "And as for the reason why I want this alliance is because the fall of Angalini will embolden the greedy. They will come after the Demilior next. Our family survived the worst of the times in the last 2 centuries because we stood together, but now, we are broken and divided. The list of our enemies is only getting longer, Great Father. And if we stay divided because of a generation's mistakes, it would be an insult to our ancestors that stayed shoulder to shoulder for centuries." He sighed and took a deep breath. "If you agree to accept Kiara in the family, give her the inheritance that was meant for her mother, and agree with the marriage, your estranged grandson and his family are ready to return to the Angalini estate today. I have already talked with Uncle Damien about it. He is also ready to take on the responsibilities of being the future master of Angalini family." He knew that the greatest worry of the old man was his estranged grandson, who left the family after what happened with his sister and did not even show up at the funeral of his parents. Damien and his son were the only males left in the main family. The Angalini family was currently without an official heir. Darius was not willing to hand the power to a branch family, which would only result in a dissatisfaction of the rest of the branch families, leading to an implosion of the Angalini empire. It was not wise to do it. And he knew clearly that if Damien does not return, the annihilation of Angalini is inevitable. He had tried everything in his power to convince Damien to come back, but he always refused. The blow his father had fallen to had sickened Damien, and the injustice that was done to his sister was something he could never forgive. But now that he knew that he had a niece, his sister's blood and flesh, he was willing to do everything in his power to keep her safe. But of course, the premise was that his niece would receive everything that his sister was deprived of. "Are these your words or Damien's words?" Darius smiled and asked, his gray eyes gleaming in hope. "It was Uncle Damien that brought up the inheritance, and the rest was proposed by me and accepted by him," he honestly answered. Darius stopped tapping his finger on the armrest and straightened a little in his chair. "What you propose sounds good, but it is clear that your family gains a lot from this alliance compared to my family. After my death, the Angalini business would take a hit, and by the time my great-grandson is old enough to take the reins of the business, the Angalini would have most likely become a branch to your family." He narrowed his eyes at Keith as if trying to search his soul. "That's still the best option on the table for you," Keith smirked. "But rest assured, Great Father, I won't allow my mother to devour the Angalini family or your business. The hit the Angalini business will take is inevitable, but the severity can be lessened a lot through the alliance. Yes, Uncle Damien cannot take control of the business because of his military responsibilities, but his wife, Danielle, is a successful businesswoman. She can take care of the Angalini business with the help of Saul and the other loyal subjects of your family. She may not be as fierce as my mother, but she is a talented businesswoman." Darius contemplated over his words and sighed. He knew that Keith was right. Even if the Angalini ended up becoming the branch of Demilior, it was still a better result than the extermination of the entire family and the efforts of his ancestors. Things would have been a lot different had Damien not been so stubborn, but years of regret had made Darius realize how his grandson felt about the family, and he could not find it in his heart to blame him for his stand after everything that happened. He took a deep breath to calm down his nerves when the face of his son appeared in his mind. It would forever remain his greatest regret that he had given the power to a fool like him. "Your mother is not a woman who can be controlled, Heir Demilior. Even if you have no intentions against the Angalini, your mother won't miss out on the opportunity the Alliance would provide to devour my family," Darius seriously said. "Great Father, I know my mother better than anyone in the world. Yes, you are right. She would have such thoughts, but I am confident enough to promise you that nothing of such sort would happen. She won't do it," he resolutely said, and there was no smile on his face now. Darius meaningfully looked in his clear eyes, and then sank back in his chair. "Have you talked about everything with your grandparents?" Keith lightly smiled at Darius' question. "I did not inform them about my decision, but in the morning, I received a message from grandfather asking me to be safe. As the heir of the family, he did have his freedom, but his grandfather was still the master of the family. Yes, Caesar would never talk about his affairs to anyone, not even to his mother, but he was obliged to inform his grandfather about his visit to the Angalini estate. And since his grandfather had not asked him to reconsider his decision or stop him from coming here, it meant that he had tactfully approved of his decision and given him a free hand. For Darius, this answer was enough, and he then closed his eyes with a thoughtful expression on his aged face. Kiara nervously looked at her great father, whom she had met for the first time in her life, and prayed that he would agree to Keith's proposal. Tell Damien to come here, since he is her father, only he can accept your proposal for marriage. As for the alliance, inform your grandparents to come to see me. The old man opened his eyes and smiled at Keith. It's been years since my daughter and son-in-law came to see me. I miss them. Keith was overjoyed when he heard Darius's words, and his brilliant smile reflected his happiness. Thank you, great father. He gratefully said. Darius only nodded to him and then turned to look at Kiara. He smiled when he saw the girl not shrinking under his gaze. Thank you, great father. She too conveyed her gratitude, wearing a bright smile on her face, looking straight into his eyes. Darius' smile widened at her words. She had inborn confidence in her bones, and she was a true Angalini, brave, steadfast, but clever. You have not only inherited your mother's eyes, but also her personality. Darius gently spoke, and his voice contained affection for his late granddaughter. She would have been proud of you. I never knew her, but I would love to hear more about her. Would you tell me? She was not a simple girl, and Darius' words did not bother her or made her emotional over the fact that she never knew her birth mother, rather she honestly conveyed her desire to learn about her mother. Of course. Darius nodded to her. And then he started telling Kiara about how her mother was in her childhood. Keith excused himself tactfully, letting the great father and the great daughter have some alone time. Yining and Victor were relieved to see him come out of the study with a happy smile on his face. And Saul took a look inside the room before closing the door again. At ease. He gave the command to his 2 bodyguards and then walked a little away to make a call to Damien Angalini. After the brief call ended, Keith approached Saul. Uncle Damien and his family are waiting in the house 97, Boulevard Street, Greentown Community. Arrange for a team to secretly bring them here. You must make sure that no one gets the gist of their presence in the city. The demilitarized force stationed inside the house will cooperate with you. I will make the arrangements. Saul accepted his words and left the lounge to get to work. Chapter 15 Damien Angalini was a man who looked to be in his late 20s, but the truth was that he was 41 years old. He stood nearly 7 feet tall, and his stocky muscular physique, coupled with his handsome yet hardened face, could easily intimidate the best of the men. And that was without taking into account the oppressive demeanor with which he carried himself. However, right now, he was wearing a very gentle smile with tears in his eyes as he looked at the young girl standing in front of him. Kiara, this is your maternal uncle, Damien, Major General, and third in command of Netherian Dragon Corps. And Uncle Damien, this is Kiara Angalini, a middle school ace student, your niece, and now your daughter. He chuckled as he introduced her. Brother. Kiara pouted in a complaint about mentioning that she was an ace student. She was a little embarrassed as she felt that it was something insignificant to be mentioned, and she knew that Keith was deliberately pulling her leg. Hello, Uncle. She then turned to look at Damien and smiled brightly. From the moment she saw him, she felt a familial connection that made her feel at ease in his intimidating presence. And she was not faking that bright smile. She really was happy to meet him. Damien's smile widened after her greeting, and he stepped forward to gently pat her head. It's better to address me as your father from now on. He was not a man of words and was never really good at expressing his emotions through words, so he did not bother saying anything else to her. Okay, father. She giggled and nodded her head readily. For some reason, she did not find it strange at all to address him as her father. It naturally rolled off her tongue. And looking at him as her father made her feel safer. Good. Damien was pleased and laughed heartily. Come, I will introduce you to your mother and your little brother. Are you not going to see great father? She curiously looked him in the eyes and asked, which made him tense up. He is waiting for you. Damien frowned at her words and then closed his eyes, trying to calm down his turbulent heart. Yes, he had come here for her, willing to take his responsibilities, but that did not mean that he had let go of all the grudges in his heart. He knew that it was unfair to hold his grandfather responsible for everything that happened, but he just could not help his feelings. He always felt that if Darius had intervened in the matters back then, the tragedy could have been avoided. And so, it was more of disappointment than anger that he felt towards his family's old man. Please, father. Kiara pleadingly called out to him. Great father is very old now. Let's not pain his old heart anymore. He told me that he terribly misses you. All right. I will listen to you. Damien just couldn't bring himself to refuse her. It was the first thing she had asked of him. How could he refuse her? Inside his heart, he was nervously chuckling as he found her personality just the same as that of her late mother. Damien just hoped that she did not inherit the menacing side of his sister's personality, or else, they were all in a lot of trouble. But some part of his heart was really hoping to see such a side of her. Keith smiled when he saw his little sister being clever as ever, and appreciatively patted her head. "Uncle, you can take your time with Greatfather. I will introduce Kiara to Aunt Danielle and little Ben." Damien nodded to his words, and then looked at the two siblings again. He was immensely relieved in his heart to see that the two got along really well. At first, he had his reservations against Keith's plan to marry her, and he had already vowed to make an enemy out of him if he found Kiara against the idea. But now it seemed that his worries were unnecessary. It was clear by the way she looked at him that she loved him dearly. After Damien walked past them and entered the study to meet his grandfather, Keith grabbed Kiara's hand and led her to the lounge where Danielle and Benjamin Angalini were sitting. Seeing the two of them walk in, a little chubby boy, around the age of 6, happily ran over to them. "Keith." He happily called out and curiously looked at Kiara, intrigued by her beauty and eyes that were the same as his. "Who's this beautiful girl?" "She's your older sister, Ben." Keith ruffled his head. "Really?" The sudden gleam in the little boy's eyes melted Kiara's heart and she crouched down to gently pull on his chubby cheeks. "Yes. I am your older sister, Ben. And we will be living together from now on." "Wow." Ben did not mind that his cheeks were pulled. He was quite used to people pulling on them, and Kiara was being very gentle, so he had no complaints. "Mama. See? I have an older sister too now. Can I go play with her?" He expectantly looked at his mother, who had just come over. "Not now, Ben. You first have to meet your greatfather," Danielle gently said, and after Ben obediently nodded his head, she patted him before looking at Kiara curiously. The two of them curiously looked into each other's eyes. Just like her and Damien, Danielle too possessed those same blue eyes, but her hair was not the shade of dark brown like her son and husband but was black, a shade duller than hers, but close enough. Danielle seemed to have sensed what was going on in Kiara's mind and she smiled brightly. "I am an Angalini too. And I belong to the Cameron City Angalini family." There were several Angalini branch families that were settled in different cities of Netheria and Italy, and Danielle belonged to Cameron City, which was a metropolitan city in the neighboring province of Melodia. Kiara understandably nodded her head, and then brightly smiled at her. "You are beautiful," she honestly said. Danielle possessed a very warm and motherly aura about her. She was of an average height, but her figure was simply perfect. Round, but wide hips, slim waist, ample blossom, long neck, and coupled with her Angalini features, she possessed an innocent heart-shaped face that was quite beautiful to look at and admire. "Thank you." Danielle was pleased with her words. "But I must say that my beauty is nothing when compared to you. It's simply enviable that you are even more beautiful than Alicia." She teasingly pouted, which made Ben and Keith chuckle at her words. She knew that she was beautiful, but compared to Kiara, she felt that she was rather pale. It was just the same feeling she felt when she was around Alicia, who was Kiara's real mother. And since women were creatures of envy, and she was not cleansed of this sin, she could not help but envy her a little, and voiced her thoughts honestly. "Thank you, Mother." She knew her charm and was used to having eyes filled with envy staring at her, but Danielle's words made her feel warm in her heart as they were honest but devoid of any ill feelings. Hearing Kiara call her mother, Danielle sighed in her heart and stepped forward to hug her, and planted a kiss on her head. "Your mother and I were best of friends, and I promise you that I will always take care of you as if you are my own child." She gently spoke to her. "Never shy away from me, and if you have any troubles, do speak to me. I will be your mother, and I will be your friend so that my dear daughter can talk about her feelings freely with me." Listening to her words, Kiara's eyes couldn't help but turn misty. She obediently nodded her head, finding it hard to find words to reply to her, and subconsciously tightened her arms around her, which made Danielle happy at being accepted by her. Perhaps it was because of their blood relationship that Kiara felt much closer to Damien and Danielle in a few minutes than she did to her adopted parents who had raised her all her life. And this familial blood connection came with a sense of security that made her feel protected. She had been quite nervous about everything, but it was all turning out to be a happy affair that she appreciated from the bottom of her heart. Keith stayed on the side smiling as he looked at the two of them chatting happily. They could easily pass as mother and daughter, and he was relieved to see that Danielle looked at Kiara as her own child. As the memories of what the future would have been like had he kept Kiara's existence a secret emerged in his mind, he could not help but shake his head in disappointment at himself in those memories. Just because he was too cautious about her safety and fearful of his mother, he had deprived her of the happiness that she deserved. This is how things were meant to be, and Kiara deserved to be surrounded by her blood family. Keith felt like a burden that had been weighing on his heart was lifted, but at the same time, he was a little apprehensive of his mother's wrath that he would have to face and prevail through. Keith. Ben happily grabbed his hand when he found his mother busy talking with Kiara. Come, let's play chess. I will beat you this time. Okay. He chuckled and allowed the little boy to lead him over to the seats in the corner where a chessboard was placed. They had a game earlier in the morning when he met them, and Keith later helped Ben beat Damien in a match, which made the little boy his fan. Needless to say, the little boy stood no chance against a villain like him, who was unwilling to let him win. Chapter 16. Keith walked towards the demillior manor with his hands in his pockets, leisurely looking at the dark sky that was showering the first snow of the winter in Samron. Yinying and Victor were quite surprised to see him totally comfortable in the cold weather. They knew very well that Keith had not yet started cultivating, but it did not look like he was pretending to not be bothered by the cold. Master, shall I bring you a coat? Yinying politely asked. No need. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, exhaling a small cloud of fog. You should have told me earlier that cold feels so pleasant once you have broken past the body refinement stage, and I wouldn't have wasted so many years not cultivating. Master. Victor's eyes widened in astonishment. You are. He smiled at their reaction and drew his hand to Yinying. Understanding what he was asking her to do, she stepped forward and grabbed it, scanning his body. Peak of Foundation Profound Realm? The disbelief in her voice reflected the chaos her mind was in. The shock proved too much for the cold Yinying, who had trained for years to control her emotions. Peak of Foundation Profound Realm? Victor looked at Keith in amazement. He knew that Yinying would never joke about it. Master, when did you start cultivating? On Friday morning, Keith smirked at him and replied. Are you serious? Yes. He seriously nodded his head. What? Victor was a simple-minded man and believed his master's words without doubting them. How is that possible? But the question still remained. Yinying was much calmer than Victor, but her mind was in chaos too. She remembered checking Keith's body on Friday morning when he had abruptly woken up from a nightmare. He had not started cultivating at that time. And now, 2 days later, he is at the peak of Foundation Profound Realm. There were no words that could describe this situation. To start on the path of cultivation was not an easy task. The first realm of the 5 mortal realms was the Foundation Profound Realm, and it was the trickiest of all 5. There were 3 phases of Foundation Profound Realm: aura circulation, body refinement, and finally, aura soul formation. For a person to complete an aura circulation, opening all the aura channels in their body, usually took around 7 to 12 months. For some inborn geniuses, it still took up to 5 months. The next stage of body refinement was harder and required more time. Even Yinying, who was hailed as a genius, took 12 months to successfully refine her body. However, the most difficult phase was the aura soul formation, where the aura of the person starts taking the form of a beast, depending on the personality of the individual. And the completion of aura soul generally took 5 to 8 years. It also depended on the type of beastly form, but for someone to successfully form his aura soul in less than 4 years was unheard of. Don't tell anyone about it. And if someone asks you later, tell them that I have been cultivating for 5 years. Okay? He seriously said to the 2 of them. Yes, Master. Both Victor and Yinying nodded their heads and managed to gather their wits, but their hearts were now uncomfortable. They spent years to get past the Foundation Profound Realm, and their master was on the verge of stepping out of it in just 2 days. How could it not make them feel uncomfortable? If he continues cultivating at this pace, would he still have a need for them to guard him? Won't they become useless? Keith was not worried that they would give away his secret. The 2 of them were his most trusted subordinates, and unlike the rest of the shadow guards in the Demillior family, the 2 of them were only answerable to him alone. And he had deliberately revealed the secret to them, to make them uncomfortable. And in just a minute, he saw the result he wanted to see. Yinying and Victor's eyes were brimming with determination to get stronger. Ever since the 2 of them had taken the job of his bodyguards, they had not had enough time on their hands to cultivate. It was especially the case with Yinying, who had been stuck in the late stage of Great Profound Realm for 4 years now. Focus on getting stronger if you want to stay by my side. He simply said without looking at them, and they both nodded to his command. Victor was at the peak of Nascent Profound Realm, only a step away from entering the Great Profound Realm. And he was determined to enter the next realm before Keith breaks past the Foundation Profound Realm and enters the Nascent Profound Realm. And as soon as Keith entered the manor, he darted off towards his quarters to cultivate. Go and get some rest, Keith commanded Yinying, who was still following him, before walking towards his mother's room. When he arrived outside her room, he came across a middle-aged woman who looked to be in her mid-40s. She had peculiar gray hair, which was not because of her old age, but the natural color of her hair, and as soon as she saw him, she respectfully lowered her head. Is mother in her room, Sybil? Yes, young master. Did you tell her where I went today? The sudden question froze her mind, but then she recovered and kept her head lowered, not saying anything. Go, get some rest. Don't stand here. He was not angry with her for what she had done. She was his mother's shadow, just like Yin was his shadow, and her job was to do as her master commanded. Sybil was responsible for gathering information for his mother, and he knew that his activities of the day did not miss her. He had asked Caesar to not try to cover his tracks when he visited the Angalini estate. Keith knocked on the door of his mother's room after Sybil walked away, and without waiting for her call, he entered and closed the door behind him. Mother. He politely greeted her when he found her sitting on the couch, with her pet mountain lion resting its head in her lap. She was softly running her fingers through its coat, brushing it, which was making the big cat purr in satisfaction. His heart constricted when she raised her head to look at him with those tear-stricken red eyes. And he immediately walked up to her in worry. His movement disturbed the big cat, but it simply jumped off the couch and walked to the other side of the room, as if understanding that it better not be around what was about to happen. Where were you? Vanessa asked in a hoarse voice. Keith frowned at the coldness in her voice and came to stand right in front of her, looking her in the eyes. You already know where I was, mother. I want to hear it from your mouth. She coldly said, which only made him frown deeper. I went to see Greatfather. As soon as he said that, Vanessa stood up, clenching her fists tightly, trying her best to control the urge to slap him. Why? You can hit me if you want, mother. He lightly smiled at her and said, not answering her question. And he got what he asked for. A loud smack sounded out in the room after Vanessa's palm connected his left cheek. Had it been anyone else, Keith would have sentenced that person to death in his heart. But it was not someone else but his mother, and he did not mind it. He was actually relieved that she hit him because she managed to control her rage as soon as she hit him, regretting it. It was the first time in her life that she had raised her hand at him, and a tear slipped out of her left eye in pain. Why would you go there? She asked, half crying. Because I had to, mother. He turned to look at her in the eyes and said, it is for the best of our family. They killed my father and brother. My mother died because she could not cope with the loss of her husband and son. They were your grandparents and uncle. She hysterically shouted at him. How could you do this to me? She rested her forehead on his chest and smacked it with her fist, again and again, repeating the question. But Keith stayed silent. Greatfather lost his daughter and son-in-law, and he lost his son and daughter-in-law. He lost his grandchildren, and now only you and Uncle Damien remain. Tell me, mother, is his loss any less than ours? He questioned her once she calmed down. It was his son who took the first step. She pushed him away and glared at him. It was them that started it all. And now they are on the verge of destruction. Then let them be destroyed. She dangerously said. It should not be your concern. Keith lightly smiled at her when he heard her words. They are family, mother. He is your grandfather. And Uncle Damien is your cousin. He lightly said. Are you really asking us to turn our backs on them when the enemies are ready to devour them? His words only angered Vanessa more. Who is she? And she finally got to the point that worried her the most. Who is who, mother? He playfully asked. The girl you took with yourself to the Angalini estate. Keith turned silent after he heard her words. And kept looking her in the eyes. Did grandfather call you? He guessed and asked, and Vanessa's silence meant that he guessed right. Chapter 17. Keith knew that his grandfather would not reveal the identity of Kiara to his mother. He would never want to interfere in this matter. Her name is Kiara. She is my fiancée, and the future lady of the de Milior family. He looked into her deep brown eyes and answered her question. I asked you, who is she? Vanessa narrowed her eyes dangerously at him, which made Keith frown. She is Alicia Angalini's daughter. My half-sister. He did not hide the truth from her because he knew that she would figure it out eventually. The resemblance Kiara shared with Alicia was not weak, even if others don't see through it, Vanessa would not miss it. As soon as Vanessa heard his words, her mind felt light and dizzy, making her stagger. Mother. Keith immediately rushed forward and locked her in his embrace, supporting her. His heart trembled when he heard her start sobbing and picked her up in his arms before sitting on the couch. He did not dare to let go of her, and tightened his embrace, slowly stroking her back. If there was one person Vanessa hated the most in her life, it was Alicia. And the hatred had not gone away even after the latter's death. The relationship Vanessa shared with her was very complicated. When young, the two girls were like sisters, inseparable. But once they grew up, they drifted away because they desired the same thing. And it was Keith's father, Michael. They both wanted to become his first wife, future lady of the de Milior family, and since only one of them could have that position, they started looking at each other as enemies. As fate would have it, Vanessa ended up becoming the lady of the Demilior family after the Angalini family broke the marriage pact between Michael and Alicia. She won, but that was not the end of it all. Tragedies struck, and the man she loved the most ended up broken as well. Michael loved Alicia, and even after it looked like they were not meant to be, he still did not give up on her even if it meant war. But things were not that simple. When Michael realized that he could not bring Alicia into the family as his second wife, after all the blood that had been shed, he made the gravest mistake of his life. He decided to hand over the position of the master of the family back to his father, and gave all the business responsibilities to his wife, so that he could quietly go away with Alicia, leaving their families behind. "I will kill her, Keith." Vanessa faintly spoke after she regained some composure, and it made Keith tremble under the cold chill that spread in his heart. "I will kill her just like I killed her wretched mother." Keith closed his eyes in pain when he heard her words, and tightened his arms around her. He remained silent for a while, and after Vanessa finally stopped sobbing, he planted a kiss on her head. "You won't harm her, mother," he lightly said to her. His words made her dangerously smile, and she raised her head to look him right in his eyes. "Is it a dare or a threat?" she coldly asked. "A threat, mother," Keith replied with an equally dangerous glint in his eyes. His answer made her heart go cold, and a smile on her face stiffened. "You are just like your weak father. I am not like him." He shook his head and cut her off. "I won't leave you alone. Never." He leaned in and planted a kiss on her forehead. Keith still remembered vividly the day his father died. He was with him in the car when his father received that call, informing him that Alicia had been killed. He still remembered the tears that had immediately poured out of his eyes, he remembered the mournful cry that escaped his mouth after the call ended. And he still remembered the crash that followed. His father had lost himself to his grief and lost control of the car, which ended up with a head-on collision with a truck. But at the last moment, he did regain some clarity and shielded his son with his body. "Protect your little sister for me, Keith. I know I am a useless father, but promise me this selfish request. Protect her from your mother." The words of his father before he took his last breath were still fresh in his mind. "I hate him too, mother." He lightly smiled at her. His words were honest. The injuries Michael had suffered in the crash were fatal, but a cultivator like him could have survived through it all if he had the will to. But Michael wanted to die and join Alicia in the hereafter. His guilt would not let him live. "And I hated Aunt Alicia too for a while. But I could never bring myself to hate Kiara." He wiped his mother's tears with the back of his fingers and stared right into her eyes. "I love her," he told her, and her body trembled at his words. "But I would never leave you for her." He promised her and gently smiled. "And I would never leave her for you." Rage, anguish, betrayal, helplessness, and pain washed over Vanessa when she heard his words. "She stole my husband, and her daughter steals my son from me." She mockingly laughed. "Mother." He raised his voice at her and coldly looked her in the eyes, jolting her away from her madness. "Why? Did I say anything wrong?" She sweetly smiled at him, but her pain was clearly reflecting on her face. "Yes. You are wrong." His eyes softened when he saw her in pain. "No one, not even Kiara, can replace you in my heart." "How can anyone replace you? You are my mother." He planted a kiss on her forehead. "I love you." Vanessa half smiled at his words and then pushed him away, freeing herself from his arms and standing upon her feet. "You are a good liar, Keith. But your mother can see through you," she coldly said. "Get out of my room." Keith frowned at her words and stood up, facing her. She shied her eyes away from him, but he did not miss on the glint of madness in them. And his heart turned cold. "You must not harm her, mother," he threateningly said, and heard her madly laugh at his words. "I will kill her, my dear son." She smirked at him. "You lied to me for her. And you say you love me, but only because you want to protect her. Doesn't that mean that you only love her, little Keith?" She stepped forward and gently caressed his cheek. "Mother promises you, if you kill yourself after losing her, your mother will kill herself too. Because I do love you." Keith lowered his head when he heard her words, and his body trembled in rage. Seeing his reaction, Vanessa smiled brightly. "What's wrong, my dear child?" she sweetly asked. "Do you now want to kill your mother to protect the girl you love? You think you know me, mother? You don't," he coldly said and stepped forward, capturing her lips. His brazen hands clawed her dress and started ripping it apart before she could even understand what was happening. Vanessa's mind went blank the moment Keith's lips were planted on her. Her eyes were widened in shock, and her heart slowed down before it started racing madly. "Keith, what are you doing?" she asked in disbelief when she was thrown onto her bed and saw her son taking off his clothes. "Why, mother? Are you scared?" There was madness reflecting in his eyes that made her heart palpitate in fear, but at the same time, the deepest and darkest desire in her heart started spilling out. He gave her no time to react and climbed on top of her, right between her legs, pressing her under his weight. She writhed in the struggle a little, but the heat emanating from his body against her naked skin was too comforting for her to really resist it. "I did not lie to you." He evilly chuckled as he slid her panties away, and then pressed the glands against her burning lower lips. He leaned down and captured her soft warm lips again before separating from her and locking eyes with her. He gently pressed his weight forward, and his member slid inside of her warm cave. The moment he broke inside her body, her breath got stuck in her throat, and a tear slipped out of his right eye. Little by little, he kept entering her, and filled her depths to the brim, all the while keeping his eyes locked with hers. Her warm, wet, velvety folds wrapped tightly around him, and the pleasure that shot through his spine flared the fire in his loins. "It feels heavenly inside of you, mother." He grinned at her as he saw the tears pooling out of her eyes. "Why, Keith?" She stared into his eyes and asked in a conflicted expression. "Because I want you," he replied, and then started moving inside of her, gently, but with deep thrusts. Keith sneaked his hand under her back and unclasped her bra, freeing her supple and large breasts from the captivity. He then used his left hand to play with her mound, squeezing and clawing it, losing himself to its soft suppleness. And when he teased her pink nipple, pinching it, he earned the pleasurable whimper from her. He hardened his thrusts inside of her when he saw her trying to resist him, hitting the door of her womb every time after nearly pulling out of her. Feeling her insides tightening around him and secreting more love juices as a result of his assault and her flaring lust, he chuckled and leaned near her ear. "You think that I do not know about your obsession with me, mother?" His words made her body tremble, and she shied her eyes away from him, but now she no longer tried to suppress her moans. Vanessa locked her arms around his neck, and her right hand gently caressed and pulled the hair on his head. Closing the distance between them, she started planting wet kisses on his neck as she nuzzled her face into it, inhaling his scent that made her warmer. "Faster," she whispered near his ear as the itch inside her lower body got stronger. "Yes, mother," he playfully said and increased his pace. As if provoked by his words, she wrapped her toned long legs around him and pulled him harder onto her. It had been years since she last had sex, but that did not mean that she was an inexperienced lady who would turn mushy under his assault. Her walls started squeezing him harder, and soon Keith started grunting as he tried to not lose to the pleasure. His hands dug into the soft mattress, nearly tearing it as he resisted the urge to come inside of her. "Give up, baby," Vanessa smirked when she saw her son trying to resist the pleasure she was giving him. "Your mother wants you to paint her insides with your essence. Claim me," she devilishly whispered. Keith nearly lost himself there, but he survived. Letting go of the mattress, he used his hand to play with her breast and used his lips to nibble onto her neck while tracing her jugular vein with his tongue. A blissful moan escaped Vanessa's lips, and she found herself on the losing end. He was much bigger than his father, and his technique was not bad at all. Every thirst made her experience inexplicable pleasure, and soon she was driven by her lust, with her head getting lighter and lighter. "You are mine, mother. Forever and ever." He nibbled onto her earlobe after he sweetly whispered those words, and Vanessa screamed out as her mind went blank, hugging him tightly. He really wanted to go on, but when her insides suddenly clamped onto his hardness, he could no longer resist it. Tears slipped out of Vanessa's eyes as she felt the warmth burst into her womb. Her body could not stop trembling as the result of the powerful orgasm that she had just experienced, and her arms and legs soon turned soft. When Keith felt her hold loosen, he put his arms under her waist and flipped over to have her lying on top of him. He gently brushed his fingers on the fair, soft skin of her back as Vanessa rested her head on his chest, catching her breath. "I love you." He planted a kiss on her head. "But if you harm Kiara, I will never touch you again." As soon as he whispered those words, a dangerous gleam emerged in her eyes, and then she straddled his waist and locked his arms on top of his head. "Is that so?" she asked with a smile as she came close to his lips. "Yes," he resolutely said, but ended up hissing when she nibbled onto his lip and took his length inside of her again. "You're too weak to stop me." She giggled and then started moving on top of him. The lazy mountain lion could not sleep all night due to their antics, but it was a wise animal and did not dare to voice out his dissatisfaction. Chapter 18 Take care, he gently said and sipped a kiss from her lips. Nana timidly nodded with a beautiful blush, and quickly ran out of the vehicle. He couldn't help but chuckle as he watched her brisk away towards the building of Samarin High School, ignoring the eyes of the students that were chasing her. She had requested him to keep it low-key when they decided to go to the university together, and so he agreed. However, there was nothing low-key in his garage, and he playfully settled on the Mercedes-Maybach AMG G99 EV. Nana did not know much about the cars, and so she thought that it really was low-key compared to the other cars in the garage. Unfortunately for her, This SUV was a limited edition vehicle, with only 99 units in the world, which screamed of performance and luxury. Each unit cost just over 2.1 million Naras, and any car enthusiast would salivate at mere the sight of one of these. There were students already whispering, and a few who recognized the model could not take their eyes off it. After Nana disappeared inside the building, he drove off towards the School of Business and Finance. The university was spread over an area of 20,000 acres, most of which was forested, and Keith had a lot of time on his mind now to mull over what happened with him last night as he drove onto the beautiful forest road. His waist was still a little stiff, and his body was feeling unusually light. It was all due to the lack of sleep, and the fervent lovemaking sessions with Vanessa that seemed to never end. Keith would never admit it, but he was scared of his mother's insatiable lust now. She was a succubus. And she let out all of her years of pinned-up lust on him last night, not showing any mercy. He experienced pleasure that he had never before felt in his life, and he could still feel the lingering warmth of her body on his skin. Just a little attention to this feeling ignited a fire in his lions, and he had to bite on his lower lip to jolt himself away from the lustful reverie. Over the night, he had managed to reach a tacit agreement with her regarding Kiara, and he was at peace for now. As long as his little sister behaves herself, Vanessa would let her be. Even though he was certain that she would not make things easy for Kiara, Vanessa's willingness to tolerate his little sister was more than he could have ever asked for. Troublesome woman. He sighed and helplessly shook his head, but couldn't help the smile that crept on his lips. Yes, she was a pain, but she was his mother, and one of the only two women he really loved in his life. Keith parked the car in his usual parking spot, and calmly got out. He didn't need it, but he still put on the royal blue trench coat before walking towards the building. As usual, there were whispers around him, with people waving at him and greeting him with smiles. However, no one came forward to bother him. It was 9:45 a.m., and there were still 45 minutes left in the start of the day's first lecture, so Keith decided to finish the official procedure of his application for autonomous learning. Aunt May had already submitted the application on his behalf on the Friday morning, so all he had to do now was visit the dean's office to collect the official form signed by the dean, recheck the details, sign it, and submit it to the program coordinator's office. My apologies, Mr. de Milior, Dean Marcus is attending a meeting right now. A middle-aged, well-kept secretary greeted him, and then handed him his signed autonomous learning form. He asked me to give this to you in case you come here early in the morning. Thank you. Keith nodded to her and then walked off towards the program coordinator's office. He checked the details one last time before signing it, and then entered the office after knocking once. An old man in his late 50s, wearing horn-rimmed glasses, lifted his eyes from the computer and looked at him. Mr. de Milior. After realizing who had entered the office, his demeanor swiftly changed and he respectfully stood up to greet him. Coordinator Wells. He nodded to the old man and then looked at the beautiful lady that was sitting in the office, holding a file. Miss Grayson. He politely smiled at the golden blonde girl. Herr de Milior. She looked at him in surprise, but masked it well and replied politely before getting back to filling a form. Keith did not know why the young lady of the Grayson family was in the office, and he did not really care about it. How may I help you, Mr. de Milior? Wells smiled and asked. I am here to submit this form. Keith simply handed it over, and the coordinator was quite surprised to see what the form was about. Do you want to check the information one last time? I have checked it. It's all good. After Keith's reply, the coordinator got to work and scanned the form before working on it. All done. The coordinator smiled at him. You don't need to attend the university after the finals of the ongoing semester. 3 years later, assessment exams will be held, and you will have to go through them before joining back the class in the last semester. The date sheet of assessment exams will be sent to your mail 4 weeks prior to the exams. Thank you. Keith smiled at him and then glanced at Rebecca Grayson, who was still pretending to read the file, before walking out of the office. The Grayson family was a powerful and wealthy family that arrived in the Sameron city over 100 years ago. Recognized as one of the 6 major families in the Sameron city, the Grayson were part of the same fraternity as the de Milior family. However, contrary to public view, the relationship between the two families was not harmonious in the least. It was mainly because all the industries that the Grayson operated in were ruled by de Milior family, and the Grayson wanted to surmount them, which led the two in a constant business warfare. For de Milior, it was a healthy competition, but for Grayson, it was a constant struggle. Rebecca Grayson was the first child of current master of the Grayson family, and elder sister of Julian Grayson, who was the heir of the Grayson family, and Keith's classmate. As Keith walked over to his class, his mind was occupied with the thought of Rebecca and what the future held. This beautiful golden blonde girl was among the main heroines of the story, and was Yi Tian's future second wife. Though the Grayson, Lin, and Falcon families were not individually as strong as the de Milior family, Together they could push the Demilior to a stalemate. And that was what happened in his dream of the future. His heart clenched when he recalled how his mother had fought after his death. She alone had rained hell on the city in her vengeance, nearly destroying the three families, killing the key supporting characters, but how could she have won against the Child of Destiny? When Yi Tian saw that the Demilior could not be taken out with power and wealth even after losing their heir, he had grown mad. And then, driven by rage and guilt of losing the people that supported him, he took the matters in his hands and assassinated Vanessa, ready to bear all the consequences. However, at the last moment, his loyal subordinate saved him by becoming a scapegoat. Just another perk of being the Child of Destiny, you could always bail out of any dire situation. Hey, Keith. As soon as he entered the class, a group of boys came over to him. Hey. Resting his thoughts aside, he greeted the boys with a light smile. His amiable expression did not let out any trace of coldness in his heart that he felt towards most of them. Where have you been? A burly brown-haired boy, who was his childhood friend, sternly asked. You did not show up in the fight club, and you did not even pick up the calls or check our messages. I was busy, Hal. Family duties. Keith cut him off and briefly said. Oh. And that was enough of an explanation for Hal. Ah well, it can't be helped. But Keith, you missed out on a wonderful fight. An underdog managed to take out the hot favorite in the second round, but lost in the third round to the crippled opponent. A healthy boy, with neat-shot black hair, enthusiastically informed him. Don't talk about it, James. I lost so much money because of him. The tallest in the group with a goatee, whose name was Eric, groaned and complained, and the two other boys, who had remained silent, nodded their heads. Serves you well. James shot back at him and then turned to look at Keith. We are planning for a drag race on the weekend. Up for it. I am out. Keith shook his head and sat back on his desk. Come on. Julian is going too. It will be fun. James insisted, but Keith shook his head. I am busy these days. You guys have fun. Hey. Keith Demilior refusing a car race, that's a new one. A blond boy with a chiseled jaw and blue eyes walked up to them and smiled brightly. Lucky you will get to win this time. Keith smirked at him, which caused the boys around him to chuckle at his words. I guess so, but it won't be fun. Julian sighed and sat on a desk too, facing him. I heard that you are applying for autonomous learning. What? Everyone who heard those words looked at Keith in shock, but he ignored them. Rebecca? Julian nodded his head, not denying it. So what are you up to? Joining your family business? No. He shook his head. I am planning on starting my own business. There was no need to hide that information, as everyone would get to know about it in a couple of weeks, and so he himself revealed it to them. What sort of business? Julian curiously asked, and everyone looked at him waiting for his answer. Real estate. His answer pretty much disappointed them, as it was not something new and fun. The Demilior family was already in real estate business, which would help Keith a lot, and so it was a safe choice. That's no fun. James voiced out his thoughts, expressing disinterest in the subject. So you had a wild night, eh? He teasingly asked when he caught sight of a hickey on Keith's neck. Keith only smiled back at him, not saying anything, and then stood up to sit down on his chair. The rest of the boys scurried away too as the lecturer entered the class. Hal was about to sit beside Keith when someone came over. Excuse me, may I sit here? The beautiful girl politely asked, and Hal was shocked to see who it was. Sure. He nodded his head and walked away, glancing at Keith and the girl meaningfully. Good morning, Miss Lin. Keith lightly smiled and greeted her. Good morning, Herr Demilior. Kinayou lightly smiled at him. I want to formally invite you to tonight's dinner at our home. Not a party? Keith smirked. Mother does not want to hold a party. Kinayou shook her head. But she would hold it if you want one. Her words. No need. Dinner is fine. Keith smiled and accepted the invitation. Chapter 19. A dinner, hey? Vanessa smirked when Keith informed her about his plans for the evening. Do you want that girl? She straightforwardly asked. Yes. He simply nodded and kept stroking her back as they cuddled on the couch. Vanessa took the day off work and stayed at home waiting for him to return from the university. She prepared lunch for him, and fed him with her hands before climbing over and cuddling with him, talking about miscellaneous things. His honest admission surprised Vanessa, and she couldn't help but frown. A plaything or a wife? A wife. Kinayou is special. And what makes her special? Vanessa raised her head and looked at his face. She's intelligent, clever, motivated, and almost as beautiful as you. He planted a kiss on her forehead and smiled at her. His words were an admission that she was more beautiful than her, which pleased her. She will make a good daughter-in-law to you. It won't be easy. Her father won't cave in and allow his eldest child to become a second wife to you. If it was the position of the lady of Demilior family. I don't need his permission. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. What I want belongs to me, and if he stands in the way, he will be eliminated. He also knew that Vanessa was deliberately saying it, so that she could favor Kinayou over Kiara, but he was not going to allow anyone to bully his little sister. The coldness in his voice made her body go stiff. It was for the first time in her life that she heard him speak so coldly, not hiding the malice in his voice. It was as if Lin Haoshan and him had some sort of eternal hatred. Lin family is not as powerful as our family, but they are worth over 60 billion naras. It won't be easy to deal with him. Vanessa did not dissuade him, but reminded him. Don't do anything reckless. Why would I do anything reckless? He chuckled at her words. My dearest mother, it is you who is going to help me destroy Lin Haoshan. Once he is weakened, he will be helpless against the wish of his daughter. Vanessa frowned at his words and got out of his arms, sitting on his side and narrowing her eyes at him. His hands are not clean, and if done right, the Lin family will come crashing down once his deeds are exposed. He knew that he finally had his mother's attention, so he got to the point. I have information about his deeds. Vanessa was an ambitious woman, and she had always wanted to weaken the major families in the city. However, ever since she had taken the charge of the business, her focus was solely on making sure that their family regained absolute control over the public companies under their group, so she had not had time to deal with those families. In last 12 years, the net worth of their family had fallen from 75 billion naras to now 66 billion naras, and the reason behind it was her goal to buy back the shares of the public companies to ensure that the Milior family owned more than 66% of the shares in each of them. Yes, there was a loss in the family's net worth, but in turn, their family business was more secure than ever. Evidence or speculation? Keith smiled at her words and then started typing on his cell phone, listing down the crimes and unethical activities of Lin Haoshan that included scandalous affairs, murder, arson, corporate espionage, bribery, and dealings with underworld forces to eliminate his competition. Of course, these were all crimes that almost all the powerful people in the world were not innocent of, and the key lied in the existence of evidence, otherwise, it was all baseless accusations. When Vanessa received the message and saw how detailed the information Keith had on Lin Haoshan's crimes, she did not feel happy or doubted the information, but rather felt uneasy in her heart. How did you get all this information? She looked him in the eyes and asked. It is just information, mother. You still need to investigate it and collect evidence with your power. Keith. She stressed her voice. Where did you get the information from? Don't worry. It was a trusted source, a source that cannot betray us. He could understand the reason why Vanessa was apprehensive. If they took a wrong step, there would be severe backlash. As for what the trusted source is, I won't tell you that. He looked her in the eyes and said straightforwardly. There is no rush, and I want you to do things slowly. But make sure that within 3 years, Lin Haoshan is at his weakest. Vanessa looked him in the eyes without saying anything, and the uneasy feeling in her heart grew stronger. It was as if her child was hiding a lot of things from her, and the earlier coldness in his voice made her feel like he had suffered a lot at someone's hand. The malice his voice contained was not false when he talked about eliminating Lin Haoshan. Vanessa did not say anything and left the room after nodding to him, ready to mobilize their family forces to collect the evidence against Lin Haoshan. She did not care how that man had hurt or upset her son, she was going to make sure that he was destroyed. Her child was her reverse scale. Keith watched her leave the room with a light smile on his lips. He had complete faith in her methods, and so he was not worried about their family name being dragged in all the fiasco that was about to befall the Lin family. The Lin would not even know what hit them, and why everything was happening. Yinying, bring me my laptop. He ordered and then sank back in the couch, closing his eyes. He had thought about it long enough, and he had decided to not wait for the appearance of Yi Tian before dealing with his enemies. Of course he was not going to eliminate them right away, but he could make them utterly weak and ready to be slaughtered at the right time. After Yinying brought him his laptop, he spent the rest of the afternoon working on his business plans. Aunt May had successfully secured the land of the failing real estate company that he had asked for, and now she was working with her son to secure the other piece of land. Keith carefully went through all of the list and information of the employees that were hired by Aunt May, and then went through the information he had asked Caesar to collect. He stared at the picture of a beautiful girl for a while, debating if he should get her now or wait. His only concern was that his involvement might result in unforeseen circumstances, and the child of destiny, who she was destined for, might awaken ahead of time. Had she been just a vase, he would have not cared about it, but she was a secondary heroine. The fate of the child of destiny was majorly connected to their mates, and Keith was well aware of this fact. There were the main heroines, secondary heroines, quasi-heroines, and then there were the vases. The vases contributed to the fate too, but it was negligible when compared with the main heroines, secondary heroines, and quasi-heroines. Kinayou was the destined main heroine of Yi Tian, while Rebecca was the secondary heroine. Similarly, the girl in the picture was a secondary heroine of A Child of Destiny, who would appear 5 years from now. Keith's brows furrowed deeper the more he looked at the picture, and he inadvertently glanced at the date displayed at the bottom of the screen. 5 years from now, the Child of Destiny with a template of rebirth of an immortal would appear. He was not worried that he would not be able to steal this girl at that time, but it was going to be very troublesome. Amelia Mortail, the Sacred Architect, the Queen of Thorns, possessor of the runic monarch Profound Veins. A woman who only sees benefits and cons and has no room for love in her life, but once she allows a man in her heart, she would forever remain loyal to him. He smiled coldly. You are worth the risk. He decided in his heart and immediately called Caesar. Uncle Caesar, we will be leaving for Magic City tomorrow morning. Make the arrangements. Chapter 20. A cosmic gray-colored Bentley X100 GT entered the gates of the Lin Mansion, stopping right under the drive-through portico. Welcome to the Lin Mansion, young Master de Milior. A butler and a maid stepped forward to receive him and politely bowed. Good evening. Keith nodded at them and handed the key of the car to the butler. Mistress Seline ordered me to lead you to her study when you arrive, young master. The maid informed him. Lead the way. He smiled and said. The maid was flustered when she saw his smile, but soon recovered and apologetically bowed to him before leading him inside the mansion. It was quite a nice place to live in, extravagant, yet giving a simplistic impression. And Keith did not shy away from curiously looking around. He already had a set of memories of visiting this house, but in his memories, it was far more extravagant than what it was now. And he could guess why that would be so. In that future timeline, the mistress of Lin family, Seline, had passed away, giving control over everything in the house to the second wife of Lin Haoshan. My lady, young Master de Milior is here. The maid knocked on the door and announced. There was no answer from inside, and it put the maid in an awkward position, but when she was about to knock again, the door opened, and Seline, wearing a brilliant smile, came out. Keith. She lightly hugged him. Thank you for accepting the invitation. How could I refuse it? He chuckled and then handed a gift bag to Seline. Thank you for inviting me on dinner, Madame Seline, it is an honor. He did not forget the etiquette that had been carved into his bones since childhood, and going to someone's house on an occasion empty-handed was impolite. Romain Conti 2000. Seline accepted the gift bag and smiled happily when she saw which wine it was. I never thought a bottle of that year still existed in the world. Luckily, there was still one in my family's wine cellar. Keith was not humble at all, and Seline giggled at his words. Thank you. She was really happy, and it was because she was born that year that this edition was special for her. But I won't be letting you taste it on the dinner table tonight. I am going to keep it for my birthday. No worries. He did not care about such a thing. How are you feeling? Never felt better. She replied with a smile and led him inside the study. To call it a study was not quite right, since it was more of an art studio than a study. In one corner was a mini library and a study table, in another was a piano, in the middle was a lounging area, and the rest of the spacious room was an art studio with the wall adjacent to it displaying dozens of paintings. May I? He politely asked when Seline caught him curiously looking at the paintings. Of course. Keith was not pretending when he showed interest in the paintings. He always loved appreciating artworks, and even if his natural attainments in painting and calligraphy were not high, his aesthetic sense was quite sharp. Who would believe that someone as cheerful as you has a natural talent of drowning people into melancholy? He commented and sighed when he saw the first few of the paintings. Every painting was beautiful, and he could see that Seline was naturally talented in painting. However, almost everything on this wall was sad. Even the few landscapes that she had painted exuded a sense of desolation. I will take that as a compliment. Seline mischievously smiled, and then looked at her paintings again. I don't know why, but I have always been drawn to paint sadness onto the canvas. So you let out all your sad thoughts on the canvas, freeing yourself of them. Keith smirked. Must be the reason why you have such a radiant personality. Hey. She did not know if he was complimenting her or taking a jab at her, but she decided to accept it as a compliment and cheerfully smiled. Soon Keith stepped in front of a portrait, and he could not help but feel enchanted by it. It was the only painting on this wall that exuded innocence, joy, pure love, with no trace of sadness marring it. It was a painting of a baby girl, looking at you with her soulful gray eyes that threatened to melt your heart and subconsciously brought a smile on your face. Seeing the smile creep on Keith's face, Seline felt proud and happily giggled. I hope you are not feeling sad anymore. She teased. How can I be sad after looking at those soulful gray herbs of life? Keith chuckled and turned to look Seline in the eyes. Kinayou is lucky to have inherited your perfect genes. Seline knew that his words were pure admiration, but her heart betrayed her by skipping a beat and then spreading warmth on her cheeks. You are beautiful too, little Keith. She playfully shot back at him, but failed to make him fluster over her words. I know. He simply said with a smile, and then looked back at the painting. I am quite tempted to take away this painting with me, but I can see how much it means to you, so I must reluctantly give up on it. He said those words casually, but Seline could discern from them that he felt attracted to her daughter, and the brilliant smile on her face only got brighter if that was possible. Why think about the painting when you can just steal away my little Kinayou? She dared her intentions and playfully suggested. Nah. He shook his head immediately. She's not adorable anymore. He disappointedly said. You. Seline tried to pretend to be mad at him but could not help bursting out laughing at his words. Hey. I am serious. He asserted, but Seline only laughed some more. Yeah. She was about to say something when the door of the study opened and in walked the very person they were talking about. Kinayou. Come here. She hurriedly called her over. Kinayou was quite surprised by her call, but seeing her mother's cheeks flushed and that happy smile on her face, her curiosity was fueled. Yes, Mama? Hey, where are your manners? Seline narrowed her eyes at her. Are you not going to greet Keith? Kinayou rolled her eyes at her words and then happily smiled at Keith. Welcome to my house, Keith. She drew her hand forward to greet him. It's a pleasure, Miss Lin. Keith took her hand, but instead of shaking it, he politely raised it and planted a light kiss on its back, making the girl burn in a furious blush and quickly retract her hand. Seline saw their interaction and giggled some, but after she caught Keith winking at her, she burst out in a full-blown laughter, catching on to his meaning. Kinayou too caught the silent conversation that was taking place between her mother and Keith, but she did not know what they had earlier been talking about, so she had no clue. And now her curiosity was flaring to a whole new level. What are you two talking about? She straightforwardly asked. Oh. Seline caught her bearings and then smiled at her daughter. Keith just expressed his desire to take your painting away. He thinks you were quite adorable when you were a baby. It makes his mood bright when he looks at it. But sadly, he says that you are no longer as adorable. Mixed emotions flashed on her face as she heard her mother's words, but when she heard the last sentence, she narrowed her eyes at Keith. Oh. Your mother suggested to me to steal you away from her. Keith grinned at her. Hey. No one's stealing me away from my mama. Kinayou quickly shot back at him in a high-pitched voice, but the redness on her cheeks was also a clear evidence to how flustered she was. And you? She glared at her mother. Don't talk about such things. Oh, come on. I was just messing with him. Seline rolled her eyes at her daughter and hugged her lightly. No one can steal my baby girl from me. She poured all her motherly love in her words and planted a kiss on her daughter's head. Good. Kinayou was embarrassed that her mother kissed her like that in front of Keith, but she did not push her away, and focused on gathering her bearings. Dinner's about to be served, and grandfather sent me to call you over. Let's go. Forget what I said earlier. She's still quite adorable. Keith immediately cut in, crashing Kinayou's all efforts to stabilize her emotions, and earned another round of laughter from Seline. You. Kinayou really wanted to stomp her foot hard on the ground, but she decided to silently turn around and walk out of the door, trying her best to hide her blush from his eyes. However, her heart only grew more flustered when she heard Keith and Seline laughing happily. Don't keep grandfather waiting. She glared at her mother and reminded her before leaving the study. Chapter 21. The dining room was softly lit in a golden light, and on the table, right in the middle of the room, sat a family of 5, with 5 more vacant seats. At the head of the table sat an aged man with a ruddy face and solemn gray eyes that had lost their original color over the decades. This man was Lin Wudao, father of Lin Haoshan, a bastard child of the House of Lin in Beijing, who along with his mother arrived in Samran City 70 years ago to make a name for himself. A name he did make, and fortune too. Good evening, President Lin. Keith smiled at the old man and politely greeted him as soon as he arrived together with Seline. The old man raised his head and looked Keith in the eyes. A strange gleam passed his expressions before he nodded his head and gestured him to take a seat on the table. I am no longer the president of the Lin Group, young man. He spoke lightly, yet it sounded heavy in everyone's ears. THR City remembers you as such, and rightly so. Keith shook his head and turned to look at the middle-aged man who was going to soon hit his 50s. You seem well, Chairman Lin. Lin Haoshan glanced at him and only nodded before returning his attention to making a tea for himself. Welcome to the Lin Mansion, young Master de Milior. A bubbly voice called out, which belonged to a Chinese woman in her late 30s. She was not a breathtaking beauty, but still possessed a charming grace that added to her attractiveness. Thank you, Mrs. Lin. He smiled and replied to the second wife of Lin Haoshan before turning to the young boy who was looking at him with an ardent expression. And how are you doing, Lin Haoshan? The boy seemed surprised at the fact that Keith knew his name and politely stood up from his seat before bowing to him. Welcome to the Lin Mansion, Erdemilior. I am doing fine. He replied cheerfully, but still adhered to his etiquette. Lin Han was the child of Lin Haoshan from his second wife, Lin Mian, which made him King Ai's half-brother, and as the only male child, he was the heir to the Lin fortune that his grandfather had laid the foundation to and accumulated. And from the way he looked at Keith, it was clear that he admired the latter a lot. Kinayou was a little anxious that Keith would find the silence at the table quite awkward, but as time passed and everyone silently ate their meals, she found him only focusing on his meal, not bothered at all, which eased her worries and surprised her too. Thank you for saving Seline, young Demilior. Lin Wudao spoke after dinner was over, and his voice bore an evident gratitude. You're welcome. Keith nodded to him and lightly smiled at Seline, who was dotingly looking back at him. Seeing Keith not playing with words, Lin Wudao was impressed and appreciatively nodded his head. Seline told me that you practice an inherited medical skill. I won't pry much into it, but I am curious. Where does it originate from? The old man's question caught attention to the stoic Lin Haoshan as well, who directly looked at Keith for the first time tonight. What I practice is a combination of Western and Eastern medicine. I am well versed in both of them, but the true essence of my medicine skill lies in the arcane teachings that go well beyond the scope of the science that the world has discovered. To what extent? Lin Wudao narrowed his eyes and asked. I can make a person cheat death for enough time. Keith did not look the old man in the eyes as he spoke his words and lightly sipped on the white wine. But of course, death wins nonetheless. Kinayou frowned as she heard his words, and the anxiety in his heart soon dawned on her expressions. Don't worry, he's not talking about Seline. Lin Wudao dotingly looked at his granddaughter and chuckled lightly before getting up from his seat. You are an interesting boy. He shook his head and walked out of the dining room slowly, with a straight back but shaking steps. Kinayou has informed me about your treatment plan for my wife, and despite my skepticism, I am still hopeful that you would be able to cure her. Do let us know if you need anything. Aunt Seline will be fine, Chairman Lin. Keith assuring nodded to Lin Haoshan, who too walked out of the room after nodding back at him. I hope you did not mind the silence at the table, Mr. Demilior. Lin Mian spoke as soon as her father-in-law and husband exited the dining room. It's fine, Keith shook his head. I am used to the silence, and I have learned to appreciate it over time. Do send my regards to the chef, the dinner was delicious. I will do so. Mian nodded her head with a bright smile before briefly glancing at her stepdaughter and then meaningfully looked back at Keith. Forgive me for prying, but I am curious about the beautiful girl whom you accompanied to shop on Friday morning. I was in the mall and I happened to see you two there. Is she your girlfriend? Keith raised his head and looked her in the eyes, reading through her intentions, but still kept calm and focused back to sipping his white wine. Her name is Nana. She's my personal assistant, and a lover. He answered honestly, not paying attention to Kinayou, who had suddenly turned stiff after hearing his words. His blunt honesty even took Mian by surprise, and for a moment she couldn't decide how to reply back to him. A lover, eh? Seline chimed in merrily and mischievously raised her brow at him. Yup. Keith couldn't help but chuckle at her frankness. You said it yourself, I am a heartthrob. Han, so I guess she isn't your only lover then? Seline pried in, and intently looked at him. Maybe. He shrugged his shoulders, and then smirked at Seline. I might be inviting you to my wedding in the near future, but that is if everything goes well tomorrow. What? Kinayou impatiently spoke out, and when Keith turned to look her in the eyes, she bravely fought off her embarrassment and looked him back in the eyes. Since when does Erdemilior have a fiancé? Or are you planning on marrying your lover? I do have a fiancé, yes. But she's not the one I am talking about. Keith lightly smiled at her and then looked back at Seline, who was waiting for him to spill the beans. Let's just say that I am expected to take more than one wife. Family duties. You sound like the idea of multiple wives does not excite you. It's all the more responsibility. He did not say anything more than that and feigned to show a thoughtful expression as he sipped on his wine. What's her name? Who? The girl you are meeting up with tomorrow. Seline asked. Amelia Morntail. Keith answered honestly and smiled as he found Seline failed to recall any family name that was Morntail. She's from Magic City, and Morntail family is not a business giant. But they are special enough for you to take their daughter as your wife? She thoughtfully asked, but to her surprise, Keith simply shook his head. Not really. Her family means nothing to me. All I am interested in is her. Is she that beautiful? The little Miss Lin asked with narrowed eyes. Yup, she could give you a tough competition. Keith chuckled at her. Want to come with me tomorrow to go see her? No, thanks. Kinayou hurriedly shook her head. I have an appointment with my friends tomorrow. She made up an excuse and threw it at him before getting back to the topic she was now very much invested in. And who is your fiancé? He smiled lightly at her question and sank back in his seat. An Angalini. His answer only made Kinayou furrow her brows, but Seline had her eyes widened in shock as she knew better than her daughter about the enmity between the two giants of Samran City. And the same could be said for Linman, who was unsure if she should be happy about the news or feel worried. Chapter 22. It's a beautiful place, isn't it? Keith lightly smiled when he saw the ever-so-attentive Yin-Yang sneaking glances at the beauty of the magic city. I am just curious because I have never been here before. And yes, Master, this city is almost as beautiful as Samran. Most consider it more beautiful than Samran, he said, and then turned to look at the beautiful green hills and the distant mountains. When one hears the name Magic City for the first time, they are bound to be skeptical about how it got that name, but as soon as they arrive here, it all makes sense to them. This place was simply magical. And its heritage of over 3,000 years, added to its mysticism and made it stand amongst the most ancient cities of the world. Situated on the other end of Netheria from the Samran City, with a time zone difference of +4, this city rarely got the annual snowfall, but despite that it was mostly winter here, with temperatures never exceeding 16 degrees Celsius even in summers. They had already left the main city behind them, and right now, their convoy of 5 vehicles were en route to the Mortail estate that was situated on one of the hills on the outskirts of the Magic City. Beautiful, yet deceivingly peaceful. Caesar too brushed his eyes on the beauty of the place, but then lightly smiled and shook his head. Yin-Yang frowned at his words, but Keith understood what Caesar meant. He had received all the reports of the recent events of the city. The Cold War that had been going on for over 2 decades had only recently ended, leaving the ancient houses that lost it in a dire situation. And the House of Mountail was one of them. When they came to a stop at the gate of the Mortail estate, it was well past noon, but they had made it just in time for lunch. After a brief inspection at the gate, the guards allowed the convoy to enter the estate, and soon they arrived at the mansion where the main family of the Mortail house resided. Welcome to the House of the Mortail. It's a pleasure to be here. Keith looked at the aged man with a light smile, and replied with the same courtesy before straightening his back and extending his hand forward. Keith de Milior. He introduced himself. The aged man, who looked to be in his late 40s, a couple of decades younger than his real age, was quite surprised at the demeanor with which Keith carried himself. But the man masked his surprise well and accepted the handshake. Vladimir Mortail, the heir to the House of Mortail. The guards that had arrived with Keith had already taken their positions, and only Caesar, Yin-Yang, and Victor stood behind Keith. Caesar took the lead to introduce himself as the head butler of the de Milior family, and after Yin-Yang and Victor stated their names, the 4 of them were invited inside the mansion by Vladimir. Keith wore an amused smile as he saw the little kids curiously looking at him and whispering to each other about his group of guests. The current head of the House of Mortail was Alaric, who was the uncle of Vladimir, and grandfather of Amelia. The old man was in a very lively mood today, and so was everyone present in the House of Mortail. It was not hard to understand the reason behind it. Caesar had been very straightforward about their intentions when he contacted the House of Mortail last night, and by the looks of everything, the older generation had already decided to accept Keith's proposal. And why wouldn't they? The bride price they were offering to the House of Mortail was an astronomical amount, something which they needed terribly to make sure they could raise their next generation under the perfect conditions. Amelia has been informed of your arrival, and she will be here in a few minutes. An enthusiastic woman informed him, and Keith knew that she was the wife of Vladimir. Yin-Yang was faring quite well in this place. Caesar seemed not affected at all by the atmosphere, but Victor was a little overwhelmed. It was first time for him to see an ancient family of Ururs. Everyone here was an Urur, and even the children were on their path to laying the foundations for their future cultivation. Some were still working on their aura circulation, and a few were even working on their body refinement. What was astonishing to him was that Alaric was someone who oozed an oppressive feeling that was much stronger than that of Caesar. And Victor knew that Caesar was a powerhouse of spirit profound realm. Something that really disturbed him was the presence of more than a dozen people here who were just as strong as Yin-Yang. He felt quite weak, but at the same time, he was yearning to free his hands a little and test himself against them. As a family of Ururs, those that appreciated strength more than others, Vladimir had already sneakily inspected Keith when they shook their hands, and he was quite happy with what he found. An 18-year-old at the peak of Foundation Profound Realm was not considered a monstrous talent, but Keith would still be considered a decently talented Urur, and it was a welcome surprise for him and his family. And of course, Keith knew everything about it. The Great Hall of the Mortail Mansion was similar to a throne room, with the only difference being the absence of a throne. Everyone sat on the carpeted floor, in 2 rows, with the older generation on one side, and the young sitting in front, facing their elders. There were no servants inside the mansion, and the ladies of the family were busy setting up the lunch on the short-legged long tables set between the 2 rows. The dining tradition of the Mortail family was completely opposite of what he had been used to. Nobody here ever ate in silence, and the meals usually lasted for nearly 2 hours with all the talk and chat everyone indulged in. It was a lively atmosphere, and he welcomed it even if he was not used to it. Amelia. A little boy excitedly called out a name, which caught everyone's attention, prompting them to look towards the entrance of the hall. Standing easily at 5 feet and 8 inches tall, the bespectacled girl was quite on the thin side. However, her figure was mostly hidden under the loose sweater that she wore. It not only covered her torso, but also her hips and half of her thighs. Just a look at her was enough for anyone to understand that she did not like showing even an inch of her skin, and by the confidence oozing out of her, it was evident that she had no interest in the opinions of the opposite sex. Just like everyone else in the family, she too had raven hair, which were tied in a ponytail, and brilliant green eyes that calmly greeted the elders in the family before settling near Keith as she approached him. A few elders frowned when they saw that she had put no effort in dressing up well, but the none said anything. They were used to her behavior by now, and those that knew her better were just happy that she even showed up. Keith smiled lightly when Amelia simply nodded to him before sighting at the vacant spot on his left. Now, any other person would have felt quite awkward at her behavior, where she had simply ignored him, but Keith was someone who knew everything about her. He understood her better than she understood herself. And right at the moment he first laid eyes on her, everything he had read about her in one of the stories in his dream, was now brilliantly flashing in his mind. He did not miss out on even a single detail of her life. Keith Auguste Melior. He lightly smiled as he turned to her and offered her his hand. Amelia too turned to look at him, and as their eyes met, they both felt their hearts skip a beat. For Keith, it was her beauty and an inexplicable feeling that captivated him, and for Amelia, it was the uncomfortable feeling that she could not escape from his eyes. It was a silly notion that he knew all her secrets, and Amelia brushed it aside and offered her hand to him. Amelia Jean Morntail. A beautiful name. Keith nodded to her and then simply leaned in, surprising everyone who had been watching them. Amelia's eyes widened at his action, but she could see that he was not leaning in for a kiss, and so she allowed him to approach her ear. I know all your secrets, Princess of Runes. Keith whispered so lightly that only she heard him, but as her heart pounded at his words, it caught the attention of some. Her mind went black, and she sat there staring in his direction with unfocused eyes. And Keith just flashed her his brilliant smile before adjusting his position and engaging in a chat with the elders once more. When Amelia finally caught her bearings, she immediately turned on her indifferent persona, and silently sat there, showing no expressions on her face. No one could have guessed by looking at her that her mind was in complete chaos, and she felt a sinking feeling in her heart. However, as the time passed, and she secretly stole a few glances at Keith, she found herself growing agitatedly curious about him. A result that Keith was looking forward to. Chapter 23. Watching him take his seat at her study table, and then unceremoniously go through her design book, agitated her even more. And then there was the occasional sound of him helping himself to some pistachios as he turned the pages over. After nearly an hour of silence, Amelia, as patient as she was, could not bear the tension that was gripping her nerves. I think we should talk, Mr. de Melior. She spoke determinedly after taking a deep breath. Keith's hand, which was halfway down turning a page, stopped and then fell to close the personal design book of the lady, whose boudoir he was sitting inside. He turned the seat around and then looked her right in the eyes. We can talk, but first you must get these glasses of yours out of the way. He lightly said. We both know that your eyes are perfectly fine. And there it was again, the sinking feeling in the pit of her stomach. How did he know about it? It was a question she was rather scared of. Amelia looked him in his deep brown eyes, and seeing the mischievousness sparkling in them, she decided to not play around and did as asked. You are beautiful. He offhandedly commented after she took off her glasses, and then leaned back in his seat. What do you want to talk about? His question only ended up making her feel more agitated, but after a minute of contemplation, she severely looked him in the eyes. What do you want, Mr. de Melior? Not messing around, are we? He chuckled to himself and then closed his eyes. I want you, Miss Amelia. I want a wife who can stay shoulder to shoulder with me, and share the responsibilities with me. He opened his eyes and sincerely spoke. Amelia looked as if she had not heard what he had said, and her eyes still pressed him to state his true intentions. However, even after minutes of waiting, she got no more words from Keith, who simply kept looking at her right in the eyes. May I see your eyes? He suddenly asked, and his question unnerved the lady who was trying her best to stay composed. How do you know so much about me? She did not listen to his request and gravely asked. If I told you that a dream guided me to you, would you believe it? He playfully spoke and chuckled when he saw her gaze getting more severe. It does not matter what you believe or not. His persona suddenly took a 180 degrees turn and then he seriously looked at her. What I have said is the truth. Seeing the smile vanishing from his face strangely made her feel better. At least, He was not going to play around anymore. Even if she found it hard to believe, she could feel that he was not lying about that dream of his. And what do you know about me? I know what you like, what you dislike. I know how you grew up, and I know what you desire in life. I know things about you that you already know, and I know things about you that you are yet to figure out. She was again tempted to ask how he knew everything, but then remembered the answer he had just given her. Prove it. Ask what you want to ask, and I shall reply to you. But know that I won't tell you everything, because there might be things that you are not yet ready to hear. Amelia frowned at his words, and her curiosity only flared up even more at what he was implying. Tell me the truth about my runes. Why do I have these powers? Powers. Keith chuckled at her choice of words. She was not wrong at all, but it just sounded funny to him. You are one of the inheritors of the runic monarch. Your physique is special as you possess the runic monarch profound veins. The runes you see in your dreams is the knowledge that these profound veins provide you. You are only in the great profound realm right now, so the knowledge you have so far gained is only elementary. His words made her quite shocked, and now she finally had an answer for what was going on with her. She was not surprised that Keith saw through her realm, which was hidden under the runes that she had inscribed on her body. No one in the Morntail family knew how strong she was. For all they knew, she had been stuck at the peak of Foundation Profound Realm for the past 7 years. What is the strange door that I keep seeing in my dreams? That mystical palace. That's the first trial ground that the runic monarch left behind. There's a test for you inside of it, and if you pass it, there are special rewards for you. Also, that palace is inside an independent dimension and is simply a treasure trove. There are lots of good things for you there. Keith did not keep this information from her and truthfully told her everything about the trial ground. How do I enter that place? She did not doubt his words and simply asked. You cannot access that dimension from the world we are in right now. He shook his head. We both are also not strong enough to enter that place, and it's something that we should not be concerned about for now. She frowned at his choice of words. Others can enter that place too? Anybody who meets the requirements can enter that dimension, but only the inheritor of the runic monarch can take the test. Amelia stayed silent after she heard his words, and Keith let her stay occupied with her thoughts. Who was the runic monarch? A god. And even among the gods, he was at the top of the pyramid of hierarchy. She had speculated that after hearing his previous answers, but hearing him confirm it shocked her beyond belief. Be mine, and I will make sure that you will become in existence just as strong as the previous runic monarch, if not more powerful. Keith devilishly spoke those words, and it was not just an empty promise. He was confident that he could help her reach such heights. His words caught her attention and then her eyes narrowed at him. And how will you achieve that? That's my secret. He smiled at her and did not shy away from her gaze. What do you want in return? She straightforwardly asked. I have already told you, I want you. He replied. You will be one of my queens, and we will rule over the worlds. His ambitious words only made her pride flare up, and briefly, her eyes that were hidden under the contacts flashed a brilliant golden glow. Amelia had never thought that her day would turn up like this. When she had learned that the heir of the Melior family had asked for her hand and was coming to see her today, she was quite displeased and agitated. Getting married was never one of her priorities, and she only wanted to uncover her mystery whilst exploring more of her powers. She thought that she could somehow delay this marriage and if possible, reject the offer after talking in private, but all her plans came crashing down when he whispered those words in the family hall. I know all your secrets, Princess of Runes. And here she was now, already feeling bound to him. Tell me your secret, and I will be yours. An elated smile graced his lips when he heard her words. I have lots of secrets, my dear Amelia. He playfully spoke. But for now, know that a dream has put me on a mission. Keith knew that his answer did not satisfy her, but he did not want to say anything about his secrets. I will see you tomorrow night, and we will discuss things further. She stood up from her bed and waited for him to take his leave for now. You know, your family is waiting for an answer. He teased her a little as he stood up, and found her eyes narrowing at him. You can go ahead and discuss the bride price with my family. I need to get some rest now. She pressed on him to leave her alone, and Keith complied. Be safe. He nodded to her and then turned around to leave the room. Only after he arrived outside and the door behind him closed, did he sigh in relief. He took a deep breath and let his heart beat in all its anxiousness that he has been suppressing all this time. It was never easy to talk with smart people, but there was something that they lacked. And what they lacked was the mind to raise some stupid questions, which sometimes hit the mark and were the hardest to answer. Thankfully, his talk with Amelia went smoothly, and even if he was pushed in the corner a few times, he got around by spinning the truth, rather than outright lying to her about anything which would have proven detrimental in the future. Young master. Caesar was waiting for him down the hallway, and Vladimir was right by his side. "We can discuss the bride price, Uncle Vlad. Amelia has agreed to marry me." He gave him the good news and saw a brilliant smile appear on his face. "We are satisfied with the terms that you have already put forward, young demilior. And all now remains is a date for the wedding ceremony. I need to talk about that with Amelia first. She has invited me to come to visit her tomorrow night. You are welcome to come to the house of Morntail any time you wish to, young demilior. Thank you for your hospitality, Uncle Vlad. We will take our leave now. You could stay here at the mansion if you want. I will arrange rooms for you. There's no need for that. We have some business to attend to as well, and so we must take our leave for now." "As you wish." Vlad nodded to him and then escorted both of them outside the manor, where Yinying and Victor were already waiting with their car. "Take care." When the convoy of cars exited the gates of Morntail Estate, Victor finally let his clumsy side show up. "That was one scary family of errors," he commented, which prompted all of them to lightly smile at his words. "You should know that Morntail are not the only ancient family in Netheria, or even in the Magic City," Caesar seriously told him. "There are some even more powerful and more ancient than them, which even our demilior family cannot provoke." An awkward silence lingered in the car after Caesar spoke those words. "Where to, young master?" Victor decided to change the topic and asked Keith. "Let's go and eat something light. Only the four of us." Keith rested his head back and looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window. "Old Street, Commercial Market. There's a restaurant there by the name of the Silver Lounge." Caesar heard the words and immediately searched for the location on the GPS before pinning it. And Victor informed the guards in the other cars to separate at the next junction, instructing them to reach the hotel first. Even if the old man was curious why Keith wanted to go to this specific restaurant, he did not raise any questions. And while they drove, he prepared a summary of the events before he sent them to Keith's grandfather, and also to Vanessa. She had strictly instructed him to keep her updated with everything that transpires with the Morntail family, and as the head butler, he had to keep the lady of the house informed about such an event. Chapter 24. The restaurant Keith picked surprised the three of them. They knew that their young master preferred eating in private booths, but this place was an open lounge, and the place was nearly at full capacity for the evening. Luckily, they managed to get themselves a prime table, which was in the corner above a short platform, providing them the full view of the hall, as well as the best view of the stage, where a grand piano was placed. It was not an expensive place, but it was not cheap either, which meant that most people present inside the lounge either belonged to the working middle-class people. Of course, there were some rich too, as well as some civil servants, who were enjoying a meal with their guests and colleagues. Surprisingly, there was a good number of youngsters in the lounge, most likely the students of the Magic University, which was not far from this place. Their group caught the attention of nearly everyone, and the reason was simply the devilish looks of Keith that hooked them all. There were some youngsters who were sneaking glances at the girl by his side too. Yinying was wearing high boots and fitted pants, which accentuated her long legs. And even though the black trench coat hid her figure, it was not hard to guess that she was a gorgeous lady. Unlike his three companions, Victor was not reserved at all as he ran his eyes all over the place, taking his time appreciating all the pretty ladies in the restaurant. He was not a licentious man. He was just a simpleton who enjoyed appreciating the fairer sex. "Order whatever you want." Keith smiled at Victor and gave him a free pass. He knew that his bodyguard had not been feeling well at the Morntail mansion, and observing his role, he had not eaten properly. The same was the case with Yinying, but Keith did not need to tell her about it. She was a smart girl and knew how to take care of herself. Everyone ordered what they wanted, with Caesar and Keith getting themselves a light supper and some good wine. "Uncle Caesar, is there any music group under the demilior media empire?" Keith casually asked as he sipped on his wine and looked through some information on his phone. "There are a few where the family owns some shares, and then there is a small independent record label, but it is not a big one. Your mother owns it privately, and it is not under the demilior Consortium. Of the ones that the family has shares in, Red Peppers. What's the worth of the independent one?" Keith cut in and stopped looking at his phone. "Your mother just bought it out of boredom when she was in university, and it has some decent music artists under its banner. It has grown over the years, and currently, it's valued at around 200 million Neris. Lady Vanessa named it Black J Records and it is now famously known as BJ Records. Is that so?" Keith frowned and contemplated for a moment before picking up his phone and making a call to his mother. "Keith." Vanessa cheerfully called out as soon as she picked up the phone. "Missed me?" "Of course, I did." He chuckled and replied. Yes, now tell me why you rang me up. Is there something you need my help with?" "I wanted to ask if you would be willing to gift me one of your private companies." He asked without any hesitation or embarrassment. "Which one?" "Black J Records." His answer surprised her and she remained silent for a few seconds. "What do you plan on doing?" she finally asked. "The plan is to nurture a future asset." "A girl?" Vanessa mischievously inquired. "Yes. But I am not playing around. She's a treasure." And he proceeded to tell her a few things about her. Their conversation caught the attention of the three people on the table, and Yining frowned as she failed to recall any girl around Keith who was so talented in music. "I will contact May and transfer the company under your new group. It will be done within a few hours." Vanessa did not drag the conversation and gave Keith the answer he already expected. His mother would never deny him any such request. And he knew he had the company under him as soon as he had stated his request. "Thank you, Mother," he gratefully said, to which Vanessa snorted and ended the call. "Master, who is the girl you are talking about?" Yining asked as she could not contain her curiosity. "Her name is Alana, she's 16, and is about to show up on that stage in 7 minutes." He gestured to the piano and grinned at the disbelief on their faces. "I am serious. You will see for yourself." And see, they did. Exactly after 7 minutes, a young girl of average stature, chocolate hair, and light brown eyes stepped onto the stage. She was wearing a uniform that was the same as the waitresses in the restaurant but with a bow tie at the base of her neck. After bowing her head to the audience, most of which were not even paying any attention to her, she sat on the bench and checked her ponytail one last time before pulling off the lid and uncovering the keys of the piano. As her slender finger touched the keys, a soothing melody started, prompting everyone to turn to look at her. The innocence reflecting on her face as she played the piano with half-lidded eyes, hooked all the males to her. She was not breathtakingly beautiful, but she was stunning in her own right. And wearing that maid-like waitress uniform only attracted the opposite sex to her more. However, even if they were basking in their lustful thoughts towards her, it did not take long for them to utterly fall in love with the melody she was playing. It was not some famous melody that these people had heard before. In fact, no one in the audience had ever heard this beautiful piece of piano. Only Keith knew that Alana was playing her own music, a piece that she had probably only come up with on a whim. That was how godly gifted she was in music. "She's good." Caesar nodded his head in appreciation after hearing Alana play a few pieces of her music. "Almost as good as you, young master." Keith chuckled at his words and shook his head. Yes, he was proud of his gift in music, and perhaps he was a little better than the girl they were listening to, but it was only because it had only been a few months since she touched the piano. Of course, he would not tell Caesar that. Keith signaled to the waiter and then ordered a couple of bottles of the most expensive wine they had in the restaurant. The four of them sipped on their wines and silently listened to the music the girl was playing. The light smile on her face as she played the music left little to doubt the girl's utter love for music. She was simply enjoying herself, oblivious of the fact that her music was playing with the emotions of the people around her. As he kept looking at her, her future was flashing through his mind. She was not just some random girl who was immensely talented in music, but she was the main heroine of a Child of Destiny. He had already put his clutches on Amelia, but something inside of Keith was warning him to not overdo anything with the girl in front of him. Not that he planned to do anything reckless, but he did not plan to leave her on her own either. Keith calmly stood up from his seat and applauded for the little girl who had stopped playing to take a short break. And since he was not the only one who did it, the little girl only bowed to the audience and sat back on the bench as a fellow waitress brought her a glass of a mint margarita. "I am sorry, sir, but you cannot approach the waitress during her working hours." The head waiter, who was standing by the stairs of the stage, stopped Keith when he was about to step on it. "I am not approaching the waitress, and only wish to play some music. Rest assured that I know what I am doing." He lightly smiled at the man, who was now feeling quite awkward. "May I contact the manager and inform him of your request?" "Go ahead." Keith appreciatively nodded when he found the man staying true to his job. And unsurprisingly, the manager of the place told the head waiter to let him do as he pleased. Of course, it was only because Keith had spent a handsome amount of money in the couple of hours he had dined here for. "My apologies, sir. I hope you did not mind my intrusion." The waiter bowed to him after the manager gave his go. "It's your job. And you are doing great," Keith lightly told him and ascended the stage. As soon as he stepped on it, whispers and murmurs started sounding as the audience was surprised to see such a handsome boy appear on the stage. Sensing the change in the audience and the voices around her, Alana curiously turned to look back, and just a look made her innocent heart skip a beat in surprise. "May I take the seat?" Keith flashed her his devilishly perfect smile and asked. Chapter 25. "May I?" Keith asked again after he found the little girl enchanted by his charm. "Sorry." Alana furiously blushed and hurriedly stood up from the bench. "Stay seated, it's big enough for the two of us," he casually said without looking at her, and sat on the bench, closing his eyes to clear out all the distracting thoughts from his mind. She was hesitant to stay seated right next to him, But when she found him lost in his own world, she sat down on the edge, sipping on her margarita as quietly as possible. After a minute, Keith opened his eyes with a fond smile adorning his face. His long slender fingers lightly brushed on the keys, playing nothing in particular, but it still sounded sweet to everyone's ears. And then he stopped, and a moment his fingers fell on the keys again, he hooked the entire audience. A soothing melody whispered in the ears of everyone, and subconsciously, they stopped whatever they were doing to just bask in this enchanting melody. What he was playing was a song from his memories of the dream, and this song did not exist in the world he was loving in. Merry-Go-Round of Life. One of his favorite pieces of music by one of his favorite music composers. As the intro ended and the tempo built up, the surprise and awe of the audience only heightened. It was a song that spoke to everyone, no matter what sort of mood they were in. For some, it whispered to their sad memories, yet not allowing them to wallow to their sorrow, and for some, it brought out their happy moments to the front of their minds, bringing sweet smiles to their faces. But none of them were more shocked or surprised than the girl who was sitting by his side, enchanted by not just the music, but also hypnotized by the elegant yet strenuous dance his fingers were performing on the keys. Keith was oblivious to what he was doing to people, his mind was only occupied with the music he was playing. As it was the first time he was playing it outside of that dream, he was determined to do justice to this marvelous piece of music. Minutes passed, the melody sounded out again, followed by another tempo that dazed the minds of the inexperienced as they looked at his hands fighting a strenuous battle. And then the song ended, leaving the people in a strange mood where they both felt fulfilled yet desired more of it. Keith took a few short breaths and smiled devilishly as he stared at his slightly shivering hands. He felt that he could have done better than he did, but at the same time, he was proud of his performance. Someone in the crowd was just about to stand up and clap for his performance, when another piece of music started sounding out the lounge. This time, the beat was too catchy, filled with happiness that spoke to both young and old. People subconsciously chuckled as some sweet memories appeared in their mind. Most were smiling fondly as they listened to music and reminisced about their childhood. There were some youngsters who were recording everything on their cell phones, and the girls in the audience were helplessly falling for the mortal who seemed like an immortal in their lovesick hearts. By now, Alana had been completely blown off with the beauty of the music, and unbeknownst to her, her heart was beating to the rhythm of the music. What Keith was playing was a song called Windy Hill, and it too was one of his favorites. And of course, it belonged to his dream. As the song ended, the people were already up on their feet, just waiting for the moment, and then fervent applause greeted the young demilieu. More. A fangirl screamed from the audience, who then pressed for him to play it again. Again. Please, more. 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 Keith chuckled when he heard their requests and then turned to look at the girl by his side. I have another venison of this song. Want to hear it? He softly asked with a light smile, and the maiden's heart fluttered in sweetness she was not yet fully aware of. Yes. She subconsciously nodded, and Keith grinned before looking back at the keys. His fingers fell again, the crowd quieted down, and then an enchanting melody imprisoned them. This time, he was playing a tone with an ocean view. A piece of music he was really fond of. Alana couldn't help her giggles at the music that called out to her childlike soul that had been suppressed by the harshness of time. There was just something about this music that they all fell in love with, and even the old generation enjoyed it just as much as the young ones. The song ended, but Keith did not stop playing. Join me. He lightly said and shifted to the left side of the piano, leaving the keys on the right in the care of Alana. She was too hooked to the music to realize what she was doing, and her hands instinctively fell on the keys, playing the melody with him. Keith mischievously smiled, and then changed the music to some random melody that had appeared in his mind. Alana realized it, and replied with her own, something that complimented him. And then started the playful fight between them, where he chuckled and she giggled, with time to time throwing proactive, yet playful, glare at each other. The audience soon realized what was happening, but the music was still refreshing and pretty, so they just enjoyed it. Watching the two of them play with such familiarity broke the hearts of many girls, and even some boys were sighing at their display of affection. When their battle ended over half an hour later, they both received a round of applause, and they both gracefully bowed to the crowd, accepting their appreciation. Come with me, I need to talk to you about something, Keith whispered near her ear before walking off the stage, towards the table where Caesar, Yinying, and Victor were sitting. A few people on the way stood up and greeted him, and he stopped to politely shake hands with them, sharing a few good words. Alana was left conflicted on the stage, as the realization had finally dawned on her that something was not right with her. She no longer looked confident and composed but seemed like just another maiden, who was finding herself dangerously attracted to a boy whom she had never met before. There was something in the back of her mind, whispering to her to run away, but she ignored the wails of destiny and finally walked towards the devilishly handsome boy. Master, you were brilliant. Victor enthusiastically spoke as soon as Keith arrived at the table. The simpleton knew nothing about the theory of music, but he was still capable of discerning and appreciating the beauty of the art. It was truly a marvelous perform, Master Keith. Caesar too appreciatively spoke. Thank you. Keith smiled at him and nodded, before taking his seat. Yinying was about to ask him the names of the songs he passed when a timid girl approached their table. Sit. Keith stood up from his seat and pointed at the seat next to Caesar, which was vacant. Perhaps it was because of the presence of another girl on the table that helped her nerves, as she nodded to him and calmly took the seat. My name is Keith. He introduced himself with a smile and then turned to look at his companions. This lovely lady is Yinying, the simpleton is Victor, and the old man's name is Caesar. Alana couldn't help the smile that crept on her face at his casual yet interesting introduction of his companions. My name is Alana. She sweetly spoke in an enchanting voice. You have a very lovely voice, Alana. Keith put up a surprised look and commented. And you are remarkably gifted in music. The sudden praises made her burn in embarrassment, yet she did not feel too awkward because of how amiable Keith sounded. You said that you had something to talk to me about. She lightly spoke to get over her anxiety. Yes. It's a very important matter. And I dearly hope that you would accept my offer. An offer? Alana frowned and curiously asked. I want to offer you a contract and sign you for my company. As a music composer, and since you have such a lovely voice, I am sure you can sing a little too. Alana hesitated a little before shaking her head. I can't sing. Is it because of the irritation that you feel in your throat when you try to raise the voice? Keith lightly smiled at her. How do you know? She surprisedly looked at him, and he chuckled at how adorable she looked. I am a doctor, silly girl. A very accomplished one, and so, I can tell it. I thought you were a musician. She exclaimed, still surprised. No, I am not. I just play because I love music. I don't have time and intentions to start a career in it. Keith smiled at her. And primarily, I am a businessman, and then a doctor. Oh. She did not know what to say to him. But then when she thought that she should at least say something, she blurted whatever came to her mind. You are awesome. All of them chuckled at her words, and Keith nodded his head unreservedly. Yup. I am awesome. His proclamation only made her blush more at her silliness. Now let's talk about the business. Keith suddenly turned serious. As I said, I want to offer you a contract to sign up with my company, and I will help you establish a successful music career. With your talent, it won't be hard to accomplish everything. Think about it carefully. It is once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Alana had her doubts, but she could sense the sincerity from his words. If she had not witnessed his musical performance, she might have been very hesitant to believe in his words, but now she subconsciously believed in what he said. Would I have to leave this job? Of course, silly. He chuckled. I am offering you a full-time job that will pay you so much more than what you are earning here. But I have a contract with the restaurant. I will pay the termination penalty. Don't worry about it. Keith waved his hand and said. No matter how much it is, it would be nothing in my eyes. But I will cut it from your future salary if you are still hesitant about it. Alana nodded to this and then frowned as she thought things over. What exactly will I have to do? You will make music and will be given a free hand to make whatever you want. You will get access to a music studio, and whatever you need to compose your music will be provided to you. Your creations will then be judged, and after you are given the green light, your music will be published and distributed under my company's label. You will get a handsome share of the earnings, and my company will get the rest. And then there will be side jobs, which depend on your popularity as an artist. In short, the more popular you grow, the more you will earn. Side jobs? Concerts and tours. Also, some production companies might want to hire you to make music for them, and if you choose to accept their offer, my company will be responsible for representing you in those ventures. It will provide you with security so that you or your music will not be taken advantage of. My music will belong to your company. Yes, it will be shared ownership. However, I will make sure that there are no artistic restrictions on your work. It sounds too good. She murmured as she thought over things. Of course, a young girl like her did not know the ins and outs of the industry, but she could feel that the offer would be a life-changing decision for her. If you agree, I will fix your problem and you will be able to sing properly. Keith devilishly spoke, and then laughed lightly when he saw her stressing under her thoughts. Don't worry. I will fix the problem for you even if you choose not to accept the offer. I accept. Alana blurted out. Awesome. Keith laughed happily and then poured himself some wine and her a glass of water. Cheers. Chapter 26. Wearing a black turtleneck shirt and cream-colored tapered pants, a suffocatingly handsome boy sat on a table, finishing up his breakfast. Right in front of him, sat a pair of a man and a woman, nervously waiting for him to speak. He had not said a word to them since they had arrived here, and it had already been half an hour. Time passed, and under their nervous glances, the boy eventually finished the breakfast, cleaned his mouth with a napkin, and signaled to the waiter to clean up the table. Next time, do not come early to curry my favor. I only appreciate those that stick to the time they are given. Keith checked his watch, and as soon as the clock dial showed 10 a.m., he smiled at the aged man and pointed out his folly. My apologies, Erdemilior. Keith waved his hand and stopped him from speaking. It was a rude thing to do to someone who was more than twice his age and a renowned person in the society, but the old man did not seem to have a speck of dissatisfaction on his face or in his heart. I understand your nervousness and the anxiety. Keith lightly spoke and then scrutinized the woman the old man brought with him. Have you brought the contract? Yes. The old man hurriedly nodded his head and presented the file to him. All the terms have been accorded as you asked for. I see. Keith took his time flipping through the contract, and only after thoroughly checking it did he close the file. Good job. Now then, let's talk about business, Mr. Warner. The old man straightened his back, even more, staying attentive to what Keith had to say. Over the years, you have done a really good job. The company is doing great under your command, and I have decided to keep you as the CEO of the Black J Records, which is now under the banner of my Black Forest Group. Warner heaved a sigh of relief at hearing Keith's words, and a sincere smile appeared on his face. The structure of the company will remain the same, and you will work just like you have been doing under the command of my mother. And you will still get the percentage of dividends that you are currently entitled to. I will not let down your trust in me, Erdemilior. Warner assured him with confidence. Good. Keith nodded his head and then glanced at the woman before looking at Warner again. And there's something I want you to put your utmost attention to. Speak and it shall be done, Erdemilior. Warner nodded unhesitatingly. It was only because he believed that Keith would not ask him to do anything that would jeopardize the company under his command. He had high expectations of the young man in front of him, who happened to be the son of an accomplished business magnate, his former boss, and also the heir to one of the most powerful families in the country of Netheria. I want you to understand that Alana is off limits to anyone. No matter who they are. He intently spoke, and Warner grew a little apprehensive in his heart. We both know how the showbiz industry works, but you are not going to allow Alana to fall into those seductive yet lucrative pits. And if you find yourself hard-pressed by someone with enough power, you will simply guide them to me, and I will take care of the matter. Seeing Warner nod to his words, he continued. I don't want anyone whispering stupid words in her ears, and I don't want her to do stupid things for publicity. You understand what I mean, right? He narrowed his eyes at the old man, who readily nodded his head. Good, because if she comes under harm, or she is made to do anything I did not want her to do. His voice grew icy cold at this point. You and this lady by your side will be the first to suffer, and then that suffering will befall on those dearest to the two of you. Both their hearts palpitated in fear at the blunt threat by Keith, and the old woman felt chills run up her spine because she realized his words were mostly directed at her. Please rest assured, Erdemilior. I will do my job as Lady Alana's manager to the best of my abilities. And I will heed to your warning. Your good performance will not go unrewarded, Miss Hamilton. Keith nodded his head and then sipped on some white wine. You may take your leave now, Mr. Warner. Thank you for coming to see me on such short notice. His words were polite, and more than what a man like Warner could afford. Even if he could not sleep last night and had to travel all the way from Alfendra, the showbiz capital of the country, to Magic City, which was thousands of miles away, he was still happy in his heart to learn that everything was going to be fine. Please don't thank me, Erdemilior. The subordinate is only doing his job. Warner stood up from his seat and then bowed to him. Only after Keith nodded, did the old man straighten his back and took his leave. Alana will be here in half an hour. You can order whatever you want to eat if you are hungry. He left the old woman with those words and headed to his suite. Yining was quietly sitting at the study table, going through the sheet music that he had written right before going for breakfast. Keith knew that she had an interest in music too, and he could see that she was quite attracted to the music that had played yesterday at the restaurant. You can keep copies of these for yourself. He softly spoke before sinking on the couch, and Yining nodded her head, not showing any emotions on her face. Here is the property deed, master. She picked up a folder and brought it to him. He did not need to look at it and just accepted it from her hands. Where's Uncle Caesar? After we finished the task you assigned us, Lady Vanessa called him and instructed him to go to the Morntail estate and finalize the bride price with them. I see. Keith nodded his head and then tapped on the place right by his side. Sit. Yining did as asked, but then tensed up when Keith wrapped his arm around her, and pulled her closer to him. So, does my Yining want me to teach her how to play merry-go-round of life? He mischievously whispered near her ear. As good as she was at hiding her expressions, her ears still turned red at him addressing her as his Yinying. Her heart was quite troubled at his words, but then mustered up some courage and then nodded her head. Say it. He stressed. I want Master to teach me how to play merry-go-round of life. And Windy Hill. She softly spoke. Cute, Keith commented and then planted a kiss on her cheek. I will teach you when we return home. Okay? Yes. She quickly nodded her head, still trying her best to not allow her anxiousness, anticipation, and happiness on her face. Keith sighed in his heart when he saw her behave that way. He knew he could change it all in just one night, but he did not want to rush things with her. He found himself enjoying her adorable attempts to hide her affection for him, and he wanted to see how long she could hold herself back. Brush my hair. He commanded and then rested his head in her lap, closing his eyes. Yinying's heart skipped a beat, and a sweet smile threatened to appear on her face, but she hid it well. She softly started combing his hair with her fingers and felt his body relaxing under her ministrations. Keith loved having his hair combed this way, and the feeling of Yinying doing it for him was quite different from what he felt from his mother, but he loved it too. Time passed, which the two of them did not pay a fraction of their attention, and finally, a knock came on the door to their suite. Yinying and Keith recognized who it was just from the knock, and the latter opened his eyes and stooped up, before lazily stretching his arms. Thank you. He pecked a kiss on her cheek after wearing his shoes and then walked up to the door to open it. Good morning, Alana. He brightly smiled at the young girl, who was nervously fidgeting at the door, standing next to Victor. Good morning, Keith. A faint blush crept on her cheeks when she saw his brilliant smile, and couldn't help but stare at him. Let's go. I will introduce you to your new manager, and then you can go through the contract. Alana nodded her head and took a deep breath. How's your throat feeling? He casually asked to lighten up the mood, and it worked. It feels good. She happily smiled at him. You are a brilliant doctor, Keith. She was quite skeptical at first when Keith had treated her by simply giving her neck a type of massage. And if she was being honest, it was too comfy, and as she recalled the sensation, the blush on her cheeks brightened up. And after she returned home, she took the prescription, which was a honey syrup mixed in with a few herbs, and slept soundly. When she woke up this morning, she did not feel the usual irritation that was always there when she woke up. And she did her best to not allow her curiosity to win over. Keith had advised her against testing her vocals for the next few days, and so she was still being extra careful to not speak loudly. Thank you. He smiled back at her. Just keep taking the prescription for a week, and then you will be free of this problem. Chapter 27. Susanna Hamilton thought that she had seen it all in the world. After all, she had lived for 50 years, and had been connected to the showbiz industry for nearly 35 years now. But seeing Alana go through her contract, and not realize how blessed she was constricted her heart. At first, she thought that the heir of the Milior family was planning on raising a mistress, but as she looked at the contract, she realized that it was a real deal with the highest of the benefits that any music artist could ask for. And surprisingly, it was well within the grounds of rules and regulations. Keith had not put anything in there that could harm the business of the company. So, what do you think? Keith smiled and asked when Alana finally finished reading the contract. The starting bonus of 600,000 isn't too much? She apprehensively asked. She had never seen money being dealt in such an amount. For a poor girl like her, 600,000 was really too much. No, it is not. Keith shook his head. It's just the sign-up bonus, and since you won't be getting any salary and all the money you make depends on the sales of your future music. This money is an amount that can keep you afloat for a while. I don't need so much money to survive a couple of months. It is what it is, and it cannot be changed. Keith shrugged her words off. You will have to change your lifestyle eventually, so get used to it. Alana was still a little conflicted but nodded her head in acceptance. Her heart was filled with utmost gratitude to Keith, and she vowed to live up to his expectations. About Clause 16. I cannot be in a relationship before turning 20. Yes, it is a sacrifice you would have to make if you want to become successful. Since my company is investing in you, we don't want you to get distracted from your goals. And this clause will no longer bind you after your 20th birthday. Do you think 20 will be too late to find yourself a lover? He teasingly smiled at her. No. No. That's not what I meant. Her face was burning in a blush under his gaze and she embarrassedly lowered her head. I was just curious about the need of this clause. I don't really have anyone I like in that sense. Good. So we can assume that you are satisfied with everything in the contract? Yes. The chocolate-haired girl nodded her head and then picked up the pen to sign the papers. As soon as they were signed, her new manager Susanna got to work and picked up the papers before scanning them on her laptop and submitting a legal copy to the company. All done. The bonus will be transferred to your bank account in the next half an hour. Congratulations on signing with the Black J Records. Keith stood up and shook hands with the girl. Thank you. Keith then gestured to Susanna to leave them alone, and took Alana with him outside the hotel. You are not hungry, are you? He asked again. She had earlier refused to eat anything in the restaurant, fearing the expense, but now that they were outside, she did not want to make up excuses in front of the boy who was doing so much for her. I had a light breakfast, and since there's only a couple of hours in lunchtime, I will eat then. So you are hungry? He chuckled and shook his head. All right, we will wait for lunchtime, but it's your treat. Okay. Now that she was going to have lots of money on her hands, she wanted to, at least, treat Keith to a sumptuous meal to thank him. Master. Yinying arrived not long after, handing Keith 2 folders. Thanks, Yinying. He smiled at her and then walked up to the car together with the 2 girls. He tipped the valet handsomely, and then got into the driving seat, with Yinying in front and Alana sitting in the back. Where are we going? Alana curiously asked. To your new home. Keith chuckled at her and then handed her a folder. Alana nervously opened it and then heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that it was only sheet music. But then happily smiled when she realized which songs these were. You wrote it for me. Of course, you asked for it. And so here are the 3 songs and their arrangements. Thank you. You're welcome. He smiled and then glanced at the address that Yinying had pinned on the GPS. For a moment I thought you really bought me a new home. In her happiness the words in her heart fell out of her mouth, which made Keith laugh lightly. I am indeed taking you to your new house. What? Alana horrifiedly looked at him. Keith, I can't take it. The place I am currently living in is big enough for me and my little brother. We are fine. No, you are not fine. Keith sighed and shook his head. Don't lie to me. Alana lowered her head as her eyes turned misty. Don't worry, the new house is not in your name. It is in my name, and I am only renting it to you. Keith glanced at her state in the rearview mirror, and light said. His words made the guilt gripping Alana's heart fade away, and she hurriedly wiped her eyes. Thank you. She softly said, and her voice was filled with gratitude. She really did not want to owe Keith any more than she already did, and if she was only renting the house, she could accept it. It would allow her to sell their old place and escape from that hellhole which was infested with goons and drunkards. Alana did not ask how much the rent would be as she believed that Keith would eventually tell her. She was sure that it would not be anything that she could not afford. Subconsciously, she had started trusting Keith like she had never trusted anyone. And what was ridiculous was that it had been less than a day since she had met this boy. Lost in her thoughts, the little girl forgot the passage of time, and when the car stopped, she looked outside the window to find herself at the entrance of a tall building, which she was very familiar with. It was one of the most famous residential buildings in the city, and also one of the most expensive places. It was the very place she once dreamed of living in. Her heart nearly dropped when she realized that she would be living here. You will be becoming a star, which means that you will be subject to unwanted attention. This place has good security, and it will be a safe place for you. Keith commented. Your little brother's school is not far from this place too, so it is perfect? Keith. It is too expensive. Really? He raised his brow at her in surprise. I thought you would be more than willing to pay 5,000 near per month in rent. He reminded her again that she was only renting it, and when she heard that it was 5,000 near, and even if it was a huge amount of money to her, it was a lot less than what she was expecting it to be. Only 5,000? She apprehensively asked. Of course, silly. He chuckled. Do you think I need your money? He grinned at her and she embarrassedly lowered her head. And that's not all, I need a personal favor too. What is it? She frowned and curiously asked. When you become a star, you won't refuse me if I approach you to become a face for any of my brands or projects. I promise. Alana smiled and readily nodded her head, feeling sweet in her heart. Alana was flabbergasted when they arrived inside the condo that was going to be her new home. It was so beautiful and refined that she could not help the excitement in her heart. The place came with the furniture which was specifically chosen by designers to complement it, and also, this place simply had everything. The kitchen was an open space, connected with the dining area, and then there were 4 bedrooms with individual restrooms, a lounge, and an office with a piano, which she planned on turning into a home studio in the future. There was also a leisure room with a pool table, and a place to sit and play on consoles for 5 to 6 people, and she knew that her little brother would love it. Alana then walked onto the balcony, and gasped at the view of the city. They were on the 66th floor, and a view from this height was exhilarating. Like it? Keith stood behind her leaning against a glass door with his arms folded on his chest, playfully smiling at her. Love it. She excitedly jumped on her feet and clapped her hands. Good. He sighed in relief and then stood straight. Let's go and find a place to eat, I am starving. Alana giggled at his words and nodded her head. If you don't mind, can we pick up my little brother from school? I would like to introduce you to him. She requested with much hope, and was relieved when Keith agreed. Sure. I want to meet him too. He amiably smiled at her and nodded his head. Of course, he wanted to meet her little brother. And why wouldn't he? Her brother was, after all, the very child of destiny she was meant for. Chapter 28 Bloomfield High was a semi-private middle and high school in the Magic City. It was not the most prestigious institution, but was still a renowned school in the city. At 2:15 in the afternoon, the students were already coming out of the school, with some heading to the parking, others to the third gate that was connected to the city metro, and the rest headed to the second gate to travel on their feet. Alana's little brother usually traveled on foot, so they were waiting outside the second gate for him. Seeing a ridiculously handsome boy leaning against a stylish black BMW and chatting with his two beautiful companions, the girls and boys of the Bloomfield High stopped and stared before starting their gossiping. Some brave souls even took out their cell phones and took a few quick snaps to send them to their friends. Time passed and the young boys and girls dispersed, but her little brother was yet to show up. And by now, Alana had a frown marring her beautiful face. Did he take the metro? She asked herself, but then her eyes caught someone coming out of the second gate, and she was familiar with this boy. Matthew. She called out to the lanky freckled boy, who was surprised to hear someone call out his name. When Matthew saw who called out his name, a troubled expression marred his face, which did not miss the eyes of the Keith and the girls. Who's he? Keith curiously asked. My little brother's friend. Alana replied and then walked up to the boy who was hesitant to come up to them. How are you, Matthew? I am fine, Alana. The boy shied his eyes away and replied. If you are looking for Juan, he's in the tennis court. You should hurry up. And after saying that, he bolted away. What's up with him? Keith frowned and asked, but then a light smile crept on his face when he saw Alana rush inside the school in anxiousness. Of course, he knew what must be going on with her little brother. Let's go. He called out to Yining before chasing Alana inside the school. The little girl was giving her all, but she was no match for Keith and Yining, who caught up with her in no time. But the two stayed quiet and let her lead them to her little brother. When they arrived at the tennis courts, Alana's eyes widened in horror. Her little brother was lying on the court, surrounded by a few boys who were cursing at him, and a boy with blonde hair was kicking him in the back. Juan. Alana called out, and the sudden shout alarmed the boys who warily turned to look at the entrance of the tennis court. Run. A boy called out and the rest were off even before him. Yining. Keith lightly said, and then without even looking at those boys, he walked up to the pair of siblings. Alana was shedding tears as she looked at the state of her little brother. Let me check. Keith crouched by her side and placed a hand on her shoulder. His words reminded her that he was a doctor. She quickly wiped away her tears and allowed him to check her little brother. The young boy, who was around 14, had distinctive Asian features, but it could be seen from his brown hair, high cheekbones and hazel eyes that only one of his parents was Asian. Juan looked warily at the older boy who was inspecting his body, and hissed a little when Keith pressed his fingers near his left ribs. Don't worry. It's not broken. Just a bruise and a little trauma. Keith assured him and then helped him sit up. The only thing that will take time to recover is your bruise on the left eye. The rest of them are minor muscle injuries and the bruises will be gone in 3 to 4 days. You are a tough kid, eh? He chuckled a little. Juan frowned at his words and lowered his eyes, not daring to look at his sister who was now seething in rage. What happened, Juan? Alana coldly asked. Now that Keith had assured her that there were no serious injuries, she could place her mind on other matters. Nothing. Juan. I said nothing happened. He clenched his fist and shouted back at her, which surprised her, and then a pained expression marred her beautiful face. Juan regretted his words as soon as he saw his sister hurt by his words, but he refused to speak to her and averted his eyes away from her. Alana watched him slowly get up on his feet and walk up to the other side of the court, where his school bag was. He's not in a good mood, Alana. Keith softly whispered to her and then glanced at Yining, who was coming over, dragging 2 of the boys who had ganged up on Juan by their collars. We can ask them about what happened. Alana turned to look in the direction of Yining, and then her eyes turned severe when she caught sight of the blonde boy who was kicking her brother. You. She stood up on her feet and stomped her way towards the 2 boys, who were groaning in pain. Why were you hurting my brother? Keith did not miss the anxiousness on Juan's face when Alana interrogated the boy. It was obvious from his reaction that he was partly or mostly responsible for what befell him. Juan broke my smartwatch. The blonde boy fearfully spoke, and his words took Alana by surprise. It must be an accident. No, it was not. The other boy hurriedly interjected. He snatched it from Henry's hand and then smashed it into the wall. We were just getting back at him. Henry, the blonde-haired boy, gritted his teeth and added before glaring at Juan. You were shoving it into the face of the entire class. No one needs to know how cool or expensive your new watch is. Juan defensively shouted back, but his words only disappointed Alana and Keith more. I am sorry for his behavior. Alana apologetically said to the boys, and before she could say her next words, her little brother shouted at her in disbelief. Why are you apologizing to them? He could not believe his ears when Alana apologized to the boys who beat him up. Calm down. Keith indifferently looked at the young boy, who glared at him as a result, but then lowered his eyes and kept quiet after sensing the coldness in Keith's gaze. Alana thankfully nodded to him before turning to look back at the two boys. What he did was wrong, and you should have informed the school authorities about his behavior, not gang up on him and beat him up. She admonished the two boys, who paid little heed to her words. Her words are true, you know. Keith smiled at the dissatisfaction on their faces and walked up to them. How much was the watch worth? What? Are you going to pay me? Henry frowned and asked, but Keith did not answer him. It cost 750 naras. Do you know that if you had put more power behind your hits and hurt him, breaking those ribs, or dealing permanent damage to his face, your bail would only start at 10,000 naras? The implications behind his words chilled the hearts of the two boys, and worry marred their faces. I am sure your family could afford that, but there are people in the world who must not be trifled with. The coldness in his words made them shiver. Trust me, if I want to, I can send you behind the bars without bail, and you will serve your 3-month sentence. And when you come out, you will have a criminal record, and no prestigious university will be willing to accept you. You can even forget about getting yourself a respectable job in the society. I can do worse, but let's not talk about grim subjects. He patted the shoulder of the blonde-haired boy, who did not even dare to look at him. Keith took out a few bills from his wallet, and stuffed them in the pocket of the boy. Go now. And I hope any of this won't happen again. Both the boys were surprised at his actions, and hurriedly thanked him before turning to look at Juan. I am sorry. They both said in unison and ran away without waiting for Juan to respond to their apology. Alana felt relieved at seeing things turn out the way they did. Of course, Keith's approach was harsh and intimidating, but it was effective and got the best result. Thank you, Keith. Alana gratefully smiled at him. No worries. Just some young boys dealing with their adolescence. He chuckled and Alana could not help but smile at his words. Juan. She approached her little brother and hugged him. Your sister has some good news for you. What? Juan was still dissatisfied at how things turned out, but seeing the genuine smile on her face, he did not have the heart to pursue the matter. I will tell you about it on lunch. Now let me introduce you to a friend of mine. She dragged him up to Keith. Juan, this is Keith, my friend and boss. And Keith, this is Yexuan Parker, my little brother. It's nice to meet you, Yexuan. He drew his hands forward and flashed a brilliant smile. Nice to meet you too. Juan shook his hand, but the smile on his face was a little stiff. The young boy could not tell why, but he felt a sinking feeling in his stomach when they shook their hands. But Alana did not let him fret over it and dragged him behind her to the outside of the school. Chapter 29. So, he's not your real brother? Keith thoughtfully said. He's real, okay. Alana playfully glared at him. His parents adopted me when I was 6 years old. And I have always considered them my family. Even if I am not related to him by blood, Juan is my little brother. He smiled at the sincerity in her words and nodded to her. You are a wonderful sister, Alana. Thanks. She shied her eyes away from his gaze and looked at Juan, who was still inspecting his new room and settling some of his old stuff in it. Keith had brought the siblings to their old house after they had lunch at a relatively modest restaurant. He instructed them to finishing up packing before heading to their new home, and even if Juan felt a little uneasy about everything, he did not voice anything to harm her sister's happiness. The young boy was genuinely happy to learn that his sister got hired by a music company. But he was just uneasy about the presence of Keith in all of it. And while they were setting their stuff in their respective new rooms, Alana had decided to tell Keith about how their life had been after Juan's parents passed away. It turned out that her birth parents were real close friends with the Parkers, and when they passed away, the Parkers took her in as their daughter. They even gave her their last name, and even if they belonged to a low-middle-class family, they did everything to keep her happy and brought her up with all the care and love. It was just that their happiness was not meant to last, and the Parkers passed away last year, in an accident, leaving the pair of siblings on their own in the cruel world. At first, things were really harsh on them, but Alana bravely stood up and took charge of their house. She dropped out of school to work and earn, and made sure that Juan would not miss out on his studies. The little savings Parkers had were still there, and Alana did not touch any of it. She had kept it to help Juan through the college, and even if she had missed on a meal, she never let him go hungry. In short, she was a filial daughter and a responsible sister. And Keith could not help but admire her even if he everything about her already. Knowing something and seeing it for yourself were two different things, and he sighed at the perseverance of the young girl, which touched his heart. I will be leaving Magic City tomorrow, he lightly said, and Alana, who was putting some of her books on the shelf, stopped. When will you come back? I am not from Magic City, Alana. He chuckled and told her. I live in Samarin City, and just came here to deal with some private matters. Alana did not know why, but she felt a little uneasy at the idea of not having him around in the city. You have my number and you can contact me if you need anything, he reminded her when he found her lost in her thoughts. Also, when Susanna takes you to test out your vocals next week, do send me your audio clips. I will write you a few songs to start up your singing career. You are a lyricist too? Alana asked in surprise, but then laughed at her own silliness. Of course, you are. How could the awesome and multi-talented Keith not be a lyricist? True that. He winked at her and then they both shared a laugh. I won't put my name on the lyrics, remember that. She intently looked at him and spoke. I don't mind if you put my name on them. He yielded to her unvoiced request, and saw a bright smile bloom on her face. Instruct Susanna, and she will help you turn that office into a private studio. Also, you can ask her to help you with any matter. She's your manager. Okay? On. She cutely nodded her head. Alright. See you later, Miss Elena. He waved his hand, turned around to walk out of the room. Wait. Yes. He stopped and turned to look at her. You are leaving now? She did not know why she called out to stop him, and asked a silly question in a hurry. Yes. I have an appointment with someone special, and I need to be there on time. Oh, okay. She nodded her head. Take care. You too. Be safe. He smiled at her and walked away. Only after he was gone, did Alana realize that he had spoken about someone special. Her brows furrowed a little, but then she paid no heed to it. She carefully placed all her books on the shelf and then turned to look at her new room with fondness. Perfect? She giggled and clapped her hands happily. Alana. Juan called out from behind her. Yes, little brother? She happily walked up to him and asked. Is he gone? Keith? Yes, he will be going back to his hometown tomorrow. Hearing her words, Juan felt immensely relieved for reasons he was not even aware of. Don't you think he's a little suspicious? He carefully chose his words, but it still brought a frown on her sister's face. What do you mean? I mean, why is he so nice to you? Didn't you always say that there is no free lunch in the world? Juan looked her in the eyes and asked. So, what does he want from you? Yes, there is no free lunch, little brother. And what he is doing is investing in me. He told me that he considers me a potential asset for his company. She informed him. And as for why he's nice to me, it's just because he is a really nice soul. Are you sure? Juan felt a little uneasy at hearing her words and asked again. Juan. He is a good person. She coldly said, clearly telling him off to not think bad about Keith. Okay. The little boy frowned and nodded to her before leaving the room. What's up with him? Alana murmured to herself as she found her little brother behaving a little weird today. Out the building, inside a black BMW, a boy and a girl sat silently. The boy was holding his phone next to his ear, listening it ring. Yes, young master. As soon as the call connected, Caesar's voice sounded out. I want you to put someone capable as my eyes beside Alana. Put that person as one of her guards or a driver. Also, I need another capable person to always keep an eye of her younger brother. Help the little one out if he gets in any trouble, and if Alana grows suspicious, inform her that I put them by her side to protect them. Okay? It will be done, young master. Caesar nodded to his words. Lady Amelia asked about when you will be coming over. I will be there in an hour. Keith looked at the time on the clock, and replied. Also, make sure that our trip to Bastille City is on schedule. I go through the arrangements one more time, young master. Rest assured. Keith ended the call and then started the engine. As soon as they drove out of the commercial street, Keith pressed the accelerator, making the car flash past the vehicles. He was being reckless in the untrained eyes, but the lady by his side knew that her master was natural at handling fast speeds. Even when they came to the foot of the hill range, Keith did not slow down and playfully drifted at the turns, climbing the height at a scary speed. Yin-Ying stole a few glances at his serious and focused eyes, and smiled inwardly. She always loved this look on her master's face, and she knew that even if he looked all so serious, he was really enjoying himself at this moment. Too bad that after all this burden, the poor vehicle will have to through a thorough maintenance check. Not that anyone cared about it. She turned to look at the dusky sky, and the clouds that seemed to be burning in a blush. And even if she rarely showed emotions on her face, it did not mean that she did not possess them. And in this moment, her silly heart wished that they could forever stay in a time loop. Just her and her master, a sinking sun, and blushing clouds. An exhilarating speed and the roar of an engine that traveled far, and the soothing silence inside the car. Her cheeks burned up in a blush when Keith suddenly grabbed her hand, and locked his fingers with hers. Yes, it was a beautiful evening that will stay fresh in her memory for a long time. Chapter 30. We have arranged the rooms for all of you, so just feel at home. An aged lady with the trademark green eyes of the Morntail family informed Keith after he finished his meal and met up with his intended. Thank you, Auntie. He amiably smiled at her, which elated her. And she patted his head lovingly before leaving him and Amelia alone in the hallway. Your aunt really cares about you. He looked her in the eyes and said. She's a good soul. Amelia turned around and walked ahead. Come with me. Keith smiled at her behavior and followed her all the way to her room. He playfully smiled at her when he saw her lock the door. Hey. I hope you don't plan to force yourself on me. Amelia only glanced at him before heading to the couch and sitting on it. Her eyes turned to look at him, seemingly waiting for him to do something, and Keith sighed before walking towards her and take a seat by her side. Yes, Amelia. How long do you plan to stay in this world? She straightforwardly asked, which took him by surprise, but then he gave it a thought and sank back on his seat. At least 10, and at most 13. He answered her after he went through all the storylines in his mind. His answer surprised Amelia, and she frowned a little. Are you sure you only need at most 13 years to reach the peak of Spirit Profound Realm and enter the Primal Desolation? She asked. I don't need even half that time to reach that stage, but there are things that I must accomplish while I am here. What? Keith frowned at her question and then sighed. I can't leave behind those that are close to me. So I want to take them with me. It will take time. His answer only made her more curious, but she did not question him again about it. She could feel that she will get all her answers with the passage of time. Well, if we are staying here for a decade, I want you to help me start up my business. I don't like staying idle. I know. He chuckled and nodded to her. And I have already planned for you to join my new group. You will be the vice president and the mind behind the architecture and design of everything that our construction company will build. And you will be in sole command of that company. Again, Amelia was surprised at his words. But when she thought about how he knew everything about her, it made a little sense to her. Of all the knowledge I have received so far from the runic monarch Profound Veins, there was an interesting set of runes that I previously paid no attention to. She looked him in the eyes and spoke, but saw him waiting for her to continue her words. I may not necessarily know everything about the runes. After all, I am not the inheritor of the runic monarch, you are. Amelia nodded to him, and saved this piece of information in the back of her mind. This set of runes is called the Sacred Wedlock. Oh. Keith's eyes widened in surprise and he lost himself in some thoughts. You know about it? She did not miss the spark of realization that dawned in his eyes. Yes. He nodded his head. The runes of Sacred Wedlock is a special ritual, where the couple take a divine vow, and then the runes are initiated. If the intentions of both the parties are true, the name of their partner will be forever engraved on their body in form of a rune. It's good that you know about it. She nodded to him. You want to perform the ritual? Keith narrowed his eyes and asked. Yes. Do you know any divine vow? He curiously asked, and sighed helplessly when she shook her head. I thought you would know. She frowned and said. I do know one, but I warn you. It's not a joke. He seriously said and looked her right in her eyes. We will be bound to each other forever till death do us apart. There's no such thing as a divorce when you initiate a marriage ritual with a divine vow, and this one is even more special. How special? She curiously asked him, unfazed by his warning. You will learn with time. He refused to tell her about it and then took a deep breath. You want us to perform that ritual on our wedding? We are doing it right now. She shook her head and said, leaving Keith with a dumb expression. What? Nothing. He sighed again and then smiled. All right, let's do it. And are you sure you have enough reserves to initiate the runes of Sacred Wedlock? I meditated all day to get ready. It should be fine. I never thought that you could sound silly too. He chuckled and teased her, which earned him a glare in return. Come. He raised his left hand to her, and she placed her left hand in his. They both stood facing each other, holding hands, and then Keith took a deep breath. Are you sure? Yes. She nodded her head with confidence. Say after me when I finish the divine vow. Keith had never before felt so nervous in his lifetime. He knew the gravity of a divine vow, and he took his time clearing his mind before speaking his next words. Time, space, life, death, spirit, fate, emotions, divination, and judgment. I invoke thee. Let the law of death be our judge. Let the law of life be our guardian. Let the law of spirit be our bond. Let the law of emotions be our blessing. Let the laws of fate and divination be our witnesses. Let the laws of time and space be our prisons, and let the law of judgment befall us. From this moment until the ends of times. I, Keith. I, Amelia. Take you, as my lawful wife. Take you, as my lawful husband. I am yours and you are mine. In happiness, and in sadness. In sickness, and in health. In glory, and in shame. In fortune, and in misfortune. In life, and in death. I promise to stay by your side. Forever and ever. As soon as they took their vows, the sacred runes of wedlock lit up on their own. Keith stared in marvel at the beautiful runes that lit up on Amelia's body. He could still not see those hidden under her clothes, but the ones on her arms were visible to him. The runes of a divine language slowly crawled over her left arm and then made their way onto his left hand that was connected with hers. The runes covered his entire hand before settling at the back of it. They both gasped in surprise when a brilliant golden glow sprouted from their hands and enveloped them, basking them in a soothing sensation, and before they could grasp what was happening, the glow receded back to their hands, where a beautiful rune was now permanently embedded. Even if Keith could not read the language, he knew that it was Amelia's name that was now etched on the back of his hand. And for Amelia, it was his name, which she could read. They both could feel a weight of responsibilities on their hearts, and Keith, who realized the weight of the divine vow, could not help himself but step forward and plant a kiss on her forehead. She was his lawful wife now, and she was his responsibility. Amelia felt lightheaded as soon as he did that, and all the tiredness came crashing onto her. She did not realize it before, but invoking the sacred runes of wedlock had sucked all of her aura reserves. Keith wrapped his arms around her just as she was about to stagger, and then gently picked her up before taking her to the bed. He laid her down in the bed, and then took off her shoes before taking his off too and climbing into the bed. He lay by her side staring at her, just like she was doing with her half-lidded eyes. But soon sleep whispered in her ears, and her eyes closed. Keith affectionately smiled at her and then leaned in to plant a kiss on her head before wrapping an arm around her protectively, drifting off to sleep together with her. While the newlyweds slept soundly, somewhere in the Magic City, in a condo within a tall building, a young boy confusedly stared at the blood leaking out of his nose before everything turned blank and he fainted.